Section 17 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. Edited by Charles F., Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Innocent III exalts the papal power, A.D. 1208, by T.F. Tout, Part 2. The long strife of Innocent with John of Anjou about the disputed election to the See of Canterbury was fought with the same weapons which the Pope had already employed against the King of France. But John held out longer. Interdict was followed by excommunications and threatened deposition. At last, the English king surrendered his crown to the papal agent Pandulf, and, like Peter of Aragon, received it back as a vassal of the papacy, bound by an annual tribute. Nor were these the only kings that sought the support of the great pope. The schismatic princes of the East vied in ardor with the Catholic princes of the West in their quest of Innocent's favor. King Leo of Armenia begged for his protection. The Bulgarian prince John besought the Pope to grant him a royal crown. Innocent posed as a mediator in Hungary between the two brothers, Emmerich and Andrew, who were struggling for the crown. Canute of Denmark, zealous for his sister's honor, was his humble suppliant. Poland was equally obedient. The Duke of Bohemia accepted the papal reproof for allying himself with Philip of Swabia. Despite his vigor and his authority, Innocent's constant interference with the internal concerns of every country in Europe did not pass unchallenged. Even the kings who invoked his intercession were constantly in conflict with him. Besides his great quarrels in Germany, France, and England, Innocent had many minor wars to wage against the princes of Europe. For 5 years, the kingdom of Leon lay under interdict because its king Alfonso had married his cousin, Berengaria of Castile, in the hope of securing the peace between the two realms. It was only after the lady had borne 5 children to Alfonso that she voluntarily terminated the obnoxious union, and Innocent found it prudent, as in France, to legitimize the offspring of a marriage which he had denounced as incestuous. Not one of the princes of the peninsula was spared. Sancho of Navarre incurred interdict by reason of suspected dealings with the Saracens, while the marriage of his sister with Peter of Aragon, the vassal of the Pope, involved both kings in a contest with Innocent. Not only did the monarchs of Europe resent, so far as they were able, the Pope's haughty policy, for the first time, the peoples of their realms began to make common cause with them, against the political aggressions of the papacy. The nobles of Aragon protested against King Peter's submission to the papacy, declared that his surrender of their kingdom was invalid, and prevented the payment of the promised tribute. When John of England procured his Roman overlord's condemnation of Magna Charta, the support of Rome was no avail to prevent his indignant subjects combining to drive him from the throne, and did not even hinder Louis of France, the son of the papalist Philip II, from accepting their invitation to become English king in his stead. It was only by a repudiation of this policy and by an acceptance of the Great Charter that the papacy could secure the English throne for John's young son, Henry III, and thus continue for a time its precarious overlordship over England. For the moment, Innocent's iron policy crushed opposition, but in adding the new hostility of the national kings and the rising nations of Europe to the old hostility of the declining empire, Innocent was entering into a perilous course of conduct, which, within a century, was to prove fatal to one of the strongest of his successors. The more political the papal authority became, the more difficult it was to uphold its prestige as the source of law, of morality, of religion. Innocent himself did not lose sight of the higher ideal, because he strove so firmly after more earthly aims. His successors were not always so able or so high-minded, and it was as the protectors of the people, not as the enemies of their political rights, that the great popes of the 11th and 12th centuries had obtained their wonderful ascendancy over the best minds of Europe. The coronation of Otto IV did not end Innocent's trouble with the empire. It was soon followed by an open breach between the Pope and his nominee, from which ultimately developed something like a general European war, between a league of partisans of the Pope and a league of partisans of Otto. It was inevitable that Otto, as a crowned emperor, should look upon the papal power in a way very different from that in which he had regarded it when a faction leader struggling for the crown. Then the support of the Pope was indispensable. Now the autocracy of the Pope was to be feared. The Hohenstaufen ministeriales, who now surrounded the Gothic emperor, raised his ideals and modified his policy. Henry of Calden, the old minister of Henry VI, was now his closest confidant, and under his direction it soon became Otto's ambition to continue the policy of the Diepold and the other German adventurers, who still defied Frederick II and the Pope in Apulia. He soon claimed the inheritance of Matilda, as well as the Sicilian monarchy. In August 1210, he occupied Matilda's Tuscan lands, and in November invaded Apulia and prepared to dispatch a Pisan fleet against Sicily. Innocent was moved to a terrible wrath. On hearing of the capture of Capua and the revolt of Salerno and Naples, he excommunicated the emperor and freed his subjects from their oaths of fealty to him. But, despite the threats to the church, Otto conquered most of Apulia and was equally successful in reviving the imperial authority in northern Italy. Innocent saw the power that he had built up so carefully in Italy crumbling rapidly away. In his despair, he turned to France and Germany for help against the audacious Gulf. Philip Augustus, though still in bad odor at Rome through his persistent hostility to Ingeborg, was now an indispensable ally. He actively threw himself into the Pope's policy, and French and papal agents combined to stir up disaffection against Otto in Germany. The haughty manners and the love of the young king for Englishmen and Saxons had already excited disaffection. It was believed that Otto wished to set up a centralized despotism of court officials, levying huge taxes on the model of the Angevin administrative system of his grandfathers and uncles. The bishops now took the lead in organizing a general defection from the absent emperor. In September 1211, a gathering of disaffected magnates, among whom were the newly made King Ottokar of Bohemia and the Dukes of Austria and Bavaria, assembled at Nuremberg. They treated the papal sentence as the deposition of Otto, and pledged themselves to elect as their new king Frederick of Sicily, the sometime ward of the Pope. It was not altogether good news to the Pope that the German nobles had, in choosing the son of Henry VI, renewed the union of German and Sicily. But Innocent felt that the need of setting up an effective opposition to Otto was so pressing that he put out of sight the general in favor of the immediate interests of the Roman See. He accepted Frederick as emperor, only stipulating that he could renew his homage for the Sicilian crown, and consequently renounce an inalienable union between Sicily and the empire. Frederick now left Sicily, repeated his submission to Innocent at Rome, and crossed the Alps for Germany. Otto had already abandoned Italy to meet the threatened danger in the north. Misfortune soon showered thick upon him. His Hohenstaufen wife, Beatrice, died, and her loss lessened his hold on southern Germany. When Frederick appeared, Swabia and Bavaria were already eager to welcome the heir of the mighty southern line, and aid him against the audacious Saxon. The spiritual magnates flocked to the side of the friend and pupil of the Pope. In December 1212, followed Frederick's formal election and his coronation at Mainz by the Archbishop Siegfried. Early in 1213, Henry of Calden appeared at his court. Henceforward, the important class of the ministeriales was divided. While some remained true to Otto, others gradually went back to the personal representative of Hohenstaufen. Otto was now thrown back on Saxony and the lower Rhineland. He again took up his quarters with the faithful citizens of Cologne, when he appealed for help to his uncle, John of England, still under the papal ban. With English help, He united the princes of the Netherlands in a party of opposition to the Pope and the Hohenstaufen. Frederick answered by a closer and a more effective league with France. Even before his coronation he had met Louis, the son of Philip Augustus, at Vaucouleurs. All Europe seemed arming at the bidding of the Pope and Emperor. John of England now hastily reconciled himself to Innocent, at the price of the independence of his kingdom. He thus became in a better position to aid his excommunicated nephew, and revenge the loss of Normandy and Anjou on Philip Augustus. His plan was now a twofold one. He himself summoned the barons of England to follow him in an attempt to recover his ancient lands on the Loire. Meanwhile, Otto and the Netherlandish lords were encouraged, by substantial English help, to carry out a combined attack on France from the north. The opposition of the English barons reduced to comparative insignificance the expedition to Poitou, but a very considerable army gathered together under Otto and took up its position in the neighborhood of Tournai. Among the French king's vassals, Ferrand, Count of Flanders, long hostile to his overlord Philip, and the Count of Boulogne, fought strenuously on Otto's side, while of the imperial vassals, the Count of Holland and Duke of Brabant, Lower Lorraine, were among Otto's most active supporters. A considerable English contingent came also, headed by Otto's bastard uncle, William Longsword, Earl of Salisbury. Philip himself commanded the chivalry of France, leaving his son Louis to fight against John in Poitou. On July 27th, the decisive battle was fought at Bouvines, a few miles southwest of Tournai. The army of France and Church gained an overwhelming victory over the league which had incurred the papal ban, and Otto's fortunes were utterly shattered. He soon lost all his hold over the Rhineland, and was forced to retreat to the ancient domains of his house in Saxony. His remaining friends made their peace with Philip and Frederick. The defection of the Wittelsbachers lost his last hold in the south of Germany, and the desertion of Valdemar of Denmark deprived him of a strong friend in the north. John withdrew from continental politics to be beaten more decisively by his barons than he had been beaten in Poitou or at Bouvines. Frederick II was now undisputed king of the Romans, and Innocent III had won another triumph. By the Golden Bull of Eger, July 1213, Frederick had already renewed the concessions made by Otto to the Church, and promised obedience to the Holy See. In 1216, he pledged himself to separate Sicily from the empire and establish his son Henry there as king, under the supremacy of the Church. But, like his other triumphs, Innocent's victory over the empire was purchased at no small cost. For the first time, a German national irritation at the aggressions of the papacy began to be distinctly felt. It found an adequate expression in the indignant verses of Walther von der Vogelweide, protesting against the priests who strove to upset the rights of the laity, and denouncing the greed and pride of the foreigners who profited by the humiliation of Germany. Amid all the distractions of Western politics, Innocent III ardently strove to revive the crusading spirit. He never succeeded in raising all Europe, as several of his predecessors had done, but after great efforts, and the eloquent preaching of Fulk of Neuilly, he stirred up a fair amount of enthusiasm for the crusading cause, and, in 1204, a considerable crusading army, mainly French, mustered at Venice. It was the bitterest disappointment of Innocent's life that the Fourth Crusade never reached Palestine, but was diverted to the conquest of the Greek Empire. Yet the establishment of a Catholic Latin Empire at Constantinople, at the expense of the Greek schismatics, was no small triumph. Not disheartened by his first failure, Innocent still urged upon Europe the need of the Holy War. If no expedition against the Saracens of Syria marked the result of his efforts, his pontificate saw the extension of the crusading movement to other lands. Innocent preached the crusade against the Moors of Spain, and rejoiced in the news of the momentous victory of the Christians at Navas de Tolosa. He saw the beginnings of a fresh crusade against the obstinate heathen on the eastern shore of the Baltic. But all these crusades were against pagans and infidels. Innocent made a much greater new departure when he proclaimed the first crusade directed against a Christian land. The Albigensian Crusade succeeded in destroying the most dangerous and widespread popular heresy that Christianity had witnessed since the fall of the Roman Empire, and Innocent rejoiced that his times saw the Church purged of its worst blemish. But, in extending the benefits of a crusade to Christians fighting against Christians, he handed on a precedent which has soon fatally abused by his successors. In crushing out the young national life of southern France, the papacy again set a people against itself. The denunciations of the German Minnesinger were re-echoed in the complaints of the last of the troubadours. Rome had ceased to do harm to Turks and Saracens, but had stirred up Christians to war against fellow Christians. God and his saints abandoned the greedy, the strife-loving, the unjust worldly church. The picture is darkly colored by a partisan, but in every triumph of Innocent there lay the shadow of future trouble. Crusades, even against heretics and infidels, are the work of earthly force rather than of spiritual influence. It was to build up the great outward corporation of the Church that all these labors of Innocent mainly tended. Even his additions to the canon law, his reforms of ecclesiastical jurisdiction, dealt with the external rather than the internal life of the Church. The criticism of James of Vitry that the Roman Curia was so busy in secular affairs that it hardly turned a thought to spiritual things, is clearly applicable to much of Innocent's activity. But the many-sided Pope did not ignore the religious wants of the Church. His crusade against heresy was no mere war against enemies of the wealth and the power of the Church. The new tendencies that were to transform the spiritual life of the 13th century were not strange to him. He favored the early work of Denicke. He had personal dealings with Francis, and showed his sympathy with the early work of the poor man of Assisi. But it is as the conqueror and organizer, rather than the priest of profit, that Innocent made his mark in the Church. It is significant that, with all his greatness, he never attained the honors of sanctity. Toward the end of his life, Innocent held a general council in the Basilica of St. John Lateran. A vast gathering of bishops, heads of orders, and secular dignitaries gave brilliancy to the gathering, and enhanced the glory of the pontiff. Enthroned over more than 400 bishops, the Pope proudly declared the law to the world. "Two things we have specially to heart," wrote Innocent, in summoning the assembly: the deliverance of the Holy Land and the reform of the Church Universal. In its vast collection of 70 canons, the Lateran Council strove hard to carry out the Pope's program. It condemned the dying heresies of the Albigenses and the Cathari, and prescribed the methods and punishments of the unrepentant heretic. It strove to rekindle zeal for the crusade. It drew up a drastic scheme for reforming the internal life and discipline of the Church. It strove to elevate the morals and the learning of the clergy, to check their worldliness and covetousness, and to restrain them from abusing the authority of the Church through excessive zeal or more corrupt motives. It invited bishops to set up free schools to teach poor scholars grammar and theology. It forbade trial by battle and trial by ordeal. It subjected the existing monastic orders to stricter superintendence, and forbade the establishment of new monastic rules. It forbade superstitious practices and the worship of spurious or unauthorized relics. The whole series of canons sought to regulate and ameliorate the influence of the Church on society. If many of the abuses aimed at were too deeply rooted to be overthrown by mere legislation, the attempt speaks well for the character and intelligence of Pope and Council. All medieval lawmaking, civil and ecclesiastical alike, was but the promulgation of an ideal rather than the issuing of precepts meant to be literally executed. But no more serious attempt at rooting out inveterate evils was ever made in the Middle Ages than in this council. The formal enunciation of this lofty program of reform brought Innocent's pontificate to a glorious end. The pontiff devoted what little remained of his life to hurrying on the preparations for the projected crusade, which was to set out by 1217. But in the summer of 1216, Innocent died at Perugia, when only 56 years old. If not the greatest, he was the most powerful of all the popes. For nearly 20 years, the whole history of Europe groups itself round his doings. End of section 17.
Section 18 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marya James, The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Signing of the Magna Carta, A.D. 1215, David Hume. The Great Charter is one of the most famous documents in history, regarded as the foundation of English civil liberty. It also stands as the historic prototype of later declarations of human freedom in various lands. In the Great Charter, as observed by Green, the vague expressions of the older charters were exchanged for precise and elaborate provisions. The Great Charter marks the transition from the age of traditional rights to the age of written legislation, of parliaments and statutes, which was soon to come. Close quote. King John of England, although compelled to submit to the loss of his French provinces in 1204, never after lost sight of plans for the renewal of the war with France. A bitter controversy with Pope Innocent III began over an election for the Archbishopric of Canterbury, and resulted in a bull deposing John, 1212, with a command to Philip of France to execute the deposition. John made terms with the Pope by agreeing to hold his kingdom in fief from the pontiff, and to pay an annual tribute of 1,000 marks, 1213. John then invaded France, in alliance with Otho IV, Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, and others, but was defeated at Bouvines, near Lille, in 1214. This ended John's endeavors to recover his lost power in France, and he could only think henceforth of ruling peaceably his own kingdom and preserving to his own advantage his now close connection with the Pope. But although the English king's reign had been full of unfortunate events, the last and most grievous of his trials still awaited him, and, quote, he was destined to pass through a series of more humiliating circumstances than had ever yet fallen to the lot of any other monarch. Close quote. Under the feudal law of William the Conqueror, the ancient liberties of the Anglo-Saxons were greatly curtailed. In fact, the whole English people were reduced to a state of vassalage, which, for the majority, closely bordered upon actual slavery. Even the proud Norman barons themselves submitted to a kingly prerogative more absolute than was usual in feudal governments. A charter of comparative liberality had been granted by Henry I, renewed by Stephen, and confirmed by Henry II, but had never, either in letter or spirit, been made effective. And now came the great crisis, in which the matters at issue, first between the king and his barons, but ultimately between the crown and the subjects at large, were to be adjusted. The event was hastened by the exactions and impositions of John himself, and by personal as well as official conduct which rendered him odious to his people, these causes at length producing a general combination against him. The effect of John's lawless practices had already appeared in the general demand made by the barons of a restoration of their privileges, and after he had reconciled himself to the Pope by abandoning the independence of the kingdom, he appeared to all his subjects in so mean a light that they universally thought they might with safety and honor insist upon their pretensions. But nothing forwarded this confederacy so much as the concurrence of Langton, Archbishop of Canterbury, though he was obtruded on the nation by a palpable encroachment of the See of Rome, ought always to be respected by the English. This prelate, whether he was moved by the generosity of his nature and his affection to public good, or had entertained an animosity against John, on account of the long opposition made by that prince to his election, or thought that an acquisition of liberty to the people would serve to increase and secure the privileges of the Church, had formed the plan of reforming the government. in a private meeting of some principal barons at London, he showed them a copy of Henry I's charter, which, he said, he had happily found in a monastery, and he exhorted them to insist on the renewal and observance of it. The barons swore that they would sooner lose their lives than depart from so reasonable a demand. The Confederacy began now to spread wider and to comprehend almost all the barons in England, and a new and more numerous meeting was summoned by Langton at St. Edmundsbury, under colour of devotion. He again produced to the assembly the old charter of Henry, renewed his exhortations of unanimity and vigour in the prosecution of their purpose, and represented in the strongest colours the tyranny to which they had so long been subjected, and from which it now behoved them to free themselves and their posterity. The barons, inflamed by his eloquence, incited by the sense of their own wrongs, and encouraged by the appearance of their power in numbers, solemnly took an oath, before the high altar, to adhere to each other, to insist on their demands, and to make endless war on the king, till he should submit to grant them. They agreed that, after the festival of Christmas, they would prefer, in a body, their common petition, and in the meantime they separated, after mutually engaging that they would put themselves in a posture of defence, would enlist men and purchase arms, and would supply their castles with the necessary provisions. The barons appeared in London on the day appointed, and demanded of the king that in consequence of his own oath before the prelate, as well as in deference to their just rights, he should grant them a renewal of Henry's charter, and a confirmation of the laws of St. Edward. The king, alarmed with their zeal and unanimity, as well as with their power, required a delay, promised that, at the festival of Easter, he would give them a positive answer to their petition, and offered them the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Bishop of Ely, and the Earl of Pembroke as sureties for his fulfilling this engagement. The barons accepted of the terms, and peaceably returned to their castles. During this interval, John, in order to break or subdue the league of his barons, endeavoured to avail himself of the ecclesiastical power of whose influence he had, from his own recent misfortunes, had such fatal experience. He granted to the clergy a charter relinquishing forever that important prerogative for which his father and all his ancestors had zealously contended, yielding to them the free election on all vacancies, reserving only the power to issue a congé d'élire and to subjoin a confirmation of the election, and declaring that, if either of these were withheld, the choice should nevertheless be deemed just and valid. He made a vow to lead an army into Palestine against the infidels, and he took on him the cross, in hopes that he should receive from the Church that protection which she tendered to every one that had entered into this sacred and meritorious engagement. And he sent to Rome his agent, William de Mauclerc, in order to appeal to the Pope against the violence of his barons, and procure him a favourable sentence from that powerful tribunal. The barons also were not negligent on their part in endeavouring to engage the Pope in their interests. They dispatched Eustace de Vesci to Rome, laid their case before Innocent as their feudal lord, and petitioned him to interpose his authority with the king, and oblige him to restore and confirm all their just and undoubted privileges. Innocent beheld with regret the disturbances which had arisen in England, and was much inclined to favour John in his pretensions. He had no hopes of retaining and extending his newly acquired superiority over that kingdom, but by supporting so base and degenerate a prince, who was willing to sacrifice every consideration to his present safety, and he foresaw that, if the administration should fall into the hands of those gallant and high-spirited barons, they would vindicate the honour, liberty, and independence of the nation with the same ardour which they now exerted in defence of their own. He wrote letters, therefore, to the prelates, to the nobility, and to the king himself. He exhorted the first to employ their good offices in conciliating peace between the contending parties, and putting an end to civil discord. To the second, he expressed his disapprobation of their conduct in employing force to extort concessions from their reluctant sovereign. The last he advised to treat his nobles with grace and indulgence, and to grant them such of their demands as should appear just and reasonable. The barons easily saw, from the tenor of these letters, that they must reckon on having the Pope, as well as the king, for their adversary, but they had already advanced too far to recede from their pretensions, and their passions were so deeply engaged that it exceeded even the power of superstition itself any longer to control them. They also foresaw that the thunders of Rome, when not seconded by the efforts of the English ecclesiastics, would be of small avail against them, and they perceived that the most considerable of the prelates, as well as all the inferior clergy, professed the highest approbation of their cause. Besides that, these men were seized with the national passion for laws and liberty, blessings of which they themselves expected to partake. There concurred very powerful causes to loosen their devoted attachment to the apostolic see. It appeared from the late usurpations of the Roman pontiff that he intended to reap alone all the advantages accruing from that victory, which under his banners, though at their own peril, they had everywhere obtained over the civil magistrate. The Pope assumed a despotic power over all the churches. Their particular customs, privileges, and immunities were treated with disdain. Even the canons of general councils were set aside by his dispensing power. The whole administration of the church was centered in the court of Rome. All preferments ran, of course, in the same channel, and the provincial clergy saw, at least felt, that there was a necessity for limiting these pretensions. The legate, Nicholas, in filling those numerous vacancies which had fallen in England during an interdict of 6 years, had proceeded in the most arbitrary manner, and had paid no regard, in conferring dignities, to personal merit, to rank, to the inclination of the electors, or to the customs of the country. The English church was universally disgusted, and Langton himself, though he owed his elevation to an encroachment of the Romish see, was no sooner established in his high office than he became jealous of the privilege annexed to it, and formed attachments with the country subjected to his jurisdiction. These causes, though they opened slowly the eyes of men, failed not to produce their effect. They set bounds to the usurpations of the papacy. The tide first stopped, and then turned against the sovereign pontiff, and it is otherwise inconceivable how that age, so prone to superstition and so sunk in ignorance, or rather so devoted to a spurious erudition, could have escaped falling into an absolute and total slavery under the court of Rome. About the time that the Pope's letters arrived in England, the malcontent barons, on the approach of the festival of Easter, when they were to expect the king's answer to their petition, met by agreement at Stamford, and they assembled a force consisting of above 2,000 knights, besides their retainers and inferior persons without number. Elated with their power, they advanced in a body to Brackley, within 15 miles of Oxford, the place where the court then resided, and they there received a message from the king, by the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Earl of Pembroke, desiring to know what those liberties were which they so zealously challenged from their sovereign. They delivered to these messengers a schedule, containing the chief articles of their demands, which was no sooner shown to the king than he burst into a furious passion, and asked why the barons did not also demand of him his kingdom, swearing that he would never grant them such liberties as must reduce himself to slavery. No sooner were the Confederate nobles informed of John's reply than they chose Robert Fitzwalter their general, whom they called the Mareschal of the Army of God and of Holy Church, and they proceeded without further ceremony to levy war upon the king. The gates of Bedford Castle were willingly opened to them by William Beauchamp, its owner. They advanced to Ware on their way to London, where they held a correspondence with the principal citizens. They were received without opposition into the capital, and finding now the great superiority of their force, they issued proclamations requiring the other barons to join them, and menacing them, in case of refusal or delay, with committing devastation on their houses and estates. In order to show what might be expected from their prosperous arms, they made incursions from London, and laid waste the king's parks and palaces, and all the barons who had hitherto carried the semblance of supporting the royal party were glad of this pretence for openly joining a cause which they had always secretly favoured. The king was left at Odium in Hampshire with a poor retinue of only 7 knights, and after trying several expedients to elude the blow, after offering to refer all differences to the Pope alone, or to 8 barons, 4 to be chosen by himself, and 4 by the confederates, he found himself at last obliged to submit at discretion. A conference between the king and the barons was appointed at Runnymede, between Windsor and Staines, a place which has ever since been extremely celebrated on account of this great event. The 2 parties encamped apart, like open enemies, and after a debate of a few days, the king, with a facility somewhat suspicious, signed and sealed the charter which was required of him. This famous deed, commonly called the Great Charter, either granted or secured very important liberties and privileges to every order of men in the kingdom, to the clergy, to the barons, and to the people. The freedom of elections was secured to the clergy. The former charter of the king was confirmed, by which the necessity of a royal congé d'élire and confirmation was superseded. All check upon appeals to Rome was removed, by the allowance granted every man to depart the kingdom at pleasure, and the fines to be imposed on the clergy for any offence were ordained to be proportional to their lay estates, not to their ecclesiastical benefices. The privileges granted to the barons were either abatements in the rigour of the feudal law, or determinations in points which had been left by that law or had become, by practice, arbitrary and ambiguous. The reliefs of heirs succeeding to a military fee were ascertained, and earls and barons at 100 marks, a knight's at 100 shillings. It was ordained by the charter that, if the heir be a minor, he shall, immediately upon his majority, enter upon his estate without paying any relief. The king shall not sell his wardship. He shall levy only reasonable profits upon the estate, without committing waste or hurting the property. He shall uphold the castles, houses, mills, parks, and ponds, and if he commit the guardianship of the estate to the sheriff or any other, he shall previously oblige them to find surety to the same purpose. During the minority of a baron, while his lands are in wardship, and are not in his own possession, no debt which he owes to the Jews shall bear any interest. Heirs shall be married without disparagement, and before their marriage be contracted, the nearest relatives of the person shall be informed of it. A widow, without paying any relief, shall enter upon her dower the 3rd part of her husband's rents. She shall not be compelled to marry, so long as she chooses to continue single. She shall only give security never to marry without her lord's consent. The king shall not claim the wardship of any minor who holds lands by military tenure of a baron, on pretence that he also holds lands of the crown, by socage or any other tenure. Scottishes shall be estimated at the same rate as in the time of Henry I, and no scutage or aid except in the 3 general feudal cases, the king's captivity, the knighting of his eldest son, and the marrying of his eldest daughter, shall be imposed but by the great council of the kingdom. The prelates, earls, and great barons shall be called to this great council, each by a particular writ, the lesser barons by a general summons of the sheriff. The king shall not seize any baron's land for a debt to the crown, if the baron possesses as many goods and chattels as are sufficient to discharge his debt. No man shall be obliged to perform more service for his fee than he is bound to by his tenure. No governor or constable of a castle shall oblige any knight to give money for castle guard, if the knight be willing to perform the service in person, or by another able-bodied man, and if the knight be in the field himself by the king's command, he shall be exempted from all other service of this nature. No vassal shall be allowed to sell so much of his land as to incapacitate himself from performing his service to his lord. End of section 18. Section 19 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marya James. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Signing of the Magna Carta AD 1215 by David Hume, Part 2. These were the principal articles, calculated for the interest of the barons, and had the charter contained nothing further, national happiness and liberty had been very little promoted by it, as it would only have tended to increase the power and independence of an order of men who were already too powerful, and whose yoke might have become more heavy on the people than even that of an absolute monarch. But the barons, who alone drew and imposed on the prince this memorable charter, were necessitated to insert in it other clauses of a more extensive and more beneficent nature. They could not expect the concurrence of the people without comprehending, together with their own, the interests of inferior ranks of men, and all provisions which the barons for their own sake were obliged to make in order to ensure the free and equitable administration of justice tended directly to the benefit of the whole community. The following were the principal clauses of this nature. It was ordained that all the privileges and immunities above mentioned, granted to the barons against the king, should be extended by the barons to their inferior vassals. The king bound himself not to grant any writ empowering a baron to levy aid from his vassals, except in the 3 feudal cases. 1 weight and 1 measure shall be established throughout the kingdom. Merchants shall be allowed to transact all business without being exposed to any arbitrary tolls and impositions. They and all freemen shall be allowed to go out of the kingdom and return to it at pleasure. London and all cities and burghs shall preserve their ancient liberties, immunities, and free customs. Aids shall not be required of them but by the consent of the Great Council. No towns or individuals shall be obliged to make or support bridges but by ancient custom. The goods of every freeman shall be disposed of according to his will. If he die intestate, his heirs shall succeed to them. No officer of the crown shall take any horses, carts, or wood without the consent of the owner. The king's courts of justice shall be stationary, and shall no longer follow his person. They shall be open to everyone, and justice shall no longer be sold, refused, or delayed by them. Circuits shall be regularly held every year. The inferior tribunals of justice, the county court, sheriff's turn, and court leet shall meet at their appointed time and place. The sheriffs shall be incapacitated to hold pleas of the crown, and shall not put any person upon his trial from rumor or suspicion alone, but upon the evidence of lawful witnesses. No freeman shall be taken or imprisoned or dispossessed of his free tenement and liberties, or outlawed or banished, or any wise hurt or injured, unless by the legal judgment of his peers, or by the law of the land, and all who suffered otherwise in this or the 2 former reigns shall be restored to their rights and possessions. Every freeman shall be fined in proportion to his fault, and no fine shall be levied on him to his utter ruin. Even a villain or rustic shall not by any fine be bereaved of his carts, ploughs, and implements of husbandry. This was the only article calculated for the interests of this body of men, probably at that time the most numerous in the kingdom. It must be confessed that the former articles of the Great Charter contain such mitigations and explanations of the feudal law as are reasonable and equitable, and that the latter involve all the chief outlines of a legal government, and provide for the equal distribution of justice and free enjoyment of property, the great objects for which political society was at first founded by men, which the people have a perpetual and unalienable right to recall, and which no time, nor precedent, nor statute, nor positive institution ought to deter them from keeping ever uppermost in their thoughts and attention. Though the provisions made by this charter might, conformably to the genius of the age, be esteemed too concise and too bare of circumstances to maintain the execution of its articles, in opposition to the chicanery of lawyers, supported by the violence of power, time gradually ascertained the sense of all the ambiguous expressions, and those generous barons who first extorted this concession still held their swords in their hands, and could turn them against those who dared, on any pretence, to depart from the original spirit and meaning of the grant. We may now, from the tenor of this charter, conjecture what those laws were of King Edward, which the English nation, during so many generations, still desired, with such an obstinate perseverance, to have recalled and established. They were chiefly these latter articles of Magna Charta, and the barons who, at the beginning of these commotions, demanded the revival of the Saxon laws, undoubtedly thought they had sufficiently satisfied the people by procuring them this concession, which comprehended the principal objects to which they had so long aspired. But what we are most to admire is the prudence and moderation of those haughty nobles themselves, who were enraged by injuries, inflamed by opposition, and elated by a total victory over their sovereign. They were content, even in this plenitude of power, to depart from some articles of Henry I.'s charter, which they made the foundation of their demands, particularly from the abolition of wardships, a matter of the greatest importance, and they seem to have been sufficiently careful not to diminish too far the power and revenue of the crown. If they appear, therefore, to have carried other demands to too great a height, it can be ascribed only to the faithless and tyrannical character of the king himself, of which they had long had experience, and which they foresaw would, if they provided no further security, lead him soon to infringe their new liberties and revoke his own concessions. This alone gave birth to those other articles, seemingly exorbitant, which were added as a rampart for the safeguard of the Great Charter. The barons obliged the king to agree that London should remain in their hands, and the Tower be consigned to the custody of the primate till the 15th of August ensuing, or till the execution of the several articles of the Great Charter. The better to ensure the same end, he allowed them to choose 25 members from their own body as conservators of the public liberties, and no bounds were set to the authority of these men, either in extent or duration. If any complaint were made of a violation of the charter, whether attempted by the king, justiciaries, sheriffs, or foresters, any 4 of these barons might admonish the king to redress the grievance. If satisfaction were not obtained, they could assemble the whole council of 25, who, in conjunction with the Great Council, were empowered to compel him to observe the charter, and, in case of resistance, might levy war against him, attack his castles, and employ every kind of violence except against his royal person and that of his queen and children. All men throughout the kingdom were bound, under the penalty of confiscation, to swear obedience to the 25 barons, and the freeholders of each county were to choose 12 knights, who were to make report of such evil customs as required redress, conformably to the tenor of the Great Charter. The names of those conservators were the Earls of Clare, Albemarle, Gloucester, Winchester, Hereford, Roger Bigot, Earl of Norfolk, Robert de Vere, Earl of Oxford, William Mareschal the Younger, Robert Fitzwalter, Gilbert de Clare, Eustace de Vesey, Gilbert Delaval, William de Mowbray, Geoffrey de Say, Roger de Montbazon, William de Huntingfield, Robert de Rue, the Constable of Chester, William de Aubenay, Richard de Percy, William Mallet, John Fitzrobert, William de Lanvalet, Hugh de Bigot, and Robert de Montfichet. These men were, by this convention, really invested with the sovereignty of the kingdom. They were rendered coordinate with the king, or rather superior to him, in the exercise of the executive power, and as there was no circumstance of government which, either directly or indirectly, might not bear a relation to the security or observance of the Great Charter, there could scarcely occur any incident in which they might not lawfully interpose their authority. John seemed to submit passively to all these regulations, however injurious to majesty. He sent writs to all the sheriffs, ordering them to constrain everyone to swear obedience to the 25 barons. He dismissed all his foreign forces. He pretended that his government was thenceforth to run in a new tenor, and be more indulgent to the liberty and independence of his people. But he only dissembled till he should find a favorable opportunity for annulling all his concessions. The injuries and indignities which he had formerly suffered from the Pope and the King of France, as they came from equals or superiors, seemed to make but small impression on him. But the sense of this perpetual and total subjection under his own rebellious vassals sank deep in his mind, and he was determined, at all hazards, to throw off so ignominious a slavery. He grew sullen, silent, and reserved. He shunned the society of his courtiers and nobles. He retired into the Isle of Wight, as if desirous of hiding his shame and confusion. But in this retreat he meditated the most fatal vengeance against all his enemies. He secretly sent abroad his emissaries to enlist foreign soldiers, and to invite the rapacious Brabazons into his service by the prospect of sharing the spoils of England and reaping the forfeitures of so many opulent barons who had incurred the guilt of rebellion by rising in arms against him. And he dispatched a messenger to Rome in order to lay before the Pope the Great Charter, which he had been compelled to sign, and to complain before that tribunal of the violence which had been imposed upon him. Innocent, considering himself as a feudal lord of the kingdom, was incensed at the temerity of the barons, who, though they pretended to appeal to his authority, had dared, without waiting for his consent, to impose such terms on a prince, who, by resigning to the Roman pontiff his crown and independence, had placed himself immediately under the papal protection. He issued therefore a bull, in which, from the plenitude of his apostolic power, and from the authority which God had committed to him to build and destroy kingdoms, to plant and overthrow, he annulled and abrogated the whole charter, as unjust in itself, as obtained by compulsion, and as derogatory to the dignity of the apostolic see. He prohibited the barons from exacting the observance of it. He even prohibited the king himself from paying any regard to it. He absolved him and his subjects from all oaths which they had been constrained to take to that purpose, and he pronounced a general sentence of excommunication against everyone who should persevere in maintaining such treasonable and iniquitous pretensions. The king, as his foreign forces arrived along with this bull, now ventured to take off the mask, and, under sanction of the Pope's decree, recalled all the liberties which he had granted to his subjects, and which he had solemnly sworn to observe. But the spiritual weapon was found upon trial to carry less force with it than he had reason from his own experience to apprehend. The primate refused to obey the Pope in publishing the sentence of excommunication against the barons, and though he was cited to Rome, that he might attend a general council there assembled, and was suspended on account of his disobedience to the Pope and his secret correspondence with the king's enemies. Though a new and particular sentence of excommunication was pronounced by name against the principal barons, John still found that his nobility and people, and even his clergy, adhered to the defense of their liberties and to their combination against him. The sword of his foreign mercenaries was all he had to trust to for restoring his authority. The barons, after obtaining the Great Charter, seem to have been lulled into a fatal security, and to have taken no rational measures in case of the introduction of a foreign force for reassembling their armies. The king was, from the first, master of the field, and immediately laid siege to the castle of Rochester, which was obstinately defended by William de Albany, at the head of 140 knights with their retainers, but was at last reduced by famine. John, irritated with the resistance, intended to have hanged the governor and all the garrison, but on the representation of William de Mauleon, who suggested to him the danger of reprisals, he was content to sacrifice in this barbarous manner the inferior prisoners only. The captivity of William de Albany, the best officer among the confederated barons, was an irreparable loss to their cause, and no regular opposition was thenceforth made to the progress of the royal arms. The ravenous and barbarous mercenaries, incited by a cruel and enraged prince, were let loose against the estates, tenants, manors, houses, parks of the barons, and spread devastation over the face of the kingdom. Nothing was to be seen but the flames of villages, and castles reduced to ashes, the consternation and misery of the inhabitants, tortures exercised by the soldiery to make them reveal their concealed treasures, and reprisals no less barbarous, committed by the barons and their partisans on the royal domains, and on the estates of such as still adhered to the crown. The king, marching through the whole extent of England, from Dover to Berwick, laid the provinces waste on each side of him, and considered every estate which was not his immediate property as entirely hostile and the object of military execution. The nobility of the North in particular, who had shown greatest violence in the recovery of their liberties, and who, acting in a separate body, had expressed their discontent even at the concessions made by the Great Charter, as they could expect no mercy, fled before him with their wives and families, and purchased the friendship of Alexander, the young King of Scots, by doing homage to him. The barons, reduced to this desperate extremity, and menaced with the total loss of their liberties, their properties, and their lives, employed a remedy no less desperate, and making applications to the court of France, they offered to acknowledge Louis, the eldest son of Philip, for their sovereign, on condition that he would afford them protection from the violence of their enraged prince. Though the sense of the common rights of mankind, the only rights that are entirely indefeasible, might have justified them in the deposition of their king, they declined insisting before Philip on a pretension which is commonly so disagreeable to sovereigns, and which sounds harshly in their royal ears. They affirmed that John was incapable of succeeding to the throne by reason of the attainder passed upon him during his brother's reign, though that attainder had been reversed, and Richard had even, by his last will, declared him his successor. They pretended that he was already legally deposed by sentence of the peers of France on account of the murder of his nephew, though that sentence could not possibly regard anything but his own transmarine dominions, which alone he held in vassalage to that crown. On more plausible grounds, they affirmed that he had already deposed himself by doing homage to the Pope, changing the nature of his sovereignty, and resigning an independent crown for a fee under a foreign power. And as Blanche of Castile, the wife of Louis, was descended by her mother from Henry II, they maintained, though many other princes stood before her in the order of succession, that they had not shaken off the royal family in choosing her husband for their sovereign. Philip was strongly tempted to lay down the rich prize which was offered to him. The legate menaced him with interdicts and excommunications if he invaded the patrimony of St. Peter, or attacked a prince who was under the immediate protection of the Holy See. But, as Philip was assured of the obedience of his own vassals, his principles were changed with the times, and he now undervalued as much all papal censures as he formerly pretended to pay respect to them. His chief scruple was with regard to the fidelity which he might expect from the English barons in their new engagements, and the danger of entrusting his son and heir into the hands of men who might, on any caprice or necessity, make peace with their native sovereign by sacrificing a pledge of so much value. He therefore exacted from the barons 25 hostages of the most noble birth in the kingdom, and having obtained this security, he sent over first a small army to the relief of the Confederates, then more numerous forces, which arrived with Louis himself at their head. The first effect of the young prince's appearance in England was the desertion of John's foreign troops, who, being mostly levied in Flanders and other provinces of France, refused to serve against the heir of their monarchy. The Gascons and Poitevins alone, who were still John's subjects, adhered to his cause, but they were too weak to maintain that superiority in the field which they had hitherto supported against the confederated barons. Many considerable noblemen deserted John's party. The Earls of Salisbury, Arundel, Warren, Oxford, Albemarle, and William Mareschal the Younger. His castles fell daily into the hands of the enemy. Dover was the only place which, from the valor and fidelity of Hubert de Burgh, the governor, made resistance to the progress of Louis, and the barons had the melancholy prospect of finally succeeding in their purpose, and of escaping the tyranny of their own king, by imposing on themselves and the nation a foreign yoke. But this union was of short duration between the French and English nobles, and the imprudence of Louis, who on every occasion showed too visible a preference to the former, increased their jealousy, which it was so natural for the latter to entertain in their present situation. The Viscount of Melun, too, it is said, one of his courtiers, fell sick at London, and, finding the approaches of death, he sent for some of his friends among the English barons, and warning them of their danger, revealed Louis's secret intentions of exterminating them and their families as traitors to their prince, and of bestowing their estates and dignities on his native subjects, in whose fidelity he could more reasonably place confidence. This story, whether true or false, was universally reported and believed, and concurring with other circumstances which rendered it credible, did great prejudice to the cause of Louis. The Earl of Salisbury and other noblemen deserted again to John's party, and as men easily change sides in civil war, especially where their power is founded on a hereditary and independent authority, and is not derived from the opinion and favor of the people, the French prince had reason to dread a sudden reverse in fortune. The king was assembling a considerable army with a view of fighting one great battle for his crown, but passing from Lynn to Lincolnshire, his road lay along the seashore, which was overflowed at high water, and not choosing the proper time for his journey, he lost in the inundation all his carriages, treasure, baggage, and regalia. The affliction of this disaster, and vexation from the distracted state of his affairs, increased the sickness under which he then labored, and though he reached the castle of Newark, he was obliged to halt there, and his distemper soon after put an end to his life, in the 49th year of his age and 18th of his reign, and freed the nation from the dangers to which it was equally exposed by his success or by his misfortunes. End of section 19. Section 20 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marya James, The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter, Johnson, and John Rudd. The Golden Bull, Hungary's Magna Carta, signed A.D. 1222 by E.O.S. During the century preceding the reign of Andrew II, King of Hungary, which began in 1205, that country had been engaged in frequent wars with Venice over the possession of Dalmatia, but no event of recent years had given much importance to Hungarian history. The reign of Andrew began in a time of great confusion in state and church, when the crusading spirit was still a power which both religious and secular rulers found it convenient to turn to the advancement of their own designs. When Andrew deserted the cause of the Crusaders in Palestine, after an unsuccessful attack upon a tower in Mount Tabor, he was doubtless piqued at the failure of the King of Jerusalem to render him any support in ordering his affairs at home, where, under his viceroy, the virtual absolutism of the government had become endangered. Out of the conditions which confronted him on his arrival in Hungary came the memorable event, forming one of the great chapters in his country's annals, faithfully and succinctly recounted in the following pages. The reign of Andrew II in Hungary forms one of the most important epochs in the history of the country over which he reigned, since from him the nobles obtained their golden bull, Bulla Aurea, equivalent to the Magna Carta of England. The people of Hungary had indeed, by their own determination and spirit of independence, and by the wisdom and virtue of the first kings of the race of Arpad, secured in their constitution the foundation of their liberties, but the power of the sovereign had in the meantime increased so as to surpass those limits within which alone the office can be conducive to the happiness and welfare of the community. The ceremony of coronation was considered, indeed, a necessary condition for the exercise of the royal authority. But though this in some measure acted as a check upon his inordinate power, still all offices and dignities were in the gift of the king, few, if any, being hereditary, and even the magnates could not prevent the monarch giving away any part of his dominions. Wars with Russia and Poland occupied the first years after the accession of Andrew, and much discontent was occasioned in the country by the imperious character of Gertrude, his queen, who ruled over her husband and caused her relatives and friends to be raised to the highest places in the state. The marriage of the young Princess Elizabeth to Louis, son of the Landgrave of Thuringia, was solemnized with great pomp at Pressburg in 1212. The period of prosperity to Hungary, which had followed the birth of this child, made the people look upon her as one favored by heaven, and her singular virtues helped to confirm this superstition. Her life has formed the groundwork of one of the most beautiful of saintly legends, and after her death, she was canonized as Saint Elizabeth of Hungary. At her nuptials, Queen Gertrude, assuming the authority of her husband, not only presented the ambassadors of the Landgrave with rich presents of gold, silver, and jewels, but bid them tell their lord that if a long life were granted to her, she would send them still greater wealth. The following year, Andrew accompanied his son Colleen into Poland to celebrate his marriage with a daughter of the Duke, and entrusted the regency during his absence to Gertrude and her relations. Time and opportunity favored a conspiracy against the imperious queen, and the first attack was made on her brother, the Archbishop of Kolotska. He, however, escaped with his life, and in revenge he induced the Pope, Honorius, to lay Hungary under an interdict. The people, however, showed small regard for the denunciations of a distant pontiff, and, irritated by fresh offences committed by brothers of the queen, in which Gertrude herself appears to have participated, they murdered her in her own palace, and her children only escaped by the care and fidelity of their tutor. Their uncles fled from the country, carrying with them a large amount of treasure collected by Andrew, who bitterly complained of their ingratitude in a letter to the Holy See. The king shortly afterward married the daughter of Peter of Courtenay, Count of Auxerre, and made a vow to raise another crusade. The Latin emperor of Constantinople dying about this time, the choice of a successor lay between the Hungarian king and his new father-in-law. It fell upon Andrew, and he was invited to take possession of the imperial crown, but was dissuaded from accepting the honor by Pope Honorius, who had already crowned Peter Emperor of the East. Peter was opposed by Theodore Comnenus, by whom he was arrested and thrown into a dungeon. The Pope appealed for assistance to Andrew, then on his way to the Holy Land. Andrew accordingly proceeded to Acre, which he reached after a long voyage, but his expedition partook more of a pilgrimage than of a crusade. He was absent from Hungary 4 years, and returned to find the whole kingdom in disorder, the treasury emptied, and greedy prelates and magnates devouring the substance of the people. To replenish his treasury, Andrew appropriated the gold and jewels left by the Empress Constantia, whose death, which took place about this time, prevented her establishing her claim. He further supplied his own extravagance by farming the taxes to Jews, deteriorating the coin, mortgaging the domains belonging to the fortified castles, and selling the crown lands to wealthy magnates. His eldest son, Bela, had already gained the respect and affection of the people by the firmness of his character and his love of justice, and Andrew, jealous of his popularity, obliged him to fly the kingdom and seek protection from Leopold, Duke of Austria. The king was, however, at last persuaded to invite him to return, and, in order to secure his throne, he established him at a distance from himself in the government of Croatia and Dalmatia. 2 years later, his younger son, Colleen, took the place of Bela, who was entrusted with the government of Transylvania and of all the country between the Theiss and Aluta. With a weak monarch and an exhausted treasury, the land had become the prey of barbarous invaders, and the disorders of the kingdom had reached such a climax that the magnates resolved to appeal to the mediation of the Pope. Honorius commanded Andrew to restore the lands which he had parted with in direct violation of his coronation oath, by which he had sworn to preserve the integrity of the kingdom and the honor of the crown. Bela now assembled the nobles and franklins of Hungary, and, supported by them, demanded the restoration of the ancient constitution. The ecclesiastics of Hungary, instigated by the Pope, offered to mediate a peace between the king, who was supported by the great magnates, and his son, who had the voice of the people. The condition of this peace was the Golden Bull of Hungary, which was granted in the year 1222. It was here enacted that, quote, as the liberties of the nobility and of certain other natives of these realms founded by King Stephen the Saint have suffered great detriment and curtailment by the violence of sundry kings impelled by their own evil propensities, by the cravings of their insatiable cupidity, and by the advice of certain malicious persons, and as the nobiles of the country had preferred frequent petitions for the confirmation of the constitution of these realms, so that, in utter contempt of the royal authority, violent discussions and accusations had arisen. The king declares he is now willing to confirm and maintain for all times to come the nobility and freemen of the country in all their rights, privileges, and immunities, as provided by the statutes of St. Stephen. 1. That the nobiles and their possessions shall not for the future be subject to taxes and impositions. 2. That no man shall be either accused or arrested, sentenced or punished for a crime, unless he receive a legal summons, and until a judicial inquiry into his case shall have taken place. 3. That though the nobiles and franklins shall be bound to do military service at their own expense, it shall not be legal to force them to cross the frontier of their country. In a foreign war, the king shall be bound to pay the knights and the troops of the countries. 4. The king has no right to entail whole counties and the high offices of the kingdom. 5. The king is not allowed to farm to Jews and Ishmaelites his domains, the taxes, the coinage, or the salt mines. The Golden Bull comprised 31 chapters, and 7 copies were made and delivered into the keeping of the Knights of St. John. The Knights Templar of Hungary and Slavonia, the king, the Palatine, the Archbishops of Gran and Kolotza, and the Pope. The 31st clause gave every Hungarian noble a right of veto upon the acts of the king if unconstitutional. This clause was, however, supposed to give an undue power to the people, and was revoked in 1687. Those magnates who, by the Golden Bull, were compelled to return the land unjustly alienated by King Andrew, formed a conspiracy to overthrow the monarchy, abolish the constitution, and divide the land among themselves. The conspiracy was discovered in time to prevent its execution, but Andrew lost courage and did not venture to insist on his refractory nobles fulfilling their part in the conditions of the Great Charter. He was, however, compelled to ratify it in a diet held in Berwicker Forest in 1231, where the Golden Bull was signed and sealed with all solemnity in the city of Gran. Andrew married for a third time in his old age Beatrice, daughter of the Marquis d'Este, and died in 1234. During his reign, the court was first held at a fixed place of residence. It was not only composed of prelates and magnates, but was frequented by learned men educated at the schools of Paris and Bologna, as well as within the kingdom. The cities acquired importance about this period, and the conditions of the serfs underwent some amelioration. End of section 20.
Section 21 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 21. Russia conquered by the Tartar hordes. Alexander Nevsky saves the remnant of his people. A.D. 1224 to 1262 by Alfred Rambaud. Russia was for centuries the chief power of the Slavic race. On its plains and amid the neighboring lands, they established a civilization and went through a development not unlike those which transformed Western Europe during the Middle Ages. Slavonia, like Gaul, had received Roman civilization and Christianity from the south. The Northmen had brought her an organization which recalls that of the Germans, and under Yaroslav, 1016 to 1054, like the West under Charlemagne, she had enjoyed a certain semblance of unity, while she was afterward dismembered and divided, like France in feudal times. The Tartars seem to have been a tribe of the great Mongol race. They conquered northern China and Central Asia, and after 40 years of struggle were united with other Mongol tribes into one nation by Genghis Khan. His lieutenants subdued a multitude of Turkish peoples, passed the Caspian Sea by its southern shore, invaded Georgia and the Caucasus, and entered upon the southern steppes of Russia, where they came in contact with the Polovtsi, also a Mongol race, the hereditary enemies of the Russians proper. This summary by the distinguished French academician M. Rambaud, our leading authority in Russian history with its related studies, presents with sufficient clearness the character and tendency of Russia in the 13th century, when she was invaded and subjugated by Asiatic hordes. The Polovtsi asked the Christian princes for help against the Mongols and Turks, who were their brothers by a common origin. "They have taken our country," said they to the descendants of Saint Vladimir. "Tomorrow they will take yours." Mstislav the Bold, then Prince of Galich, persuaded all the dynasties of southern Russia to take up arms against the Tartars. His nephew Daniel, Prince of Volhynia, Mstislav Romanovich, Grand Prince of Kiev, Oleg of Kursk, Mstislav of Chernigov, Vladimir of Smolensk, and Vsevolod, for a short time Prince of Novgorod, responded to his appeal. To cement his alliance with the Russians, Basti, Khan of the Polovtsi, embraced orthodoxy. The Russian army had already arrived on the lower Dnieper when the Tartar ambassadors made their appearance. "We have come by God's command against our slaves and grooms, the accursed Polovtsi. Be at peace with us. We have no quarrel with you." The Russians, with the promptitude and thoughtlessness that characterized the men of that time, put the ambassadors to death. They then went farther into the steppe and encountered the Asiatic hordes on the Kalka, a small river running into the Sea of Azov. The Russian chivalry on this memorable day showed the same disordered and the same ill-advised eagerness as the French chivalry at the opening of the English wars. Mstislav the Bold, Daniel of Galich, and Oleg of Kursk were the first to rush into the midst of the infidels, without waiting for the princes of Kiev, and even without giving them warning, in order to gain for themselves the honors of victory. In the middle of the combat, the Polovtsi were seized with a panic and fell back on the Russian ranks, thus throwing them into disorder. The rout became general, and the leaders spurred on their steeds in hopes of reaching the Dnieper. 6 princes and 70 of the chief boyars or voyevodes remained on the field of battle. It was the Crécy and Poitiers of the Russian chivalry. Hardly a tenth of the army escaped. The Kievians alone left 10,000 dead. The Grand Prince of Kiev, however, Mstislav Romanovich, still occupied a fortified camp on the banks of the Kalka. Abandoned by the rest of the army, he tried to defend himself. The Tartars offered to make terms. He might retire on payment of a ransom for himself and his druzhina. He capitulated, and the conditions were broken. His guard was massacred, and he and his 2 sons-in-law were stifled under planks. The Tartars held their festival over the inanimate bodies, 1224. After this thunderbolt, which struck terror into the whole of Russia, the Tartars paused and returned to the east. Nothing more was heard of them. 13 years passed, during which the princes reverted to their perpetual discords. Those in the northeast had given no help to the Russians of the Dnieper. Perhaps the Grand Prince George II of Suzdal may have rejoiced over the humiliation of the Kievians and Galicians. The Mongols were forgotten. The chronicles, however, are filled with fatal presages. In the midst of scarcity, famine, and pestilence, of incendiaries in the towns and calamities of all sorts, they remark on the comet of 1224, the earthquake and eclipse of the sun of 1230. The Tartars were busy finishing the conquest of China, but presently one of the sons of Genghis, Ugadai, sent his nephew Batu to the west. As the reflux of the Polovtsi had announced the invasion of 1224, that of the Saxon nomads, related to the Kirghiz who took refuge on the lands of the Bulgarians of the Volga, warned men of a new eruption of the Tartars and indicated its direction. It was no longer South Russia, but Sazdalian Russia, that was threatened. In 1237, Batu conquered the great city, capital of the half-civilized Bulgars, who were, like the Polovtsi, ancient enemies of Russia, and who were to be included in her ruin. Bulgari was given up to the flames, and her inhabitants were put to the sword. The Tartars next plunged into the deep forests of the Volga, and sent a sorcerer and 2 officers as envoys to the princes of Ryazan. The 3 princes of Ryazan, those of Pronsk, Kolomna, Moscow, and Murom, advanced to meet them. "If you want peace," said the Tartars, "give us the 10th of your goods." "When we are dead," replied the Russian princes, "you can have the whole." Though abandoned by the princes of Chernigov and the Grand Prince George II, of whom they had implored help, the dynasty of Ryazan accepted the unequal struggle. They were completely crushed. Nearly all their princes remained on the field of battle. Legend has embellished their fall. It is told how Feodor preferred to die rather than see his young wife, Euphrasia, the spoil of Batu, and how, on learning his fate, she threw herself and her son from the window of the Terem. Oleg the Handsome, found still alive on the battlefield, repelled the caresses, the attention, and religion of the Khan, and was cut in pieces. Ryazan was immediately taken by assault, sacked, and burned. All the towns of the principality suffered the same fate. It was now the turn of the Grand Prince, for the Russia of the Northeast had not even the honor of falling in a great battle like the Russia of the Southwest, united for once against the common enemy. The Suzdalian army, commanded by a son of George II, was beaten on the day of Kolomna on the Oka. The Tartars burned Moscow, then besieged Vladimir, the royal city, which George II had abandoned to seek for help in the north. His 2 sons were charged with the defense of the capital. Princes and boyars, feeling there was no alternative but death or servitude, prepared to die. The princesses and all the nobles prayed Bishop Mitrophanes to give them the tonsure, and when the Tartars rushed into the town by all its gates, the vanquished retired into the cathedral, where they perished, men and women, in a general conflagration. Suzdal, Rostov, Yaroslavl, 14 towns, and a multitude of villages in the Grand Principality were also given over to the flames, 1238. The Tartars then went to seek the Grand Prince, who was encamped on the Sit, almost on the frontier of the possessions of Novgorod. George II could neither avenge his people nor his family. After the battle, the Bishop of Rostov found his headless corpse. His nephew, Vasilko, who was taken prisoner, was stabbed for refusing to serve Batu. The immense Tartar army, after having sacked Tver, took Torjak. There, The Russian heads fell beneath the sword of the Tartars as grass beneath the scythe. The territory of Novgorod was invaded. The great republic trembled, but the deep forests and the swollen rivers delayed Batu. The invading flood reached the cross of Ignatius, about 50 miles from Novgorod, then returned to the southeast. On the way, the small town of Kozelsk, near Kaluga, checked the Tartars for so long and inflicted on them so much loss that it was called by them the Wicked Town. Its population was exterminated, and the Prince Vasily, still a child, was drowned in blood. The 2 following years, 1239 to 1240, were spent by the Tartars in ravaging southern Russia. They burned Pereyaslav and Chernigov, defended with desperation by its princes. Next, Mangu, grandson of Genghis Khan, marched against the famous town of Kiev, whose name resounded through the east and in the books of the Arab writers. From the left bank of the Dnieper, the barbarian admired the great city on the heights of the right bank, towering over the wide river with her white walls and towers adorned by Byzantine artists, and innumerable churches with cupolas of gold and silver. Mangu proposed capitulation to the Kievians. The fate of Ryazan, of Chernigov, of Vladimir, the capitals of powerful states, announced to them the lot that awaited them in case of refusal, yet the Kievians dared to massacre the envoys of the Khan. Michael, their grand prince, fled. His rival, Daniel of Galich, did not care to remain. On hearing the report of Mangu, Batu came to assault Kiev with the bulk of his army. The grinding of the wooden chariots, the bellowings of the buffaloes, the cries of the camels, the neighing of the horses, the howlings of the Tartars rendered it impossible, says the annalist, to hear your own voice in the town. The Tartars assailed the Polish gate and knocked down the walls with a battering ram. The Kievians, supported by the brave Dmitri, a Galician boyar, defended the fallen ramparts till the end of the day, then retreated to the church of the Dime, which they surrounded by a palisade. The last defenders of Kiev found themselves grouped around the tomb of Yaroslav. Next day they perished. The Khan gave the boyar his life, but the mother of Russian cities was sacked. The pillage was most terrible. Even the tombs were not respected. All that remains of the church of the Dime is a few fragments of mosaic in the museum at Kiev. St. Sophia and the monastery of the catacombs were delivered up to be plundered, 1240. Volhynia and Galicia still remained, but their princes could not defend them, and Russia found herself, with the exception of Novgorod and the northwest country, under the Tartar yoke. The princes had fled or were dead. Hundreds of thousands of Russians were dragged into captivity. Men saw the wives of boyars, who had never known work, who a short time ago had been clothed in rich garments, adorned with jewels and collars of gold, surrounded with slaves, now reduced to be themselves the slaves of barbarians and their wives, turning the wheel of the mill and preparing their coarse food. If we look for the causes which rendered the defeat of the brave Russian nation so complete, we may, with Karamsin, indicate the following. 1. Though the Tartars were not more advanced from a military point of view than the Russians, who had made war in Greece and in the West against the most warlike and civilized people of Europe, yet they had an enormous superiority of numbers. Batu probably had with him 500,000 warriors. 2. This immense army moved like one man. It could successively annihilate the drujinas of the princes or the militia of the towns, which only presented themselves successively to its blows. The Tartars had found Russia divided against herself. 3. Even though Russia had wished to form a confederation, the sudden eruptions of an army entirely composed of horsemen did not leave her time. 4. In the tribes ruled by Batu, every man was a soldier. In Russia, the nobles and citizens alone bore arms. The peasants, who formed the bulk of the population, allowed themselves to be stabbed or bound without resistance. 5. It was not by a weak nation that Russia was conquered. The Tartar Mongols, under Genghis Khan, had filled the east with the glory of their name and subdued nearly all Asia. They arrived, proud of their exploits, animated by the recollection of 100 victories, and reinforced by numerous peoples whom they had vanquished, and hurried with them to the west. When the princes of Galich, of Volhynia, and of Kiev arrived as fugitives in Poland and Hungary, Europe was terror-stricken. The Pope, whose support had been claimed by the Prince of Galich, summoned Christendom to arms. Louis IX prepared for a crusade. Frederick II, as emperor, wrote to the sovereigns of the West, This is the moment to open the eyes of body and soul, now that the brave princes on whom we reckoned are dead or in slavery. The Tartars invaded Hungary, gave battle to the Poles in Liegnitz in Silesia, had their progress a long while arrested by the courageous defense of Olmütz in Moravia, by the Czech voivode Yaroslav, and stopped finally, learning that a large army, commanded by the King of Bohemia and the Dukes of Austria and Carinthia, was approaching. The news of the death of Oktai, second emperor of all the Tartars, in China, recalled Batu from the west, and during the long march from Germany, his army necessarily diminished in number. The Tartars were no longer in the vast plains of Asia and Eastern Europe, but in a broken hilly country, bristling with fortresses, defended by a population more dense and a chivalry more numerous than those in Russia. To sum up, all the fury of the Mongol tempest spent itself on the Slavonic race. It was the Russians who fought at the Kalka, at Kolomna, at the Sit, the Poles and Silesians at Liegnitz, the Bohemians and Moravians at Olmütz. The Germans suffered nothing from the invasion of the Mongols but the fear of it. It exhausted itself principally on those plains of Russia which seem a continuation of the steppes of Asia. Only in Russian history did the invasion produce great results. Batu built on one of the arms of the lower Volga a city called Sarai, the castle, which became the capital of a powerful Tartar empire, the Golden Horde, extending from the Ural and Caspian to the mouth of the Danube. The Golden Horde was formed not only of Tartar Mongols, or Nogais, who even now survive in the northern Crimea, but particularly of the remains of ancient nomads, such as the Patsanaks and Polovtsi, whose descendants seem to be the present Kalmucks and Bashkirs, of Turkish tribes tending to become sedentary, like the Tartars of Astrakhan in the present day, and of the Finnish populations already established in the country and which mixed with the invaders. Oktai, Koluk, and Mangu, the first three successors of Genghis Khan, elected by all the Mongol princes, took the title of Great Khans, and the Golden Horde recognized their authority, but under his fourth successor, Kublai, who usurped the throne and established himself in China, this bond of vassalage was broken. The Golden Horde became an independent state, 1260. United and powerful under the terrible Batu, who died in 1255, it fell to pieces under his successors, but in the 14th century the Khan Uzbek reunited it anew and gave the horde a second period of prosperity. The Tartars, who were pagans when they entered Russia, embraced, about 1272, the faith of Islam and became its most formidable apostles. Meanwhile, Yaroslav, brother of the Grand Prince George II, was his successor in Suzdal. Yaroslav, 1238 to 1246, found his inheritance in the most deplorable condition. The towns and villages were burned, the country and roads covered with unburied corpses. The survivors hid themselves in the woods. He recalled the fugitives and began to rebuild. Batu, who had completed the devastation of South Russia, summoned Yaroslav to do him homage at Sarai on the Volga. Yaroslav was received there with distinction. Batu confirmed his title of Grand Prince, but invited him to go in person to the Great Khan, supreme chief of the Mongol nation, who lived on the banks of the river Sakhalin or Amur. To do this was to cross the whole of Russia and Asia. Yaroslav bent his knees to the new master of the world, Oktai, succeeded in refuting the accusations brought against him by a Russian boyar, and obtained a new confirmation of his title. On his return he died in the desert of exhaustion, and his faithful servants brought his body back to Vladimir. His son Andrew succeeded him in Suzdal, 1246 to 1252. His other son, Alexander, reigned at Novgorod the Great. Alexander was as brave as he was intelligent. He was the hero of the North, and yet he forced himself to accept the necessary humiliations of his terrible situation. In his youth we see him fighting with all the enemies of Novgorod, Livonian knights and Chudes, Swedes and Finns. The Novgorodians found themselves at issue with the Scandinavians on the subject of their possessions on the Neva and the Gulf of Finland. As they had helped the natives to resist the Latin faith, King John obtained the promise of Gregory IX that a crusade, with plenary indulgences, should be preached against the Great Republic and her protégés, the pagans of the Baltic. His son-in-law, Birger, with an army of Scandinavians, Finns, and Western Crusaders, took the command of the forces and sent word to the Prince of Novgorod. Defend yourself if you can. Know that I am already in your provinces. The Russians on their side, feeling they were fighting for orthodoxy, opposed the Latin crusade with a Greek one. Alexander humbled himself in St. Sophia, received the benediction of the Archbishop Spiridion, and addressed an energetic harangue to his warriors. He had no time to await reinforcements from Susdal. He attacked the Swedish camp, which was situated on the Ajora, one of the southern affluents of the Neva, which has given its name to Ingria. Alexander won a brilliant victory, which gained him his surname of Nevsky, and the honor of becoming, under Peter the Great, the second conqueror of the Swedes, one of the patrons of St. Petersburg. By the orders of his great successor, his bones repose in the monastery of Alexander Nevsky. The Battle of the Neva was preserved in a dramatic legend. An Ingrian chief told Alexander how, in the eve of the combat, he had seen a mysterious bark, manned by two warriors with shining brows, glide through the night. They were Boris and Gleb, who came to the rescue of their young kinsman. Other accounts have preserved to us the individual exploits of the Russian heroes. Gabriel, Skyloff of Novgorod, James of Polotsk, Sabas, who threw down the tent of Birger, and Alexander Nevsky himself, who with a stroke of the lance imprinted his seal on his face, 1240. Notwithstanding the triumph of such a service, Alexander and the Novgorodians could not agree. A short time after, he retired to Pereyaslav-Zalieski. The proud Republicans soon had reason to regret the exile of this second Camillus. The Order of the Sword-Bearers, the indefatigable enemy of orthodoxy, took scoff, their ally. The Germans imposed tribute on the Vosgians, vassals of Novgorod, constructed the fortress of Kopory on her territory of the Neva, took the Russian town of Tesov in Estonia, and pillaged the merchants of Novgorod within 17 miles of their ramparts. During this time, the Chudes and the Lithuanians captured the peasants and the cattle of the citizens. At last, Alexander allowed himself to be touched by the prayers of the archbishop and the people, assembled an army, expelled the Germans from Kopory, and next from Pskov, hanged as traitors the captive Vosgians and Chudes, and put to death 6 knights who fell into his hands. This war between the two races and two religions was cruel and pitiless. The rights of nations were hardly recognized. More than once, Germans and Russians slew the ambassadors of the other side. Alexander Nevsky finally gave battle to the Livonian knights on the ice of Lake Peipus, killed 400 of them, took 50 prisoners, and exterminated a multitude of Chuds. Such was the Battle of the Ice, 1242. He returned in triumph to Novgorod, dragging with him his prisoners in armor of iron. The Grand Master expected to see Alexander at the gates of Riga, and implored help of Denmark. The Prince of Novgorod, satisfied with having delivered Pskov, concluded peace, recovered certain districts, and consented to the exchange of prisoners. At this time, Innocent IV, deceived by false information, addressed a bull to Alexander as a devoted son of the Church, assuring him that his father, Yaroslav, while dying among the horde, had desired to submit himself to the throne of St. Peter. 2 cardinals brought him this letter from the Pope, 1251. It is this hero of the Neva and Lake Peipus, this vanquisher of the Scandinavians and Livonian knights, that we are presently to see groveling at the feet of a barbarian. Alexander Nevsky had understood that, in presence of this immense and brutal force of the Mongols, all resistance was madness, all pride ruin. To brave them was to complete the overthrow of Russia. His conduct may not have been chivalrous, but it was wise and humane. Alexander disdained to play the hero at the expense of his people, like his brother Andrew of Susdal, who was immediately obliged to fly, abandoning his country to the vengeance of the Tartars. The Prince of Novgorod was the only prince in Russia who had kept his independence, but he knew Batu's hands could extend as far as the Ilmen. God has subjected many peoples to me, wrote the barbarian to him. Will you alone refuse to recognize my power? If you wish to keep your land, come to me. You will see the splendor and the glory of my sway. Then Alexander went to Sarai with his brother Andrew, who disputed the grand principality of Vladimir with his uncle Sviatoslav. Batu declared that fame had not exaggerated the merit of Alexander, that he far excelled the common run of Russian princes. He enjoined the two brothers to show themselves like their father Yaroslav at the Great Horde. They returned from it in 1257. Kiev had confirmed the one in the possession of Vladimir and the other in that of Novgorod, adding to it all South Russia and Kiev. The year 1260 put the patience of Alexander and his politic obedience to the Tartars to the proof. Ulavchi, to whom the Khan Burkai had confided the affairs of Russia, demanded that Novgorod should submit to the census and pay tribute. It was the hero of the Neva that was charged with the humiliating and dangerous mission of persuading Novgorod. When the Posadnik uttered in the Vetch the doctrine that it was necessary to submit to the strongest, the people raised a terrible cry and murdered the Posadnik. Vasily himself, the son of Alexander, declared against a father who brought servitude to freemen and retired to the Scovians. It needed a soul of iron temper to resist the universal disapprobation and counsel the Novgorodians to the commission of the cowardly though necessary act. Alexander arrested his son and punished the boyars who had led him into the revolt with death or mutilation. The Vetch had decided to refuse the tribute and send back the Mongol ambassadors with presents. However, on the rumor of the approach of the Tartars, they repented, and Alexander could announce to the enemy that Novgorod submitted to the census. But when they saw the officers of the Khan at work, the population revolted again, and the prince was obliged to keep guard on the officers night and day. In vain the boyars advised the citizens to give in. Assembled around St. Sophia, the people declared they would die for liberty and honor. Alexander then threatened to quit the city with his men and abandon it to the vengeance of the Khan. This menace conquered the pride of the Novgorodians. The Mongols and their agents might go, register in hand, from house to house in the humiliated and silent city to make the list of the inhabitants. The boyars, says Korobson, might yet be vain of their rank and their riches, but the simple citizens had lost with their national honor their most precious possession. 1260. In Suzdal also, Alexander found himself in the presence of insolent victors and exasperated subjects. In 1262, the inhabitants of Vladimir, of Suzdal, of Rostov, rose against the collectors of the Tartar impost. The people of Yaroslavl slew a renegade named Zosimus, a former monk who had become a Moslem fanatic. Terrible reprisals were sure to follow. Alexander set out with presents for the horde at the risk of leaving his head there. He had likewise to excuse himself for having refused a body of auxiliary Russians to the Mongols, wishing at least to spare the blood and religious scruples of his subjects. It is a remarkable fact that over the most profound humiliations of the Russian nationality, the contemporary history always throws a ray of glory. At the moment that Alexander went to prostrate himself at Sarai, the Suzdalian army, united to that of Novgorod and commanded by his son Dmitri, defeated the Livonian knights and took Dorpat by assault. The Khan Burkai gave Alexander a kind greeting, accepted his explanations, dispensed with the promised contingent, but kept him for a year near his court. The health of Alexander broke down. He died on his return before reaching Vladimir. When the news arrived at his capital, the Metropolitan Cyril, who was finishing the liturgy, turned toward the faithful and said, "Learn, my dear children, that the sun of Russia is dead." "We are lost," cried the people, breaking forth into sobs. Alexander, by this policy of resignation, which his chivalrous heroism does not permit us to despise, had secured some repose for exhausted Russia. By his victories over his enemies of the West, he had given her some glory, and hindered her from despairing under the most crushing tyranny, material and moral, which a European people had ever suffered. End of section 21.
Section 22 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rowan Puttergill. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The Sixth Crusade, Treaty of Frederick II with the Saracens, AD 1228, Sir George W. Cox. For 6 years after the end of the Fifth Crusade, in which the Crusaders, forgetting their vows, instead of delivering Jerusalem, sacked Constantinople, the Christians of Palestine were protected by a truce with Saphedin, who had succeeded his brother Saladin in power. This truce was broken by the action of the Latin Christians, Pope Innocent himself, who had been the leading spirit of the Fifth Crusade, continuing to make known his designs for the recovery of the Holy Land. Between the Fifth and the Sixth Crusades occurred that which is in some respects the strangest manifestation of the crusading mania, whereby the inspiration of the Pope and other preachers of a new crusade carried some fanatics to the maddest extremes. This movement, or series of movements, is known as the Children's Crusade, 1212. In response to the appeals of certain priests who went about France and Germany calling upon children to perform what through wickedness their fathers had failed to do, and assuring them of miraculous aid and success, 50,000 boys and girls, braving parental authority, gathered together and pervaded both cities and countries, singing, "Lord Jesus, give us back thy holy cross," and saying, "We are going to Jerusalem to deliver the Holy Sepulchre." Some of them crossed the Alps, intending to embark at Italian ports. Others took ship at Marseille. Many were lost in the forests and perished with heat, hunger, thirst, and fatigue. Some, after being stripped by thieves, were reduced to slavery, and a remnant, in sorrow and shame, returned to their homes. Of those who sailed, some were lost by shipwreck, and others sold as slaves to the Saracens. No authority, says Michaud, interfered either to stop or prevent the madness, and when it was announced to the Pope that death had swept away the flower of the youth of France and Germany, he contented himself with saying, "These children reproach us with having fallen asleep while they were flying to the assistance of the Holy Land." Innocent now called a general council of the Church, the Fourth Lateran Council, 1215, for the purpose of stimulating a new crusade. "The necessity for succouring the Holy Land," said his letters of convocation, "and the hope of conquering the Saracens are greater than ever. We renew our cries and our prayers to you to excite you in this noble enterprise." The Sixth Crusade, which was inspired by the Pope and preached in France by his legate Robert de Courson, was divided in the sequel into 3 maritime expeditions. The first, 1216, consisted mainly of Hungarians under their King Andrew. The second, 1218, was composed of Germans, Italians, French, and English nobles and their followers, and the third, 1228, was led by Frederick II in person. The first 2 produced no considerable advantage for the Christians, while Frederick, involved in the Hohenstaufen struggle with the papacy, evaded his crusading vows made long before. Innocent III died in 1216, Honorius III, the next pope, died in 1227, and his successor, Gregory IX, urged Frederick on to fulfill his promise. The emperor embarked in 1227, but when he had been only 3 days at sea, by reason of his own illness or the sickness of his troops, accounts are not agreed, he returned to port. The Pope, furious at his conduct, excommunicated him. But in the following year, notwithstanding the ban, Frederick set sail for Palestine, and the story of this expedition is the essential story of the Sixth Crusade. After his excommunication, Frederick appealed not to the Pope, but to the sovereigns of Christendom. His illness, he said, had been real, the accusations of the Pope wanton and cruel. "The Christian charity which should hold all things together is dried up at its source, in its stem, not in its branches. What had the Pope done in England but stir up the barons against John, and then abandon them to death or ruin? The whole world paid tribute to his avarice. His legates were everywhere, gathering where they had not sown, and reaping where they had not strawed." But although he thus dealt in language as furious as that of the Pope, the thought of breaking definitely with him and casting aside his crusading vow as worthless mockery never seems to have entered his mind. he undertook to bring his armies together again with all speed and set off on his expedition. His promise only brought him into fresh trouble with the Pope, who in the Holy Week next following laid under interdict every place in which Frederick might happen to be. If this censure should be treated with contempt, his subjects were at once absolved from their allegiance. The emperor went on steadily with his preparations, and then went to Brundisium. He was met by papal messengers who strictly forbade him to leave Italy until he had offered satisfaction for his offences against the Church. In his turn, Frederick, having sailed to Otranto, sent his own envoys to the Pope to demand the removal of the interdict, and these, of course, were dismissed with contempt. In September, the emperor landed at Ptolemais, but the emissaries of the Pope had preceded him, and he found himself under the ban of the clergy and shunned by the partisans. The Patriarch and the masters of the military orders were to see that none served under his polluted banners. The charge was given to willing servants, but Frederick found friends in the Teutonic Knights under their Grand Master Hermann de Salza, as well as with the body of pilgrims generally. He determined to possess himself of Joppa and summoned all of the Crusaders to his aid. The Templars refused to stir if any of the orders were to be issued in his name, and Frederick agreed that they should run in the name of God and Christendom. But while the enemy was aided greatly by the divisions among the Christians, the death of the Damascene Sultan Mu'adhin was of little use to Frederick. The Egyptian Sultan Camille was now in a position of greater independence, and his eagerness for an alliance with the emperor had rapidly cooled down. Frederick, on his side, still resolved to try the effect of negotiation. His demands extended at first, it is said, to the complete restoration of the Latin kingdom, and ended, if we are to believe the Arabian chroniclers, in the most abject supplications. At length a treaty was signed. It surrendered to the emperor the whole of Jerusalem except the temple or mosque of Omar, the keys of which were to be retained by the Saracens, but Christians, under certain conditions, might be allowed to enter it for the purpose of prayer. It further restored to the Christians the towns of Jaffa, Bethlehem, and Nazareth. To Frederick, the conclusion of this treaty was a reason for legitimate satisfaction. It enabled him to hasten back to his own dominions, where a papal army was ravaging Apulia and threatening Sicily. One task only remained for him in the east. He must pay his vows at the Holy Sepulchre. But here also the hand of the Pope lay heavy upon him. Not merely Jerusalem, but the Sepulchre itself passed under the interdict as he entered the gates of the city, and the infidel Moslem saw the churches closed and all worship suspended at the approach of the Christian emperor. On Sunday, in his imperial robes and attended by a magnificent retinue, Frederick went to his coronation as King of Jerusalem in the Church of the Sepulchre. Not a single ecclesiastic was there to take part in the ceremony. The archbishops of Capua and Palermo stood aloof, while Frederick, taking the crown from the high altar, placed it on his own head. By his orders, his friend Hermann de Salza read an address in which the emperor acquitted the Pope for his hard judgment of him and for his excommunication, and added that a real knowledge of the facts would have led him to speak not against him but in his favour. He confessed his desire to put to shame the false friends of Christ, his accusers and slanderers, by the restoration of peace and unity, and to humble himself before God and before his vicar upon earth. From the Saracens he won golden opinions. The Cadi silenced a muezzin who had to proclaim the hour of prayer from a minaret near the house in which the emperor lodged, because he had added to his call the question, "How is it possible that God had for his son Jesus, the son of Mary?" Frederick marked the silence of the crier when the hour of prayer came round. On learning the cause, he rebuked the Cadi for neglecting on his account his duty and his religion, and warned him that if he should visit him in his kingdom, he would find no such ill-judged deference. He showed no dissatisfaction, it is said, with the inscription which declared that Saladin had purified the city from those who worshipped many gods, or any displeasure when the Mahometans in his train fell on their knees at the times for prayer. His thoughts about the Christians were shown, it was supposed, when seeing the windows of the Holy Chapel barred to keep out the birds which might defile it, he asked, "You may keep out the birds, but how will you keep out the swine?" In glowing terms, Frederick wrote to the sovereigns of Europe announcing the splendid success which he had achieved rather by the pen than by the sword. He scarcely knew what a rock of offence he had raised up among Christians and Muslims alike. By a few words on a sheet of parchment, the Christian emperor had deprived his people of the hope of getting their sins forgiven by murdering unbelievers. By the same words, the Muslim sultan had prevented his subjects from ensuring an entrance to the delights of paradise by the slaughter of the Nazarenes. From Gerald, Patriarch of Jerusalem, a letter went to the Pope full of virulent abuse of the emperor as a traitor, an apostate, and a robber. But even before he received this letter, Gregory had condemned what he chose to consider as a monstrous attempt to reconcile Christ and Belial, and to set up Mahomet as an object of worship in the temple of God. "The antagonist of the cross," he wrote, "the enemy of the faith and of all chastity, the wretch doomed to hell is lifted up for adoration by a perverse judgment and by an intolerable insult to the Saviour, to the lasting disgrace of the Christian name and the contempt of all the martyrs who have laid down their lives to purify the Holy Land from the defilements of the Saracens." But Frederick, in his turn, could be firm and unyielding. He returned from Jerusalem to Joppa, from Joppa to Ptolemais, and there, learning that a proposal had been made to establish a new order of knights, he declared that no one should, without his consent, levy soldiers within his dominion. Summoning all the Christians within the city to the broad plain without the gates, he spoke his mind freely about the conduct of the Patriarch and the Templars, with all who aided and abetted them, and insisted that all the pilgrims, having now paid their vows, should return at once to Europe. On this point he was inexorable. His archers took possession of the churches, 2 friars who denounced him from the pulpit were scourged through the streets, the Patriarch was shut up in his palace, and the commands of the emperor were carried out. Frederick returned to Europe to find that the Pope had been stirring up Albert of Austria to rebel against him, and that the papal forces were in command of John of Brienne, who may have been the author of the false news of Frederick's death, and who certainly proclaimed himself as the only emperor. To the Pope, Frederick sent his envoys, Herman de Solza, their head. They were dismissed with contempt, and their master was again placed under the greater excommunication with the Albigensians, the poor men of Lyons, the Arnaldists, and other heretics, who, in the eyes of the faithful, were the worst enemies of the Christian Church. Such was the reward of the man who had done more toward the re-establishment of the Latin kingdom in Palestine than had been done by the lion-hearted Richard, and who, it may fairly be said, had done it without shedding a drop of blood. End of section 22.
Section 23 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The Rise of the Hanseatic League, A.D. 1241, by H. Denicke, Part 1. Trade trusts, which have attained so large a growth in our day, are not an original product of the present age. The Hanseatic League, or Hansa, the word meaning a society, union, was the first trust of which we have authentic record. It began about A.D. 1140, but the league was not signed until 1241. It was first called into being to protect the property of the German merchants against the piratical Swedes and other Norsemen, but presently became submerged in a combination of certain cities to enlarge and control the trade of each country with which they had commerce. So powerful did the League become that it dominated kings, nobles, and cities by its edicts. Those free cities which constituted the League had the Emperor for their lord, were released from feudal obligations, and passed their own laws, subject only to his approval. The emperors, finding in the strength of the cities a bulwark against the bishops and the princes, constantly extended the municipal rights and privileges. The Hanseatic League at one time nearly monopolised the whole trade of Europe north of Italy. It was an epoch of associations in which the League arose. The Church was but a society, fighting as an army for its liberty. Each trade had its guild, and none might practise his trade unless he was a member of the particular guild controlling it. The handicrafts were in the same case, and the real or operative Freemasonry was instituted, about the same time, for the erection of ecclesiastical and palatial buildings. Wealth, power, pomp, and pride began to wane in the cities of the League early in the 15th century, and the movement was accelerated by the change of ocean routes of trade due to discovery of America and the Cape of Good Hope way to India. The final extinction came as late as October 1888, when the free cities of Hamburg and Bremen, whose right to remain free ports had been ratified in the Imperial Constitution of 1871, renounced their ancient privileges and became completely merged in the autocratic fatherland. With good reason, the world's commerce is today accepted as one of the most imposing and unique phenomena of our time. It is but necessary to consult a statistical handbook in order to obtain a conception of the gigantic figures involved in the exports and imports of the multifarious articles of commerce to and from all countries, figures whose magnitude precludes the possibility of forming an adequate conception of their true significance. No less astonishing are the means employed by traffic today to develop our system of credit and our complex and useful web of communication. One fact, however, should be borne in mind, namely that our commerce is of comparatively modern growth. The two factors chiefly responsible for its development were: 1. The great voyages of discovery which began at the close of the 15th century and opened a theretofore unsuspected field of production and consumption, and 2. The utilisation of steam, that great triumph of the 19th century. Perhaps a brief sketch of that earlier commercial development which immediately preceded our extensive modern commercial network may not be unwelcome to the reader desirous of contrasting the narrower but nevertheless fascinating medieval conditions of the German Hansa with those prevailing in our present mercantile world. Let us inquire how the Confederation of the Hansa arose, and after briefly sketching its external history, review in greater detail its commercial and industrial methods, its artwork, domestic life, and constitution. The development of the German Hansa may be traced to two principal sources: 1. The associations formed by German merchants abroad, and 2. The union established by the Low German cities at home. In the days of Charlemagne, Germany's eastern border was extended to the Elbe, and beyond it to Holstein, but it was not until 4 centuries later, that is, in the reign of Frederick Barbarossa, that the Baltic was reached, the southern borders of which sea, now constituting Mecklenburg, Pomerania, and Prussia, having theretofore been inhabited chiefly by Slavonic and Lithuanian peoples. The credit for this increase of power is due primarily to the Saxon Duke Henry the Lion, who, while the Emperor was engaged in maturing and executing mighty plans of world conquest, developed upon this virgin soil an extraordinary colonial activity, transplanting hither German peasants, burghers, and priests, and with them German customs and Christian civilization. In this way there arose, about the year A.D. 1200, upon soil wrested from the Slavs, a number of promising towns, foremost among which was Lübeck, a place endowed by Duke Henry with municipal rights, especially designed to promote commercial intercourse and affording liberal and far-reaching privileges to the councillors and burghers. Soon thereafter, the rapidly developing neighbouring cities of Wismar, Rostock, Stralsund, Greifswald, Anklam, and Stettin, usually called the Wendish cities, became participants in the constitution thus granted. The territory now grew rapidly. In the course of the 13th century, the then pagan country of Prussia and the present Baltic provinces of Russia were conquered by the Teutonic Knights and kindred orders, and were occupied and settled. The same historical process which took place in Greece, and in more recent times in America, also repeated itself here. The youthful colonial offshoots overcame the narrowing and confining influence of the mother country, yet reacted favourably upon it by virtue of that vivifying influence due to more rapid and exuberant growth. In the meantime the other countries contiguous to the North and Baltic seas, that is Russia, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and England, had become converted to Christianity. Some of them indeed had embraced the Christian creed several centuries prior to this time. The natural consequence was that a lively intercourse was cultivated upon the two seas, especially after the Crusades, which enterprises, by opening new avenues of commerce and increasing the knowledge concerning numerous articles of utility, had greatly augmented the demands of the people of the Occident. The extraordinary development of trade on the Baltic indeed vividly recalls the ancient commercial activity on the Mediterranean, and the phrase "a basin fruitful of culture," often applied to the latter region, may with equal justice be applied also to the former. In the beginning, Russians, Danes, and Englishmen participated in the active trade conducted on the northern littoral. Eventually, however, they were displaced by their German rivals. As the northern nations upon their acceptance of Christianity had once before formed their political and social institutions upon German models, so they now, in such cities as Stockholm, Bergen, Copenhagen, and others, became subject to the cultural and above all the commercial influence of the German burgher. It is interesting to note the manner in which this extraordinary influence was secured. In later medieval times all classes of the population were compelled to rely upon self-help. In other words, they were compelled to replace the defective or insufficient protection afforded by the State by corporate bodies. Thus the merchants of a Low German town, when in search of a common centre of trade, pledged themselves by a solemn oath to a defensive and offensive alliance and mutual furtherance, and wider alliances between the various towns themselves soon followed. Of all these private commercial associations none attained to greater importance than did the Gothland Company, a society of Low German merchants who visited Gothland, the centre of commercial activity in the Baltic, for trading purposes. Here was the seat of the mighty see of Visby, which contained such wealth that a Danish king once declared that the swine there ate from silver troughs. Even at the present day the massive ruins of the old city wall and of the 18 churches which once existed there bear testimony to the former magnitude and grandeur of the city. The Gothland Company flourished chiefly during the 13th century, and enjoyed all the privileges of a political power, bearing its own seal, policing the seas, and insisting upon strict compliance on the part of all navigators of the Baltic with the marine laws which it had created. Parallel with this development was the formation of unions between inland towns, caused by the depredations of robber knights, the menacing increase of power among the nobility, and by commercial motives of all kinds, as for example the necessity of preventing banished criminals and debtors from seeking an asylum in neighbouring communities. Along the entire region from Estland to Holland, both of which at the time belonged to the German crown, the municipalities united. In the far western part of the German Empire there was the municipal group of the Netherlands, among which such cities as Amsterdam, Utrecht, and Deventer belonged. Farther inland was the Rhenish-Westphalian group, consisting of Cologne, Dortmund, Münster, and others, which cities, though somewhat distant from the sea, nevertheless occupied a place of honour as pioneers of German marine commerce. Between these two western groups and those in the east there was a wide gap, extending as far as the mouths of the Elbe and the Weser. At the entrance to these rivers, however, and along the borders of the Baltic, were the great maritime communities, the chief members of the Hanseatic League, including the before mentioned Wendish group and the cities of Bremen and Hamburg. Yet not these alone, although they were in some respects the most important. Inland the municipal groups extended so as to embrace Berlin, then very unimportant, Perleberg, etc., in the Mark of Brandenburg, the Saxon cities of Magdeburg, Hanover, Lüneburg, Goslar, Hildesheim, Brunswick, and others. In the far eastern part of the Empire the 6 rapidly growing cities of the Teutonic Order, Kulm, Thorn, Danzig, Elbing, Braunsberg, and Königsberg, and finally in Livonia and Estonia, Riga, Dorpat, Reval, and Pernau. Noteworthy was the treaty concluded in 1241 between Hamburg and Lubeck, whereby the former assumed control of the interests in the North Sea and the Elbe, while the latter safeguarded those of the Baltic. This treaty between Hamburg and Lubeck is sometimes regarded as the beginning of the Hanseatic League. It has here been sufficiently demonstrated, however, that the association was the result of a slow and gradual process enforced by conditions, and that it did not originate in the mind of any particular statesman as a definite plan. The two groups, the maritime and the inland municipal, had developed independently. It now remained to unite them, and from the union thus effected sprang the great institution of the German Hansa. The private associations, not excepting the Gotland Company, in view of the rapid extension of commerce and the consequent jealousy of foreign competitors, were no longer able to afford sufficient protection to the foreign trade, a condition which did not escape the statesmen of Lubeck, with their marked power of initiative and political sagacity. Thus it came, during the last decades of the 13th century, that the private societies became more and more dependent upon the municipal unions, which under the leadership of the free and centrally located city of Lübeck now assumed the energetic guardianship of maritime commerce, by reason of which they were drawn from their hitherto isolated position and gradually became fused into an increasingly compact union. Already at the close of the 13th century the young institution of the Hansa received its initiation in warfare in a conflict with the Kingdom of Norway, which country was compelled to purchase peace at the price of new and greater concessions to the League. Soon thereafter, however, the steady progress of the Hansa met with a rebuff. Denmark, at that time the foremost power of the North, had for more than a century endeavoured to obtain the supremacy of the Baltic, at the entrance to which it was so advantageously situated. At one time Lübeck was for an entire decade forced into a sort of vassalage to the energetic King Erik Menvet of Denmark, although the relations to the sister cities of the League, which had never been entirely severed, were subsequently restored and confirmed by new treaties. When finally, in A.D. 1361, the Danish King Waldemar Atterdag, inspired by rapacity and revenge, went so far as to fall upon the metropolis of the Baltic, the Swedish city of Visby, in the midst of peace, and to annex it, thereby inflicting serious losses upon the resident Low German merchants, Lübeck once more placed herself at the head of the Wendish cities, and at the Diet of Greifswald decreed war against the ruthless invader. But the expedition proved disastrous, owing chiefly to the tardiness of the kings of Sweden and Norway, who had been drawn into the alliance. Nevertheless, the unfortunate admiral of the Lübeck fleet, Johann Wittenbock, who also enjoyed the rank of Burgomaster of the Hanseatic city, was put to the axe in the public marketplace of Lübeck in expiation of his failure. A doubtful peace was now concluded with the Danes, but was soon broken by their renewed plunderings of Hanseatic vessels and the obstacles placed by them upon traffic. Another passage at arms was required. The ensuing conflict was the greatest and most glorious ever fought, not only by the Hansa but by Germany, upon the sea. In 1367 deputies from the Prussian, Wendish, and Netherlandish cities assembled in the city hall of Cologne, and there prepared those memorable articles of confederation which decreed another war with King Waldemar of Denmark, stipulated the levying of a definite contingent of troops on the part of the contracting cities, provided for a duty on exports to defray the expenses of the campaign, and drafted letters of protest to the Pope, to Emperor Charles IV, and to many of the German princes. That auspicious day marks a turning point in the history of the Hanseatic League, and was fraught with high importance to the whole German Empire. The preliminary history of the Hansa here ends, and its brilliant epoch begins. The warships of the cities and their army so thoroughly vanquished Denmark that after 2 years of warfare the Danish Royal Council and the representatives respectively of the municipalities, the nobility, and the clergy, dispatched a commission of 32 to the city of Stralsund to sign a treaty, ostensibly in the name of their fugitive ruler, a treaty which may justly be said to mark the climax in the development of the power of the burghers of Germany. The treaty not only provided for considerable concessions in matters of navigation and intercourse, but also conceded to the members of the Cologne Confederation, comprising about 60 Hansa cities, the right to occupy and to fortify for a period of 15 years the 4 chief castles on Skane, Helsingborg, Malmö, Skanov and Fastelbro, commanding the Sound, the most important maritime highway traversed by the Hanseatic vessels. But the most extraordinary privilege granted by this treaty was that making the subsequent election of a king for Denmark subject to the approval of the Confederation, thus assigning to the burghers a right such as no king or emperor of that time exercised over a foreign state. The Confederates, however, wisely declined to avail themselves of this dangerous prerogative, not only for political reasons, but also because of the clever negotiations of the youthful Queen Margaret, the daughter and heir of Valdemar, who by the union of Kalmar in 1397 became invested with the triple crown of Denmark, Norway, and Sweden. The fact remains, however, that the Hansa for the ensuing century and a half maintained its title as the foremost of maritime and as one of the principal political powers, and that entirely unaided and without the sanctions of Kaiser or Empire. Let us take a very general survey of this glorious period, concerning which many interesting disclosures have recently been made, and endeavour to obtain, if possible, a glimpse of the activity of these busy cities and of the confederation which they formed. As to commerce, the first task which the Confederation set itself to fulfil was the abolition of that early medieval condition which inclined to regard the stranger in foreign parts as devoid of rights. The efforts of the Confederation in this particular resulted in the acquisition of hundreds of privileges, secured either singly or conjointly by the cities. The contents of the treaties are usually the same. 1. Protection of person and goods. 2. Abolition of the law which declared forfeit to the feudal lord such goods as, for instance, might happen to fall from a waggon and thereby touch the ground. 3. The abolition of the strand right, which had secured to the owner of the shoreland the jetsam and flotsam of wrecked or stranded vessels. 4. The concession of legal procedure to the debtor. 5. Liberation from the duel and other forms of the divine judgment in legal procedure. 6. The reduction of duties. 7. Permission to sell at retail, as for example cloth and linen by the ell, a privilege previously accorded only to natives. These are but a few of the privileges secured, the most important of which, however, remains to be mentioned. This was the establishment of branches and bureaus in the most frequented commercial centres abroad. On the other hand, the Confederation never had the remotest intention of granting similar privileges to the nations from which these concessions had been secured, such as England, Flemish, Norwegians, Danes, and Russians. On the contrary, in Cologne, for example, foreign merchants were permitted only 3 times a year, and then for a period of 3 weeks only. Never, perhaps, in history has a monopoly been so rigidly and relentlessly enforced, a monopoly which not only rested upon the nation at home, but which made bold incursions into the sovereignty of foreign states in order to smother their independent trade, or, as in Norway, utterly to stamp it out. Of the 2 great avenues of trade, that indicated by the termini Bruges and Novgorod is first deserving of mention. For centuries it was practically used exclusively by merchants of the Hansa, who moreover were forbidden to form co-partnerships with foreigners, such as Russians and Englishmen. Novgorod, well guarded against pirates and situated in the navigable Volkhov, was at that time in a sense the capital of the much divided Russian Empire. This city, since the day of its founder Rurik, had been the centre of Russian trade and enjoyed an almost republican independence. From this point diverged the most frequented highways of trade to the Dnieper and the Volga. From Russia the German merchant exported chiefly fine furs, such as beaver, ermine, and sable, and enormous quantities of wax, which today, as formerly, is still obtained in the central wooded parts of the country, where apiculture is extensively prosecuted. His imports, on the other hand, consisted of fine products of the loom, articles of wool, linen, and silk, of boots and shoes, usually manufactured at home of Russian leather, and finally of beer, metal goods, and general merchandise. It is evident, therefore, that the German merchant provided Russia, which country was at that time industrially in a very primitive condition, with all the necessaries required. Bruges, in Flanders, the western terminus of the before mentioned highway of commerce, was during the last centuries of the Middle Ages approximately what London is to the world of to-day. It was, besides Venice, the actual world mart of the continent, a centre where Italians, Spaniards, Portuguese, Frenchmen, and High and Low Germans, a motley throng, congregated to exchange their goods. Thither the Hanseatic merchant transported wood and other forest products, building stones and iron, the latter being still forged in primitive forest smithies, and copper from the rich mines of Falun, the ore from which was usually sold or mortgaged to the Lübeck merchants. From the Baltic countries he imported grain, and from Scandinavia herring and cod, all natural products, in exchange for which he sent to the respective countries his own manufactured goods. In Bruges he represented the entire northern region, both in the giving and in the receiving of merchandise, for only through his instrumentality could the gifts of the East, such as oil, wine, spices, silk, and other articles of luxury, which were usually transported through the Alpine passes and thence down the Rhine to Bruges, be distributed among the northern nations. This applies also to the highly prized textiles of Flanders, which in those days were sometimes sold at fabulous prices. The other stream of Hanseatic trade terminated at London. The German merchant sent thither chiefly French wines and Venetian silk. It was he who attended to this traffic, not the consumer or the producer. In exchange for these commodities he took English wool, the output being already at that time very extensive, transporting it to the mills of Flanders. Such was at that time the commercial relation of Germany to England. If the latter country to-day, by virtue of its incomparably favourable geographical position, has become the first naval and commercial power, it was in an economic sense at that time absolutely dependent upon Germany, which country, after the loss of its political supremacy, outstripped all other nations in the contest for economic supremacy, excepting perhaps the Arabians and the republics of northern Italy, who controlled the trade in the Orient and the Mediterranean. Naturally, the English merchants were jealous and frequently brought complaints before their kings and parliaments, but the latter, despite occasional contentions, ever and again upheld the foreign invader. The reason is not far to seek. Like the kings of the north, they could not dispense with the silver chests of the Hanseatic towns and merchants, who on more than one occasion secured their loans by appropriating the products of the tin mines or the duties on wool, or by taking in pawn, crown, and jewels. It is evident, therefore, that the greatest source of wealth to the Hansa was this intermediary traffic. Several other important commercial connections will be touched upon later. Casual mention should here be made, however, to the trade with Scotland, Ireland, Brabant, and France, whose annual markets were regularly attended by the Hansa merchants. While the trade of the cities of the League found such wide extension abroad, however, the traffic with their nearest neighbours, the High Germans, was very weak. Their domestic trade, indeed, was confined chiefly to the plains of northern Germany, extending southward to Thuringia and eastward to the Oder and the Vistula, where Cracow constituted the last outpost. The chief High German communities along the Main and the Danube pursued different political and economical interests. Being chiefly manufacturing cities, they formed only temporary unions. Dependent rather upon the south of Europe, they were also differentiated from their northern brethren by their coinage, inasmuch as they accepted gold as their standard, whereas the Low Germans preferred silver money, especially that of Lübeck. Of course each Hanse town formed the nucleus of the local intercourse, and thither came noblemen and peasants to barter the produce of the fields for the merchandise of the city, and to invest, or probably more frequently to borrow, money. Lübeck and Bruges were in those days the money centres of northern Europe, and their councillors and commercial magnates were the bankers of kings and princes. The methods of transportation and intercourse at that time were very different from those of to-day. There were no postal service, no insurance, very sparse circulation of bills, and very little of that agency or commission business which relegates to a third party the transportation and management of goods. Trade was very largely a matter of individual enterprise, demanding in a far greater measure than to day the personal superintendence of the merchant. Usually the latter himself travelled well armed across sand and sea to distant lands, trusting in God and upon his strong right arm. As master of a vessel he did not fail to interest his crew in the safety of the ship and cargo by allotting to them part of the profits. Indeed, his journey was far more perilous than it is to-day. Upon the public highway he was subject to the attack of the robber barons, who held him prisoner against heavy ransom, and in the innumerable hiding places of the rock-bound northern coast his course was followed by the watchboats of pirates. The occupation of highway robbery and piracy were at that time still regarded among wide circles as excusable. Dozens of feudal castles, the retreats of robber barons, were destroyed by the soldiers of the municipalities, and dozens of freebooting vessels were annihilated, the robbers themselves being executed with axe or sword, or thrown overboard. The piracy of that age reached its acme in the notorious Society of Equal Sharers, or Brotherhood of Victuallers. This consisted of an incongruous aggregation of noble and plebeian blades, who, despite their excessive brutality, nevertheless possessed some genuine knightly characteristics, the hardihood and bravery of the true mariner, and a boundless love of adventure. Formed during the 8th decade of the 14th century for the purpose of assisting the King of Sweden against the martial Queen Margaret of Denmark, its immediate object at that time was the supplying of victuals to the beleaguered city of Stockholm, whence its name. When, upon the surrender of the city and the establishment of peace, the immediate object of the society had been fulfilled, the attraction of freebooting proved too strong for these wild companions, whose excesses now assumed an increasingly alarming form. For more than a half century they remained the terror of the northern seas. Almost annually the cities were compelled to send out vessels against them, which, however, were not always so successful as the celebrated Bunte Kuh, brindled cow, of Hamburg, which captured the most dangerous of the piratic captains, Klaus Störtebeker and Godeke Michel, with their followers and their fabulous treasures, and brought them to Hamburg. Tradition has it that for 3 days the public executioner stood ankle deep in the blood of the condemned. Nevertheless, the seafaring public did not suspect the presence of a robber behind every bush or cliff. After all, an undisturbed voyage was the rule rather than the exception, sensational occurrences, of course then, as now, playing an important part in the reports of the time. To these social disorders must be added elemental dangers of all kinds, such as the tides and shallows of the North Sea, the shallow waters contiguous to the coast being chiefly navigated, dangers against which neither compass nor chronometer was then available. Even buoys and lighthouses were comparatively rare or inadequate at a time when nautical knowledge itself was still extremely defective. It was therefore not astonishing that shipwrecks were of daily occurrence, and were of course followed by all the evils of that cruel and barbarous Strand Law, which, despite all papal edicts and voluntary treaties, could not be abrogated, but was actually carried out by the Archbishop of Bremen himself. Notwithstanding all these hindrances, the sea voyage, which by reason of the dangers attending it was strictly prohibited during the winter months, was incomparably safer and pleasanter than the journey by land. The traveller by land was strictly confined to the prescribed highway of travel, every deviation from which was regarded as a defraudation of the customs and was punished by confiscation of goods. The inconveniences to which the merchant was subjected in the way of taxes was almost incredible, as the medieval spirit was reflected in the confusion of coinage, nearly every petty count and every city eventually enjoying the privilege of a private mint, so also was the deplorable disunion existing among the German people mirrored in the innumerable road and water taxes. Above Hamburg, along a road about 12 German miles in extent, there were not fewer than 9 custom stations. Fortunately the tariff was not complicated, but was levied on the freight of the ship or wagon, or estimated by the bale or box irrespective of value or the quality of the goods under inspection. Upon the presented crucifix the merchant, aided occasionally by his co-jurors, solemnly swore to the correctness of his representations concerning the goods carried by him, the oath, as is well known, being very frequently brought into requisition in all judicial and commercial transactions during medieval times. End of section 23. Section 24 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The Rise of the Hanseatic League, A.D. 1241, by H. Denicke. Part 2. The Hansa ships were usually round-bellied, high-boarded craft with one mast, and flew the pennant of their home port. They were comparatively broad and built of heavy planks, and could easily be transformed into war vessels by furnishing them with a superstructure known as the castell, castle, in which catapults and archers could be placed. In size they were probably as large as the trading vessels which cross the Baltic today. That they were skilfully handled is evident from the fact that a contemporaneous report mentions a trip from Rippen in Jutland to Amsterdam as having been successfully made in 2 days. As regards the laws of navigation, a point especially noteworthy was the talent displayed in organizing fellowship unions. Reference is not here made to the habit of the merchants in sailing in squadrons so much as to the peculiar institutions which regulated the life on board. Institutions which have recently been justly designated as the most perfect expression of that executive ability which characterized the close of German medievalism. An account of these institutions dating from the middle of the 16th century has fortunately been preserved. As soon as the vessel was upon the high sea, the crew, which consisted of the captain and the "ship's children," pledged itself strictly to obey orders and equitably to divide any booty eventually secured. A court of sheriffs was then organized, consisting of a judge, 4 sheriffs, a sergeant-at-arms, a secretary, an executioner, and several other officers. Thereupon came the proclamation of the maritime law, upon which the eventual judgment of the court was based. The tenor of this law was as follows: It is forbidden to swear in God's name, to mention the devil, to sleep after the hour for prayer, to handle lights, to destroy or waste food, to meddle with the duties of the drawer of liquor, to play at dice or cards after sunset, and to vex the cook or annoy the crew under penalty of a monetary fine. The following are some of the penalties inflicted for various offences. Whoever sleeps while on guard or creates a disturbance between decks shall be drawn under the keel of the vessel. Whoever attempts to draw weapons on board, be they long or short, shall have the respective weapon run through his hand into the mast, so that he will have to draw the weapon through his own hand again if he would free himself. Whoever accuses another unjustly shall pay the double fine prescribed for the offence charged, and no one shall endeavour to take revenge upon the executioner. Upon the completion of the voyage the court resigned, after dispensing a general amnesty and partaking of bread and salt in company with the rest of the crew. Upon landing, the monetary fines which had been collected from delinquents on board were presented to the Lord of the Strand for benevolent distribution. On arriving at the end of his journey, the merchant was confronted by new difficulties. It not infrequently happened that the master of the port visited by him had, within the time elapsed since the departure of the vessel from home, fallen into strife with the respective Hanse town whose ensign the vessel bore. As newspapers and despatches were at that time unknown, it is not difficult to conjecture the difficulties with which a merchant had to contend. Moreover, he required an exact knowledge of local conditions and of the legal rights accorded him, which were different in each city and always inferior to those of the native inhabitants. Today, as a rule, a foreigner, wherever he may be, enjoys the full benefits of the place he happens to visit, equally with the resident citizens. It was not so in the days of the Hansa, and hence the constant endeavour of the League to obtain firmly established offices or bureaus abroad. At an early date such a bureau existed in London under the name of the Stallhof, another at Novgorod under the name of the St. Petershof, and still others at smaller towns in England and the Netherlands, each having its peculiar privileges, customs, and mercantile usages, but all possessing in common the invaluable right of settling any difficulty affecting the members of the League according to their own native code. The same was true of the Hanse Bureau at Bruges, a city in which, after all, in view of the powerful competition prevailing there, a pronounced monopoly was certain to be curbed to some extent. Here the League merely possessed ware rooms, while their agents lived privately among the burghers. The right of holding court in the Carmelite monastery was conceded to them, and there, too, they administered their affairs. In Novgorod, however, the conditions were entirely different. In view of the uncivilized condition and the national prejudices of the Russians, the greatest care had to be exercised in all intercourse with the natives, in order that the existence of the entire Hanseatic colony might not be endangered. Consequently, this intercourse was regulated with great circumspection and in all detail, both by the Diet of the Hanseatic League and by the chiefs of the Bureau. It was, however, in Bergen, Norway, that northernmost station of the Hansa, that the most interesting conditions prevailed. Here, that is, in Norway, the German merchant, by means of money or arms, gradually drove all competitors, including Englishmen, from the field, and in 1350 succeeded in establishing in the most favourably situated and liveliest city of the land, Bergen, the last of his numerous bureaus, a bureau which maintained itself, though in somewhat deteriorated form, until the 18th century. This station, created at a late period of Hanseatic expansion, bears testimony to the colonial genius of the German merchants of the League, and affords a glimpse into their business methods. It may therefore be deserving of a more detailed consideration. 21 farms or granges belonging to as many Hanse towns dotted the shore. Each of these, surrounded by trees and lawns, covered considerable space and included spacious granaries and dwellings, most of which served also as warehouses. Each grange had its dock, where ships could conveniently land and discharge their goods. The entire space thus occupied by the Hanse was enclosed by a wall, beyond which, and running parallel with it, was so-called Schustergasse, a street occupied by German artisans, who, though permanently settled there, nevertheless remained closely in touch with their German brethren of the Bureau. Every bureau had its shooting, a spacious windowless room which depended for light and air upon a hole in the roof, which likewise served as a vent for the smoke issuing from the hearth. It was in this room that the agents of the Hansa merchants assembled to debate on judicial or mercantile affairs. During the long winter evenings the families of the agents, as the assistants and apprentices of the resident factors were pleasantly termed, congregated there, each group at its own particular rough-hewn wooden table, to indulge in strong drink and pleasant gossip. When the interest of the entire colony was to be discussed, the Älterleute, seniors, from every grange would meet in the shooting belonging to Bremen, and called Zum Mantel. This assemblage was called the Council of 18, the representatives of Lübeck enjoying the greatest distinction and wielding the greatest influence among them by reason of the hegemony exercised by his native town. When matters of particular importance arose, or in case of a serious dispute, the affair at issue was usually referred to the Bergerfahrenkollegium, the town council, or more frequently to the General Convention of the Hansa at Lübeck. The expense of maintaining the colony, in view of the almost monastic simplicity of life prevailing there, and the large membership, were naturally small. In its zenith it probably numbered about 3,000 persons who were subjected to strict laws, as strict indeed as those of any camp or monastery. No woman was permitted within the colony, and no person was permitted out of doors after sundown, unless indeed he wished to run the gauntlet of the fierce watchdogs which guarded the reservations of the settlers. The members and employees of the Hansa who resided here were not permitted to marry Norwegian women, in order that their special rights and privileges might not be endangered through intermixture with the natives. How considerable were these special rights the reader may determine from the fact that, during the weekly markets, the members of the Hansa bureaus had the streets barricaded by powerful fellows who permitted no one to interfere with the valuable privilege of priority conceded to the Hanses in the matter of barter. Naturally enough, the purchasing price of goods was arbitrarily set by the latter under these conditions, while the fixing of the selling price, in the absence of all competition, was a matter of course. That the exercise of such pressure sometimes disturbed the serenity of the Norwegians can readily be conjectured, especially when it is considered that the average Northman is by no means indisposed to have a little brush with his neighbour now and then. But in such an event the Germans usually gave tit for tat, and that with a vengeance. On one occasion they killed a bishop in the presence of the King. At various other times they burned monasteries over the heads of the inmates, and frequently they sheltered criminals or demolished entire dwellings in order to obtain kindling wood speedily and conveniently. Only by means of concord among themselves and strict exclusiveness could the Hanses for centuries maintain their position upon that inhospitable and thinly peopled shore. The novice, who usually entered the service of the Hansa at the age of 12, was compelled to serve an apprenticeship of 7 years, during which his duties consisted also in cooking, cleaning, and washing for and in waiting upon the older clerks. Thereafter he advanced to the position of journeyman, his inauguration being attended by festive, highly suggestive, and to the beholder amusing ceremonies. These ceremonies began with a great drinking bout arranged at the youth's expense. The next feature of the programme was entitled Das Staupenspiel in Paradies, the walloping in paradise, a procedure to which every apprentice was exposed annually, and to which on this occasion he bade a final farewell. This part of the ceremony consisted in setting apart a space enclosed within birch boughs, on entering which the blindfolded and scantily attired youth who was to be initiated into the order of journeymen was thoroughly trounced by "angels of paradise" in the form of lusty companions who were unusually unsparing of the rod. A festive procession through the streets followed. It was led by 2 fantastically attired youngsters who impersonated a Norwegian peasant and his wife, and whose duty it was to play tricks upon the sightseers and to amuse them. After a baptism in the sea, the unfortunate youth, who figured as the hero of this festive, was subjected to a procedure akin to that of roasting a herring in the flue, and it is singular enough that the records show only one case of death by suffocation consequent upon this ordeal. Good days, however, now followed upon evil ones, and the youthful novitiate was feted and inaugurated by his companions and made to forget the sufferings and hardships of his initiation. Many other pastimes were indulged in by the members of the bureaus, which, however, cannot be touched upon here. Suffice it to say that they were characterized by the humour and roughness of the age. Despite repeated attempts of the Hansa and of the several cities to put an end to these sports, they nevertheless continued to be practised for centuries, upon the rather plausible plea that they served as a wholesome training for the mercantile youth. Never before or since, however, has the pedagogy of the rod found so thoroughgoing an application as here. One of the busiest centres of Hanseatic activity remains to be touched upon, namely the small tongue of land near Skanor and Falsterbo, and constituting an appendage of the larger peninsula of Skåne or Schånen. The once prosperous stretch of beach here referred to is now a desert tract of land, the furrows and ruins on which are the only relics of the busy commercial life once prevailing. After the herring had during the 10th and 11th centuries visited the Pomeranian coast in great shoals, it changed its course to the above mentioned region of the Sound. The Hanses were not slow to avail themselves of this circumstance. They succeeded in securing a practical ownership of this most valuable district of Denmark, thereby demonstrating how incredibly incompetent the princes of the land were at that time as regards the utilization of their natural resources. These princes actually granted to several German cities, and moreover to each individually, the right to establish reservations here, the so-called Witten, consisting on fenced enclosures on the coast, within which were erected vendors and fish booths, dwellings, and even churches, all under the administration of special governors appointed by the Germans. From this point the herring grounds were readily accessible. The fishing lasted from July until October, and during this time merchants, fishermen, and coopers resorted here by thousands to fish as well as to salt, smoke, pack, and load the produce of the net. In connection with this industry there were held in the immediate vicinity much frequented annual markets, the distributing centres for home consumption. At the beginning of the 15th century the capricious fish suddenly took another direction, visiting the coast of Holland, to the people of which he thenceforth became as lucrative a source of revenue as he had been to the Hanses. It has been said that Amsterdam, with all its wealth, is built upon herrings, and a similar statement could once be applied with equal justice to the Hansa cities of the Baltic. Concerning the characteristic methods of conducting trade, it may be well here to add that during the distant period here under consideration, a so-called commission business could scarcely be said to exist, and this is true also of speculation in the narrower sense. While buying and selling on time were not infrequent, especially in the grain market, the transactions were upon an infinitely smaller scale than as conducted at present, when, as the saying goes, goods is sold a dozen times before it is actually available. The unsound methods at present in vogue, based as they are upon fluctuations in price, were then scarcely known. Goods in exchange for goods, or its equivalent in money, was the motto of the Hanseatic merchant, who, however, was by no means always entirely guiltless of fraudulent operations. Often enough the lowermost layers of herring in the keg consisted of spoiled goods, and not infrequently a bale of linen had to be returned from station to station to the place whence it was sent, in order that it might be re-examined as to quantity and quality. In these transactions the crafty dealer usually preferred to take advantage of the proverbial simplicity of the Norwegian. The scope of the Hansa trade was greater than one would imagine. It was greater, for example, than that of the maritime towns of Germany for the period immediately preceding the era of steam navigation, that is, about 1830. The fish trade was at that early period far more brisk, partly because the herring then visited the shores of the Baltic, and partly because the church laws relative to abstinence from meat during the fasts were rigidly observed by all the states of Christian Europe. A few figures will serve vividly to illustrate this change. In 1855, 3,700 kegs of herring were imported by way of Lübeck, as against 33,000 kegs for the period 500 years previous, and in the year of war, 1369, despite the embargo with Denmark, a great consumer, the exports of herring from 30 Hanseatic ports yielded a sum of 130 million marks, 40 million of which fell to the share of Hamburg, then a much smaller city than Lübeck. It is natural, in the light of these commercial conditions, that industry, and handicraft also, must have greatly flourished. In those days there were twice as many bakers at Lübeck as at present. The coopers also, in view of the great demand for herring kegs, were in high repute, and scarcely less so the brewers, who at that time greatly excelled their South German competitors. The beer of Hamburg or Rostock was never absent from a northern feast. Nearly all the cities from Livonia to the mouth of the Weser were surrounded by gardens of hops, and Hamburg especially owed its rapid rise during the 14th century chiefly to its brewers, at times 500 or more in number, 126 of whom supplied the market of Amsterdam alone. Not only representatives of the higher industrial arts, such as goldsmiths, metal workers, picture carvers, paternoster makers, and altar makers, but shoemakers and other handicraftsmen were to be found in the far north, which at that time was still somewhat deficient in these matters. There is report of a worthy shoemaker who, after sojourning in Russia, repaired to Stockholm, where he entered the service of a knight, and thence to Santiago de Compostela, where he wrought for pilgrims. All these trades were divided into guilds and sequestered in certain streets or localities, and it was long before they were permitted to participate in the city government, which rested solely in the hands of the great landlords and merchant princes. In the 14th century, however, following the example of the South German communities, the "rebellious guilds" arose also in the Hanse towns, and inaugurated that far-reaching democratic movement akin to the war of the classes in ancient Rome. The guilds demanded a seat and a voice in the municipal councils, and made the payment of their quota dependent upon this concession. Most of the northern cities experienced bloody insurrections at this time, and the hangman was very busy. Now the victory was with the patricians, and anon with the plebeians, and the contest was continually renewed with changing fortune. After holding aloof for some time, the Hanseatic League finally took part in this purely internal affair of the several cities, and always in favour of the patrician party, in this way assuming a function originally foreign to its purpose. The movement was a perfectly natural and justifiable one. Though originally subject to service and tribute on the part of bishop, cloister, or prince, the condition of the tradesmen changed with the establishment of the principle that long unchallenged residence in a city ensured personal freedom to the individual, a privilege which in those days of marked class discrimination was shared only by the burgher and the monk. Among the two last mentioned classes even the low-born individual could rise by his own efforts. Here neither prejudice nor privilege interfered with the free exercise of native talent. Many a poor apprentice in the bureau of Bergen eventually became the progenitor of a long race of distinguished merchants, and some of these families are flourishing in Europe today. It is but natural that the handicraftsman, once released from his bonds, should have desired to share these privileges, more particularly as the old aristocratic regime constantly became more assertive and presumptuous. It is necessary also to consider that the former social position of the artisan should not be measured by present standards, for the difference in the educational status of the classes was not nearly so pronounced then as now, and the workman, moreover, was characterized by a spirit often as chivalrous as that of the commercial magnate. There is a well authenticated case of a shoemaker challenging another member of his craft to a duel, which by the way had a fatal termination, without exciting either serious comment or ridicule. History teaches that where commerce and industry flourish, art also secures its triumphs. The glorious Gothic cathedrals of the Hanseatic cities bear eloquent testimony to this truth. The Northlander who entered the Trave or the Vistula and beheld the multitude of soaring church spires must have felt as did once the German pilgrim to Rome, says a modern investigator. The principal representative and patron of this art culture, here as elsewhere during the Middle Ages, was the Church, but the splendid town halls, as well as the few private mansions preserved, with their step-like aggregation of gables, afford convincing evidence alike of the solid appreciation of art as of the love of splendour, which characterized that distant generation. Certain it is that they greatly surpassed us in the domain of Gothic architecture. Owing to the strict adherence to the Catholic dogma, a scientific development in the modern sense was of course impossible in those days, and although most of the parish churches had their schools also, these were commonly designed chiefly for the sons of patricians, whose schooling usually embraced a little Latin and some reading, writing, and singing. Not infrequently the only scholar in the place was the town clerk, the forerunner of our present recorder. The robust, healthy German of that day, yielding to a tendency which has characterized our people from immemorial times, preferred the more to surrender himself to a life of solid comfort and good cheer. The middle age was one which inclined to favour the enjoyment of life. It is but necessary to consider the variegated costumes, rich in colour, whose ultimate extravagances necessitated special dress regulations, as well as the tournaments, the numerous archer festivals, and the frequent masquerades, to realise that the people of that day appreciated the good things of life. On the occasion of baptisms, weddings, and other domestic events, great feasts were frequently arranged in the house of the guilds or even in the town hall, and many princely visitors were here also entertained at the expense of the municipal budget. The administration of the cellarage of the municipal council was also then considered a far more respectable post than now. All these facts attest the prosperity of the Hanseatic towns. Fortunes of 100,000 marks were by no means exceptional, and were often invested in neighbouring knightly estates, fiefs, thereby sometimes securing to the owner an eventual admission to the ranks of the nobility, At one time, that is, after the great Hanseatic War, the city of Lübeck owned the entire dukedom of Lauenburg. The constitution of these municipalities provided for a council consisting of from 12 to 24 members, who, though elected for life, alternated in terms of office ranging from 2 to 3 years. These members had the privilege of appointing their successors from among the eligible families of the Hanse town. The heads of the council consisted of from 2 to 4 burgomasters, who presided at the meetings. The position of member of the council was a purely honorary one. The duties comprised the administration of municipal affairs, of military and judicial affairs, of the archives, the exercise of police supervision over the market, the marine service, and the guilds, and, most important of all, the administration of the finances. They fixed the taxes, for which frequently no receipt was given or demanded, the money on such occasions being deposited unnoticed in a box set apart for the purpose, a proof that the payment of taxes at that time was regarded as a point of honour by the burgher and without suspicion by the magistrate. The general character of the municipal life of the Hanse towns in those days has been well compared by a modern writer to a family household. The workman regarded himself within his circle as an official of the city, a fact shown by the use of the word "Ämter" offices to designate the guild. Hence the strong municipal patriotism which animated these burghers and which compensates in some degree for the absence of that great political enthusiasm which is derived from the consciousness of a united country. A quaint genre picture of the time, preserved at Bremen, represents a native of the latter city and another from Lübeck sitting together in a tavern and disputing as to the comparative merits of their respective towns. The controversy reaches its climax by one of the disputants declaring stolidly that he too might "master such words," and taking a long and mighty draught. The separate towns, usually upon a request of the Lübeck Council, would send their deputies to confer jointly upon matters affecting the League, these conferences or diets usually being held in some Wendish city. On no occasion, however, were all the towns of the League represented at these conferences. Their constitution was absolutely free from all theoretical or rigid forms or ordinances. Whoever found that his interests were especially affected by the subject under discussion sent representatives to the Diet of the League, and these usually discharged their duties faithfully, without shirking the long and arduous trip even during the winter season. The conferences held in this way were probably wider in their scope than those of any other power of the time. Usually, however, not political but commercial matters were discussed. There was no common treasury. Whenever money was required, an export duty was levied, with which absolute compliance was demanded. An infraction of the laws of the League was punishable by a fine, and in extreme cases by exclusion from the Hanse, a sentence necessarily involving the commercial isolation and eventual bankruptcy of the delinquent city. Bremen, it is true, once withstood the consequences of the Hanseatic ban for more than 50 years, but this was before the extraordinary extension of the Hanseatic power consequent upon the Danish War. From all this it appears that the constitution of the Hanse was a very slack but elastic one, which easily adapted itself to the exigencies of the moment. A charter of a Hanseatic constitution has never existed, proof in itself of the desire to afford as much latitude as possible in the construction of the laws. Theory is regarded as valueless, immediate facts and interests are all in all. The supremacy of Lübeck, for example, was never formally recognized by the other cities of the League. Thus did the Hanse flourish until the close of the Middle Ages. With the discovery of America, and of the passage to India, trade was diverted into new channels, it became transoceanic, and, not without some culpability on the part of the Hanses themselves, fell into the hands of the now more favourably situated countries of Western Europe, Spain, Portugal, France, the Netherlands, and finally England. Equally detrimental to the Hanse was the political transformation wrought at this time, especially as regards the rapidly growing power of the princes, who, with all the influence at their command, sought to abrogate all special privileges and to foster a levelling process in order that they alone might be exalted. One city after another sank into utter dependence upon the sovereign rulers of the respective provinces, who in their turn began to take an interest in economic affairs, thus contributing to widen the breach between these respective cities and the League. It was under these circumstances that Gustavus Vasa declared of the Hansa that "its teeth were falling out like those of an old woman." The Hollanders especially had long been converted from allies into formidable rivals. The most important and decisive factor of this decadence, however, was the victorious opposition to the Hanseatic monopoly now brought to bear by the hitherto commercially oppressed nations, England and Russia, who simply closed the doors of the bureaus and abrogated the privileges of the German merchants of the League. The condition of the Hansa was akin to that of a healthy, vigorous tree set in poor soil, and deriving its sustenance from the weakness of the home rulers and the primitive or defective economic conditions of foreign countries. As soon as these negative mediaeval conditions were swept away by the storms of the Reformation, the tree gradually but surely fell into decay. With this later stage there is associated the historic tragedy of Jürgen Willenwewe, that genial and daring democratic innovator, who in an endeavour to conquer Denmark in order to restore the prestige of the Hansa, was betrayed by his patrician fellow burghers and hanged. The Hansa, though in a stage of increasing decrepitude, now lingered on until the final crash came in 1630, when all the members dissolved their allegiance to the League. Only the three Hanse towns of Hamburg, Bremen, and Lübeck renewed the compact, which, however, today is purely nominal. The Hansa had fulfilled its great historic mission. It had impressed the stamp of German culture upon the North, given German commerce the supremacy over that of all other nations, protected the northern and eastern boundaries of the Empire at a time when the imperial power was impotent and the State disrupted, and maintained and extended the prestige of the German flag in the northern seas. Said a great German writer, "When all on land was steeped in particularism, the Hansa, our people upon the sea, alone remained faithful to the German spirit and to the German tradition." End of section 24.
Section number 25 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section number 25. Mamelukes usurp power in Egypt. Sir William Muir. From A.D. 969 to 1171, the Arabian dynasty of caliphs called Fatimites, because they professed to trace their descent from Fatima, the daughter of Mahomet, reigned in Egypt. Their downfall was due to their own decline into imbecility, through which they fell into the hands of Turkish viziers who, keeping their nominal masters in subserviency, themselves assumed the actual rule. For several generations, the caliphs of Baghdad, under whose sway the Fatimites were now reduced, had attracted to their capital slaves from Turkoman and Mongol hordes. These slaves they both used as bodyguards and as contingents to offset the dominating influence of the Arab soldiery in their affairs. In the end, the slaves superseded the Arab soldiers altogether, and from bondmen became masters of the court. They stirred up riots and rebellions and hastened the fall of the Effete Caliphate. Under the Ayyubite dynasty in Egypt, which Saladin founded about 1174, the same practice was followed with the same results. The Ayyubites were strangers in Egypt and welcomed the support of foreign myrmidons. Slave dealers bought children of conquered tribes in Central Asia, promising them great fortunes in the West. These children, together with prisoners of war from the eastern hordes, streamed into Egypt, where they were again bought by the rulers, who thus unwittingly prepared the way for their own destruction. The military body created by Saladin, called Mamelukes, slaves, literally meaning the possessed, obtained ascendancy in the manner here related by Muir. The thousands who, with uncomely names and barbarous titles, began to crowd the streets of Cairo, occupied a position to which we have no parallel elsewhere. Finding a weak and subservient population, they lorded it over them. Like the children of Israel, they ever kept themselves distinct from the people of the land, but the oppressors, not, like them, the oppressed. Brought up to arms, the best favored and most able of the Mamelukes, when freed, became, at the instant of the Sultan, emirs of 10, of 50, of 100, and often, by rapid leaps, of 1,000. They continued to multiply by the purchase of fresh slaves, who, like their masters, could rise to liberty and fortunes. The sultans were naturally the largest purchasers, as they employed the revenues of the state in surrounding themselves with a host of slaves. We read, for example, of one who bought some 6,000. While the great mass pursued a low and servile life, the favorites of the emirs, and especially of the crown, were educated in the arts of peace and war, and, as pages and attendants, gradually rose to the position of their masters, the slave of today, the commander, and not infrequently the sultan of tomorrow. From the first, insolent and overbearing, the Mamelukes began, as time passed on, to feel their power, and grew more and more riotous and turbulent, oppressing the land by oft-repeated pillage and outrage. Broken up into parties, each with the name of some sultan or leader, their normal state was one of internal combat and antagonism, while, pampered and indulged, they often turned upon their masters. Some of the more powerful sultans were able to hold them in order, and there were not wanting occasional intervals of quiet, but trouble and uproar were ever liable to recur. The Ayyubite princes settled their Mamelukes, chiefly Turks and Mongols, so as to keep them out of the city, on an island in the Nile, whence they were called Baharites, and the first Mamluk dynasty, 1260 to 1382, was of this race, and called accordingly. The others, a later importation, were called Burgites, from living in the citadel, or quarters in the town. They belonged more to the Circassian race, and the second dynasty, 1382 to 1517, was of these, and like the Baharite dynasty, bore their name. The Mamelukes were for the most part attached faithfully to their masters, and the emirs, with their support, enriched themselves by exactions from the people, with the unscrupulous gains of office, and with rich fiefs from the state. The Mamelukes as a body thus occupied a prominent and powerful position, and often, especially in later times, forced the Sultan to bend to their will. Such is the people which for 2 centuries and a half ruled Egypt with a rod of iron, and whose history we shall now attempt to give. It was about the middle of the 12th century that Noureddin and King Amalric had both turned a longing eye toward Egypt, where, in the decrepitude of the Fatimites, dissension and misrule prevailed. The Caliph, in alarm, sought first aid from one and then from the other, and each in turn entered Egypt ostensibly for its defense, but in reality for its possession. A friendly treaty was at last concluded with both, but it was broken by Amalric, who invaded the country and demanded a heavy ransom. In this extremity, the Caliph again appealed to Noureddin, sending locks of his lady's hair in token of alarm. Glad of the opportunity, Noureddin dispatched his general, Shirko, to the rescue, before whom Amalric, crestfallen, retired. Shirko, having thus delivered the Caliph, gained his favor, and, as vizier, assumed the administration. Soon after he died, and his nephew Saladin succeeded to the vizierate. The following year the Caliph also died, and now Saladin, who had by vigorous measures put down all opposition, himself as Sultan took possession of the throne. Thus the Fatimite dynasty, which had for 2 centuries ruled over Egypt, came to an end. Saladin was son of a Kurdish chief called Ayyub, and hence the dynasty is termed Ayyubite. His capital was Cairo. He fortified the city using the Little Pyramid for material, and, abandoning the luxurious palace of the Fatimites, laid the foundations of the citadel on the nearest crest of the Makatum range, and to it transferred his residence. After a prosperous rule over Egypt and Syria of above 20 years, he died, and his numerous family fell into dissension. At last, his brother Adlo, gaining the ascendancy, achieved a splendid reign not only at home but also in the east from Georgia to Aden. He died of grief at the taking of Damietta by the Crusaders, and his grandson Ayyub succeeded to the throne. It was now that the Khwarezmian hordes fell upon Syria and, with horrible atrocities, sacked the holy city. Forming an alliance with these barbarians, the Sultan sent the Mamluk general Baibars to join them against his uncle, the Syrian prince Ismail, between whom and the Crusaders an unholy union had prevailed. Near Joppa, the combined army of Franks and Moslems met at the hands of Baibars and the eastern hordes with a bloody overthrow, and thus Syria again fell under Egypt. To establish his power both at home and abroad, the Sultan brought vast numbers of Turkish Mamluks, and it was he who first established them as Baharites on the Nile. His son Turan was the last Ayyubite Sultan. In his reign, Louis IX of France invaded Egypt and, advancing upon Cairo, was defeated and taken prisoner. Turan allowed him to go free, and for this act of kindness, as well as for attempts to curb their outlawry, he was pursued and slain by the Baharite Mamluks, who thereupon seized the government. The leading Mamluks chose one of themselves, the Emir Aybek, to be the head of the administration. He contented himself at first to govern in the name of Ayyub's widow, who indeed had been in complicity with the assassins of her stepson Turan. The Caliph of Baghdad, however, objected to a female reigning even in name, and so Aybek married the widow, and still further to conciliate the Ayyubites of Syria and Karak, elevated to the title of Sultan a child of the Ayyubite stock. This concession notwithstanding, Nasir the Ayyubite, ruler of Damascus, advanced on Egypt, but, deserted by his Turkish slaves, was beaten back by Aybek, who returned in triumph to the capital. He soon found it, however, impossible to hold the turbulent Mamelukes in hand, for with the victorious general Aktai at their head, they scorned discipline and defied authority. Aybek, therefore, compassed the death of Aktai, on which the Baharite emirs all rose in rebellion. They were defeated. Many were slain and cast into prison, the rest fled to Nasir, and eventually to Karak. Among the latter were Baibars and Kelawun, of whom we shall hear more about hereafter. Aybek was now undisputed sultan, recognized as such by all the powers around, and so he bethought him of taking a princess of Mosul for another wife, on which the sultana, already estranged, caused him to be put to death, and she too, in the storm that followed, was assassinated by one of the slave girls of still another wife. Aybek's minor son was now raised by the emirs to the titular sultanate, and Kotuz, a distinguished Mamluk of Khwarezmian birth, persuaded to assume the uninviting post of vicegerent. The Ayyubite prince of Karak, in whose service many of the Baharite Mameluks still remained, attempting with their help to seize Egypt, was twice repulsed by Kotuz, and thus obliged to disband the Baharites, who returned to their Egyptian allegiance. Their return was fortunate, a time of trial being at hand, for it was now that Hulagu with his Mongol hordes, having overthrown Baghdad and slain the last of the Abbasides, launched his savage troops on the west. He fulminated a dispatch to Nasir the Ayyubite, head of Syria, in which he claimed to be the scourge of the Almighty, sent to execute judgment on the ungodly nations of the earth. Nasir answered it in like defiant terms, but, not being supported by Kotuz, had to fly from Damascus, which was taken possession of by the Mongol tyrant. After ravaging Syria with unheard of barbarity, Hulagu was recalled to Central Asia by the death of Mangu. Leaving his army behind under Kethboga, he sent an embassy to Egypt with a letter as threatening as that to Nasir. Kotuz, who had by this time cast the titular sultan aside and himself assumed the throne, summoned a council and by their advice put the embassy to death. Then, awakening to the possibilities of the future, he roused the emirs to action by a stirring address on the danger that threatened Egypt, their families, and their faith. Gathering a powerful army, the Egyptians advanced to Acre, where they found the invaders bound by a promise to the Mongols of neutrality. The two armies met at Angelut, and there, after a fiercely contested battle, and mainly by the bravery of Baibars as well as of Kotuz himself, the Mongols were beaten and Katboga slain. On the news reaching Damascus, the city rose upon their barbarian tyrants and slew not only all the Mongols, but great numbers of the Jews and Christians who, during the interregnum, had raised their heads against Islam. Following up their victory, the Egyptians drove the Mongols out of Syria and pursued them beyond Emesa. Kotuz, thus master of the country, reappointed the former governors throughout Syria on receiving oath of fealty to their several posts. For his signal service, Kotuz had led Baibars to expect Aleppo, but suspicion aroused of dangerous ambition on Baibars' part, and he gave that leading capital to another. Baibars, upon this, fearing the fate that might befall him at Cairo, resolved to anticipate the danger. On the return journey, while Kotuz was on the hunting field alone, he begged for the gift of a Mongol slave girl, and taking his hands to kiss for the promised favor, seized hold of it while his accomplices stabbed him from behind to death. Baibars was forthwith saluted Sultan, and entered Cairo with the acclamations of the people, and with the same festive surroundings as had been prepared for the reception of his murdered predecessor. End of section 25. The Mamluks usurp power in Egypt.
Section 26 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Louis Hehman, Louisville, Kentucky. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The Mad Parliament, The Beginning of England's House of Commons, A.D. 1258, by John Lingard. With the loss of Normandy under King John, the barons of Norman descent in England had become patriotic Englishmen. They forced their monarch to sign the Magna Carta, and thus laid the foundation of English constitutional liberty. John died in 1216, and was succeeded by his son Henry of Winchester, a minor in his 11th year. The celebrated Hubert de Burgh, chief justiciar, soon became regent, and reigned comparatively without control, even after the young king attained his majority. But in 1232 Henry, being in need of money, imprisoned the regent and compelled him to forfeit the greater part of his estate. After de Burgh's fall, King Henry III became his own master, and was responsible for the measures of government, the wars with foreign powers, the disputes with the Pope and with the barons, during which the evolution of the English Parliament made important progress, chiefly through the efforts of Simon de Montfort, Earl of Leicester. One of the most important episodes of that evolution was the Mad Parliament, derisively so called by the royal partisans, at which the provisions of Oxford, long considered the rash innovations of an ambitious oligarchy, were promulgated. Of this Mad Parliament, it has been said, quote, "It would have been well for England if all parliaments had been equally sane." End quote. As to the opinion repeatedly emphasized in the following account, that de Montfort was false and ambitious, it is well to remind the reader that other historians have looked upon Earl Simon as a disinterested patriot of the highest type. It was Henry's misfortune to have inherited the antipathy of his father to the Charter of Runnymede, and to consider his barons as enemies leagued in a conspiracy to deprive him of the legitimate prerogatives of the crown. He watched with jealousy all their proceedings, refused their advice, and confided in the fidelity of foreigners more than in the affection of his own subjects. Such conduct naturally alienated the minds of the nobles, who boldly asserted that the great offices of state were their right, and entered into associations for the support of their pretensions. Had the king possessed the immense revenues of his predecessors, he might perhaps have set their enmity at defiance. But during the wars between Stephen and Maud, and afterward between John and his barons, the royal domains had been considerably diminished, and the occasional extravagance of Henry, joined to his impolitic generosity to his favorites, repeatedly compelled him to throw himself on the voluntary benevolence of the nation. Year after year the king petitioned for a subsidy, and each petition was met with a contemptuous refusal. If the barons at last relented, it was always on conditions most painful to his feelings. They obliged him to acknowledge his former misconduct, to confirm anew the 2 charters, and to promise the immediate dismissal of the foreigners. But Henry looked only to the present moment. No sooner were his coffers replenished than he forgot his promises and laughed at their credulity. Distress again forced him to solicit relief, and offer the same conditions. Unwilling to be duped a second time, the barons required his oath. He swore, and then violated his oath with as much indifference as he had violated his promise. His next applications were treated with scorn, but he softened their opposition by offering to submit to excommunication if he should fail to observe his engagements. In the great hall of Westminster, the king, barons, and prelates assembled. The sentence was pronounced by the bishops with the usual solemnity, and Henry, placing his hand on his breast, added, quote, "So help me God, I will observe these charters, as I am a Christian, a knight, and a king crowned and anointed." End quote. The aid was granted, and the king reverted to his former habits. It was not, however, that he was by inclination a vicious man. He had received strong religious impressions. Though fond of parade, he cautiously avoided every scandalous excess, and his charity to the poor and attention to the public worship were deservedly admired. But his judgment was weak. He had never emancipated his mind from the tutelage in which he had been held in his youth, and easily suffered himself to be persuaded by his favorites that his promises were not to be kept, because they had been compulsory and extorted from him in opposition to the just claims of his crown. On the fall of Hubert de Burgh, the king had given his confidence to his former tutor, Peter the Poitevin, Bishop of Winchester. That the removal of the minister would be followed by the dismissal of the other officers of government, and that the favorite would employ the opportunity to raise and enrich his relatives and friends, is not improbable. But it is difficult to believe on the unsupported assertion of a censorious chronicler that Peter could be such an enemy to his own interest as to prevail on the king to expel all Englishmen from the court, and confide to Poitevins and Bretons the guard of his person, the receipt of his revenue, the administration of justice, the custody of all the royal castles, the wardship of all the young nobility, and the marriages of the principal heiresses. But the ascendancy of the foreigners, however great it might be, was not of very long duration. The barons refused to obey the royal summons to come to the council. The Earl Marshal unfurled the standard of rebellion in Wales, and the clergy joined with the laity in censuring the measures of government. Edmund, the new Archbishop of Canterbury, attended by several other prelates, waited on Henry. He reminded the king that his father, by pursuing similar counsels, had nearly forfeited the crown, assured him that the English would never submit to be trampled upon by strangers in their own country, and had declared that he should conceive it his duty to excommunicate every individual, whoever he might be, that should oppose the reform of the government and the welfare of the nation. Henry was alarmed, and promised to give him an answer in a few weeks. A parliament of the barons was called, and Edmund renewed his remonstrance. The Poitevins were instantly dismissed, the insurgents restored to favor, and ministers appointed who possessed the confidence of the nation. At the age of 29, the king had married Eleanor, the daughter of Raymond, Count of Provence. The ceremony of her coronation, the offices of the barons, the order of the banquet, and the rejoicings of the people are minutely described by the historian, who, in the warmth of his admiration, declares that the whole world could not produce a more glorious and ravishing spectacle. Eleanor had been accompanied to England by her uncle William, Bishop-elect of Valence, who soon became the king's favorite, was admitted into the council, and assumed the ascendancy in the administration. The barons took the first opportunity to remonstrate, but Henry mollified their anger by adding 3 of their number to the council, and, that he might be the more secure from their machinations, obtained from the Pope a legate to reside near his person. This was the Cardinal Otho, who employed his influence to reconcile Henry with the most discontented of the barons. By his advice, William returned to the continent. He died in Italy, but the king, mindful of his interests, had previously procured his election to the See of Winchester, vacant by the death of Peter de Roche. The next favourites were two other uncles of the Queen, Peter de Savoy, to whom Henry gave the honour of Richmond, and Boniface de Savoy, who, at the death of Edmund, was chosen Archbishop of Canterbury. The natives renewed their complaints and waited with impatience for the return of Richard, the king's brother, from Palestine. But that prince was induced to espouse the cause of the foreigners, and to marry Sanchia, another of the daughters of Raymond. But now Isabella, the queen mother, dissatisfied that the family of Provence should monopolize the royal favour, sent over her children by her second husband, the Count de la Marche, to make their fortunes in England. Alice, her daughter, was married to the young Earl of Warenne. Guy, the eldest son, received some valuable presents and returned to France. William de Valence, with the order of knighthood, obtained an annuity and the honour of Hertford, and Aymar was sent to Oxford, preferred to several benefices, and at last made Bishop of Winchester. Associations were formed to redress the grievances of the nation. Under the decent pretext of preventing the misapplication of the revenue, a demand was repeatedly made that the appointment of the officers of state should be vested in the Great Council, and at length the constitution was entirely overturned by the bold ambition of Simon de Montfort, Earl of Leicester. Simon was the younger of the two sons of the Count de Montfort, a name celebrated in the annals of religious warfare. By the resignation of Amaury, his brother, the Constable of France, he had succeeded to the estates of his mother Amicia, the elder of the two sisters and co-heiresses of the late Earl of Leicester. His subsequent marriage with Eleanor, the king's sister, had brought within his view the prospect of a crown, and his marked opposition to the extortions of the king and the pontiffs had secured to him, though a foreigner, the affection of the nobility, the clergy, and the people. Policy required that the king should not provoke nor should oppress so formidable a subject, but Henry did neither. He on some occasions employed the earl in offices of trust and importance. On others, by a succession of petty affronts, irritated instead of subduing his spirit. Among the inhabitants of Guyenne, there were many whose wavering fidelity proved a subject of constant solicitude, and Simon had been appointed by patent governor of the province for 5 years, with the hope that his activity and resolution would crush the disaffected and secure the allegiance of the natives. They were to the earl years of continual exertion. His conduct necessarily begot enemies, and he was repeatedly accused to the king of peculation, tyranny, and cruelty. How far the charges were true, it is impossible to determine, but his accusers were the Archbishop of Bordeaux and the chief of the Gascon nobility, who declared that, unless justice were done to their complaints, their countrymen would seek the protection of a different sovereign. When Simon appeared before his peers, he was accompanied by Richard, the king's brother, and the Earls of Gloucester and Hereford, who had engaged to screen him from the royal resentment. And the king, perceiving that he could not procure the condemnation of the accused, vented his passion in intemperate language. In the course of the altercation, the word traitor inadvertently fell from his lips. "Traitor!" exclaimed the earl. "If you were not a king, you should repent of that insult." "I shall never repent of anything so much," replied Henry, "as that I allowed you to grow and fatten within my dominions." By the interposition of their common friends, they were parted. Henry conferred the duchy and the government of Guyenne on his son Edward, but the earl returned to the province, nor would he yield up his patent without a considerable sum as a compensation for the remaining years of the grant. Fearing the king's enmity, he retired into France, and was afterward reconciled to him through the mediation of the Bishop of Lincoln. Though Richard had frequently joined the barons in opposing his brother, he could never be induced to invade the just rights of the crown. He was as much distinguished by his economy as Henry was by his profusion, and the care with which he husbanded his income gave him the reputation of being the most opulent prince of Europe. Yet he allowed himself to be dazzled with the splendor of royalty, and incautiously sacrificed his fortune to his ambition. In the beginning of the year 1256, the archbishops of Cologne and Mainz, with the Elector Palatine, chose him at Frankfurt king of the Romans. And a few weeks later, the Archbishop of Triers, the King of Bohemia, the Duke of Saxony, and the Marquis of Brandenburg, the other 4 electors, gave their suffrages in favor of Alfonso, King of Castile. It was, however, in an evil hour for Henry that Richard departed for Germany. The discontented barons, no longer awed by his presence, associated to reform the state under the guidance of the Earl of Leicester, High Steward, the Earl of Hereford, High Constable, the Earl Marshal, and the Earl of Gloucester. The circumstances of the times were favorable to their views. An unproductive harvest had been followed by a general scarcity, and the people were willing to attribute their misery not to the inclemency of the seasons, but to the incapacity of their governors. Henry called a great council at Westminster, and on the 3rd day the barons assembled in the hall in complete armor. When the king entered, they put aside their swords. But Henry, alarmed at their unusual appearance, exclaimed, "Am I then your prisoner?" "No, sire," replied Roger Bigod, "but by your partiality to foreigners, and your own prodigality, the realm is involved in misery. Wherefore, we demand that the powers of government be delegated to a committee of barons and prelates, who may correct abuses and enact salutary laws." Some altercation ensued, and high words passed between the Earl of Leicester and William de Valence, one of the king's brothers. Henry, however, found it necessary to submit, and it was finally agreed that he should solicit the Pope to send a legate to England and modify the terms on which he had accepted the kingdom of Sicily, that he should give a commission to reform the state to 24 prelates and barons, of whom 1/2 had already been selected from his council. The other half should be named by the barons themselves in a parliament to be held at Oxford, and that, if he faithfully observed these conditions, measures should be taken to pay his debts, and to prosecute the claim of Edmund to the crown of the 2 Sicilies. At the appointed day, the Great Council, distinguished in our annals by the appellation of the Mad Parliament, assembled at Oxford. The barons, to intimidate their opponents, were attended by their military tenants, and took an oath to stand faithfully by each other, and to treat as, quote, "a mortal enemy," end quote, every man who should abandon their cause. The Committee of Reform was appointed. Among the 12 selected by Henry were his nephew, the son of Richard, 2 of his half-brothers, and the great officers of state. The leaders of the faction were included in the 12 named by the barons. Every member was sworn to reform the state of the realm to the honor of God, the service of the king, and the benefit of the people, and to allow no consideration, quote, "neither of gift nor promise, profit nor loss, love nor hatred nor fear," end quote, to influence him in the discharge of his duty. Each 12 then selected 2 of their opponents, and to the 4 thus selected was entrusted the charge of appointing 15 persons to form the Council of State. Having obtained the royal permission, they proceeded to make the choice with apparent impartiality. Both parties furnished an equal number, and at their head was placed Boniface, the Archbishop of Canterbury, who, if he were connected with the court from his relationship to the Queen, was also known to lean to the popular faction through his jealousy of the superior influence of the king's half-brothers. In reality, however, these elections proved the declining influence of the crown. For while the chiefs of the reformers were named, Henry's principal friends, his nephew and his brothers, had been carefully excluded. In a short time, the triumph of Leicester was complete. The justiciary, the chancellor, the treasurer, all the sheriffs, and the governors of the principal castles belonging to the king, 20 in number, were removed, and their places were supplied by the chiefs of the reformers, or the most devoted of their adherents. The new justiciary took an oath to administer justice to all persons according to the ordinances of the committee. The chancellor not to put the great seal to any writ which had not the approbation of the king and the privy council, nor to any grant without the consent of the great council, nor to any instrument whatever which was not in conformity with the regulations of the committee. The governors of the castles to keep them faithfully for the use of the king, and to restore them to him or his heirs, and no others, on the receipt of an order from the council. and at the expiration of 12 years to surrender them loyally on the demand of the king. Having thus secured to themselves the sovereign authority and divested Henry of the power of resistance, the committee began the work of reform by ordaining 1. That 4 knights should be chosen by the freeholders of each county to ascertain and lay before the Parliament the trespasses, excesses, and injuries committed within the county under the royal administration. 2. That a new high sheriff should be annually appointed for each county by the votes of the freeholders. 3. That all sheriffs and the treasurer, chancellor, and judiciary should annually give in their accounts. 4. And that parliaments should meet thrice in the year, in the beginning of the months of February, June, and October. They were, however, careful that these assemblies should consist entirely of their own partisans. Under the pretext of exonerating the other members from the trouble and expense of such frequent journeys, 12 persons were appointed as representatives of the commonalty, that is, the whole body of earls, barons, and tenants of the crown. And it was enacted that whatever these 12 should determine, in conjunction with the Council of State, should be considered as the act of the whole body. These innovations did not, however, pass without opposition. Henry, the son of the King of the Romans, Aymar, Guy, and William, half-brothers to the king, and the Earl of Warenne, members of the committee, though they were unable to prevent, considerably retarded the measures of the reformers, and nourished in the friends of the monarch a spirit of resistance which might ultimately prove fatal to the projects of Leicester and his associates. It was resolved to silence them by intimidation. They were required to swear obedience to the ordinances of the majority of the members. Proposals were made to resume all grants of the crown from which the 3 brothers derived their support, and several charges of extortion and trespass were made in the king's courts not only against them, but also against the 4th brother, Geoffrey de Valence. Fearing for their liberty or lives, they all retired secretly from Oxford and fled to Wolvesham, a castle belonging to Aymar as Bishop-elect of Winchester. They were pursued and surrounded by the barons. Their offer to take the oath of submission was now refused, and of the conditions proposed to them, the 4 brothers accepted as the most eligible to leave the kingdom, taking with them 6,000 marks, and trusting the remainder of their treasures and the rents of their lands to the honor of their adversaries. Their departure broke the spirit of the dissidents. John de Warenne and Prince Henry successively took the oath. Even Edward, the king's eldest son, reluctantly followed their example, and was compelled to recall the grants which he had made to his uncles of revenues in Guienne, and to admit of 4 reformers as his council for the administration of that duchy. To secure their triumph, a royal order was published that all the lieges should swear to observe the ordinances of the council, and a letter was written to the Pope in the name of the Parliament, complaining of the king's brothers, soliciting the deposition of the Bishop of Winchester, and requesting the aid of a legate to cooperate with them in the important task of reforming the state of the kingdom. In a short time, Leicester was alarmed by the approach of a dangerous visitor, Richard, King of the Romans. That prince had squandered away an immense mass of treasure in Germany, and was returning to replenish his coffers by raising money on his English estates. At St. Omer, to his surprise, he received a prohibition to land before he had taken an oath to observe the provisions of reform, and not to bring the king's brothers in his suite. His pride deemed the message an insult, but his necessities required the prosecution of his journey, and he gave a reluctant promise to comply as soon as he should receive the king's permission. At Canterbury, Henry signified his commands, and Richard took the oath. Henry had been for 2 years the mere shadow of a king. The acts of government, indeed, ran in his name, but the sovereign authority was exercised without control by the lords of the council, and obedience to the royal orders, when the king ventured to issue any orders, was severely punished as a crime against the safety of the state. But if he were a silent, he was not an inattentive observer of the passing events. The discontent of the people did not escape his notice, and he saw with pleasure the intestine dissensions which daily undermined the power of the faction. The Earls of Leicester and Gloucester pursued opposite interests and formed two opposite parties. Leicester, unwilling to behold the ascendancy of his rival, retired into France, and Gloucester discovered an inclination to be reconciled to his sovereign. But to balance this advantage, Prince Edward, who had formerly displayed so much spirit in vindicating the right to the crown, joined the Earl of Leicester, their most dangerous enemy. And this unexpected connection awakened in the king's mind the suspicion of a design to depose him and place his son on the throne. In these dispositions of enmity, jealousy, and distrust, the barons assembled in London to meet Henry in Parliament. But each member was attended by a military guard. His lodgings were fortified to prevent a surprise. The apprehension of hostilities confined the citizens within their houses, and the concerns of trade with the usual intercourse of society were totally suspended. After many attempts, the good offices of the King of the Romans effected a specious but treacherous pacification, and the different leaders left the Parliament friends in open show, but with the same feelings of animosity rankling in their breasts, and with the same projects for their own aggrandizement and the depression of their opponents. At length, Henry persuaded himself that the time had arrived when he might resume his authority. He unexpectedly entered the council, and in a tone of dignity reproached the members with their affected delays and their breach of trust. They had been established to reform the state, improve the revenue, and discharge his debts, but they had neglected these objects and had labored only to enrich themselves and to perpetuate their own power. He should, therefore, no longer consider them as his counsel, but employ such other remedies as he thought proper. He immediately repaired to the tower, which had lately been fortified, seized on the treasure in the mint, ordered the gates of London to be closed, compelled all the citizens above 12 years of age to swear fealty in their respective wardmotes, and by proclamation commanded the knights of the several counties to attend the next Parliament in arms. The barons immediately assembled their retainers and marched to the neighborhood of the capital. But each party, diffident of its strength, betrayed an unwillingness to begin hostilities, and it was unanimously agreed to postpone the discussion of their differences till the return of Prince Edward, who was in France displaying his prowess at a tournament. He returned in haste, and, to the astonishment of all who were not in the secret, embraced the interests of the barons. Henry, however, persevered in his resolution. By repeated desertions, the party of his enemies had been reduced to the two Earls of Leicester and Gloucester, the Grand Justiciary, the Bishop of Worcester, and Hugh de Montfort, whose principal dependence was on the oath which the king and the nation had taken to observe the provisions of Oxford. To this argument, it was replied that the same authority which enacted the law was competent to repeal it, and that an oath which should deprive the Parliament of such right was, in its own nature, unjust and consequently invalid. For greater security, however, the king applied to Pope Alexander, who by several bulls released both him and the nation from their oaths, on the principle that the provisions of Oxford were injurious to the state, and therefore incompatible with their previous obligations. These bulls Henry published, appointed a new justiciary and chancellor, removed the officers of his household, revoked to himself the custody of the royal castles, named new sheriffs in the counties, and by proclamation announced that he had resumed the exercise of the royal authority. This was followed by another proclamation to refute the false reports circulated by the barons. End of section 26.
Section 27 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 27, The Mad Parliament. Beginning of England's House of Commons, A.D. 1258, by John Lingard, Part 2. The king, now finding himself at liberty, was induced to visit Louis of France, and Leicester embraced the opportunity to return to England and reorganize the association which had so lately been dissolved. His hopes of success were founded on the pride and imprudence of Prince Edward, who, untaught by experience, had called around him a guard of foreigners, and entrusted to their leaders the custody of his castles. Such conduct not only awakened the jealousy of the barons, but alienated the affections of the royalists. Henry, at his return, aware of the designs of his enemies, ordered the citizens of London, the inhabitants of the Cinque Ports, and the principal barons, and afterward all freemen throughout the kingdom, to swear fealty not only to himself, but, in the event of his death, to his eldest son, the Prince Edward. To the second oath the Earl of Gloucester objected. He was immediately joined at Oxford by his associates, and in a few days the Earl of Leicester appeared at their head. With the royal banner displayed before them, they took Gloucester, Worcester, and Bridgenorth, ravaged without mercy the lands of the royalists, the foreigners, and the natives who refused to join their ranks, and, augmenting their numbers as they advanced, directed their march toward London. In London the aldermen and principal citizens were devoted to the king, the mayor and the populace openly declared for the barons. Henry was in possession of the Tower, and Edward, after taking by force 1,000 marks out of the Temple, hastened to throw himself into the castle of Windsor, the most magnificent palace, if we may believe a contemporary, then existing in Europe. The queen attempted to follow her son by water, but the populace insulted her with the most opprobrious epithets, discharged volleys of filth into the royal barge, and prepared to sink it with large stones as it should pass beneath the bridge. The mayor at length took her under his protection and placed her in safety in the episcopal palace near St. Paul's. The king of the Romans now appeared again on the scene in the quality of mediator. The negotiation lasted 3 weeks, but Henry was compelled to yield to the increasing power of his adversaries, and it was agreed that the royal castles should once more be entrusted to the custody of the barons, the foreigners be again banished, and the provisions of Oxford be confirmed, subject to such alterations as should be deemed proper by a committee appointed for that purpose. Henry returned to his palace at Westminster. New officers of state were selected, and the king's concessions were notified to the conservators of the peace in the several counties. The king now found himself sufficiently strong to take the field. He was disappointed in an attempt to obtain possession of Dover, but nearly succeeded in surprising the Earl of Leicester, who, with a small body of forces, had marched from Kenilworth to Southwark. Henry appeared on one side of the town, the prince on the other, and the royalists had previously closed the gates of the city. So imminent was the danger that the earl, who had determined not to yield, advised his companions to assume the cross, and to prepare themselves for death by the offices of religion. But the opportunity was lost by a strict adherence to the custom of the times. A herald was sent to require him to surrender, and in the meanwhile the populace, acquainted with the danger of their favorite, burst open the gates and introduced him into the city. The power of the two parties was now more equally balanced, and their mutual apprehensions inclined them to listen to the pacific exhortations of the bishops. It was agreed to refer every subject of dispute to the arbitration of the King of France, an expedient which had been proposed the last year by Henry, but rejected by Leicester. Louis accepted the honorable office and summoned the parties to appear before him at Amiens. The king attended in person. The earl, who was detained at home in consequence of a real or pretended fall from his horse, had sent his attorneys. Both parties solemnly swore to abide by the decision of the French monarch. Louis heard the allegations and arguments of each, consulted his court, and pronounced judgment in favor of Henry. He annulled the provisions of Oxford as destructive of the rights of the crown and injurious to the interests of the nation, ordered the royal castles to be restored, gave to the king the authority to appoint all the officers of the state and of his household, and to call to his council whomsoever he thought proper, whether native or foreigner, reinstated him in the same condition in which he was before the meeting of the Mad Parliament, and ordered that all offenses committed by either party should be buried in oblivion. This award was soon afterward confirmed by Pope Urban, and the Archbishop of Canterbury received an order to excommunicate all who, in violation of their oaths, should refuse to submit to it. The barons had already taken their resolution. The moment the decision was announced to them, they declared that it was, on the face of it, contrary to truth and justice, and had been procured by the undue influence which the Queen of Louis, the sister-in-law to Henry, possessed over the mind of her husband. Hostilities immediately recommenced, and as every man of property was compelled to adhere to one of the two parties, the flames of civil war were lighted up in almost every part of the kingdom. In the north, and in Cornwall and Devon, the decided superiority of the royalists forced the friends of the barons to dissemble their real sentiments. The Midland counties and the marches of Wales were pretty equally divided. But in the Cinque Ports, the metropolis, and the neighboring districts, Montfort ruled without opposition. His partisan, Thomas Fitz-Thomas, had been intruded into the office of Mayor of London, and a convention for their mutual security had been signed by that officer and the commonalty of the city on the one part, and the Earls of Leicester, Gloucester, and Derby, Hugh le Despencer, the Grand Justiciary, and 12 barons on the other. In the different ward motes, every male inhabitant above 12 years of age was sworn a member of the association. A constable and marshal of the city were appointed, and orders were given that at the sound of the great bell at St. Paul's, all should assemble in arms and obey the authority of these officers. The efficacy of the new arrangements was immediately put to the test. Despencer, the justiciary, came from the Tower, put himself at the head of the associated bands, and conducted them to destroy the two palaces of the King of the Romans, at Isleworth and Westminster, and the houses of the nobility and citizens known or suspected to be attached to the royal cause. The justices of the King's Bench and the barons of the Exchequer were thrown into prison. The moneys belonging to foreign merchants and bankers, which for security had been deposited in the churches, were carried to the Tower, and the Jews, to the number of 500 men, women, and children, were conducted to a place of confinement. Out of these, Despencer selected a few of the more wealthy, that he might enrich himself by their ransom. The rest he abandoned to the cruelty and rapacity of the populace, who, after stripping them of their clothes, massacred them all in cold blood. Cock ben Abraham, who was considered the most opulent individual in the kingdom, had been killed in his own house by John Fitzjohn, one of the barons. The murderer at first appropriated to himself the treasure of his victim, but he afterward thought it more prudent to secure a moiety by making a present of the remainder to Leicester. Henry had summoned the tenants of the crown to meet him at Oxford, and being joined by Comyn, Bruce, and Balliol, the lords of the Scottish borders, unfurled his standard and placed himself at the head of the army. His first attempts were successful. Northampton, Leicester, and Nottingham, 3 of the strongest fortresses in the possession of the barons, were successively reduced, and among the captives were reckoned Simon, the eldest of Leicester's sons, 14 other bannerets, 40 knights, and a numerous body of esquires. From Nottingham he was recalled into Kent by the danger of his nephew Henry, besieged in the castle of Rochester. At his approach, the enemy, who had taken and pillaged the city, retired with precipitation, and the king, after an ineffectual attempt to secure the cooperation of the Cinque Ports, fixed his headquarters in the town of Lewes. Leicester, having added a body of 15,000 citizens to his army, marched from London, with a resolution to bring the controversy to an issue. From Fletching he dispatched a letter to Henry, protesting that neither he nor his associates had taken up arms against the king, but against the evil counsellors who enjoyed and abused the confidence of their sovereign. Henry returned a public defiance, which was accompanied by a message from Prince Edward and the King of the Romans, declaring in the name of the royal barons that the charge was false, pronouncing Montfort and his adherents perjured, and daring the Earls of Leicester and Derby to appear in the king's court and prove their assertion by single combat. After the observation of these forms, which the feudal connection between the lord and the vassal was supposed to make necessary, Montfort prepared for the battle. It was the peculiar talent of this leader to persuade his followers that the cause in which they fought was the cause of heaven. He represented to them that their objects were liberty and justice, and that their opponent was a prince whose repeated violation of the most solemn oaths had released them from their allegiance, and had entailed on his head the curse of the Almighty. He ordered each man to fasten a white cross on the breast and shoulder, and to devote the next evening to the duties of religion. Early in the morning he marched forward, and, leaving his baggage and standard on the summit of a hill about 2 miles from Lewes, descended into the plain. Henry's foragers had discovered and announced his approach, and the Royalists in 3 divisions silently awaited the attack. Leicester, having called before the ranks the Earl of Gloucester and several other young noblemen, bade them kneel down, and conferred on them the order of knighthood, and the Londoners, who impatiently expected the conclusion of the ceremony, rushed with loud shouts on the enemy. They were received by Prince Edward, broken in a few minutes, and driven back as far as the standard. Had the prince returned from the pursuit and fallen on the rear of the Confederates, the victory might have been secured. But he remembered the insults which the citizens had offered to his mother, and the excesses of which they had lately been guilty. The suggestions of prudence were less powerful than the thirst of revenge, and the pursuit of the fugitives carried him with the flower of the army 4 miles from the field of battle. More than 3,000 Londoners were slain, but the advantage was dearly purchased by the loss of the victory and the ruin of the royal cause. Leicester, who viewed with pleasure the thoughtless impetuosity of the prince, fell with the remainder of his forces on Henry and his brother. A body of Scots, who fought on foot, was cut to pieces. Their leaders, John Comyn and Robert de Bruce, were made prisoners. The same fate befell the King of the Romans, and the combat was feebly maintained by the exertions and example of Philip Basset, who fought near the person of Henry. But when that nobleman sank through loss of blood, his retainers fled. The king, whose horse had been killed under him, surrendered, and Leicester conducted the royal captive into the priory. The fugitives, as soon as they learned the fate of their sovereign, came back to share his captivity and voluntarily yielded themselves to their enemies. When Edward returned from the pursuit, both armies had disappeared. He traversed the field, which was strewed with the bodies of the slain and the wounded, anxiously but fruitlessly inquiring after his father. As he approached Lewes, the barons came out, and, on the first shock, the Earl Warenne, with the king's half-brothers and 700 horse, fled to Pevensey, whence they sailed to the continent. Edward, with a strong body of veterans from the Welsh marches, rode along the wall to the castle, and understanding that his father was a captive in the priory, obtained permission to visit him from Leicester. An unsuccessful attempt made by the barons against the castle revived his hopes. He opened a negotiation with the chiefs of the party, and the next morning was concluded the treaty known by the name of the Mise of Lewes. By this it was agreed that all prisoners taken during the war should be set at liberty, that the princes Edward and Henry should be kept as hostages for the peaceable conduct of their fathers, the King of England and the King of the Romans, and that all matters which could not be amicably adjusted in the next Parliament should be referred to the decision of certain arbitrators. In the Battle of Lewes, about 5,000 men are said to have fallen on each side. By this victory, the royal authority was laid prostrate at the feet of Leicester. The scheme of arbitration was merely a blind to deceive the vulgar. His past conduct had proved how little he was to be bound by such decisions, and the referees themselves, aware of the probable result, refused to accept the office. The great object of his policy was the preservation of the ascendancy which he had acquired. To Henry, who was now the convenient tool of his ambition, he paid every exterior demonstration of respect, but never suffered him to depart out of his custody, and, without consulting him, affixed his seal to every order which was issued for the degradation of the royal authority. The King of the Romans, a more resolute and dangerous enemy, instead of being restored to liberty, was closely confined in the castle of Wallingford, and afterward in that of Kenilworth, and the 2 princes were confided to the custody of the new governor of Dover, with instructions to allow of no indulgence which might facilitate their escape. Instead of removing the sheriffs, a creature of Leicester was sent to each county with the title of Conservator of the Peace. This officer was empowered to arrest all persons who should carry arms without the king's special license, to prevent all breaches of the peace, to employ the posse comitatus to apprehend offenders, and to cause 4 knights to be chosen as the representatives of the county in the next Parliament. In that assembly a new form of government was established, to last, unless it were dissolved by mutual consent, till the compromise of Lewes had been carried into full execution, not only in the reign of Henry, but also of Edward, the heir apparent. This form had been devised by the heads of the faction to conceal their real views from the people, and was so contrived that they retained in their own hands the sovereign authority, while to the superficial observer they seemed to have resigned it to the king and his council. It was enacted that Henry should delegate the power of choosing his councillors to a committee of 3 persons, whose proceedings should be valid, provided they were attested by the signatures of 2 of the number. The king immediately issued a writ to the Earl of Leicester, the Earl of Gloucester, and the Bishop of Chichester, authorizing them to appoint in his name a council of 9 members, nor were they slow in selecting for that purpose the most devoted of their adherents. The powers given to this council were most extensive, and to be exercised without control whenever the Parliament was not sitting. Besides the usual authority, it possessed the appointment of all the officers of state, of all the officers of the household, and of all the governors of the royal castles. 3 were ordered to be in constant attendance on the king's person. All were to be summoned on matters of great importance, and a majority of 2/3 was required to give a sanction to their decisions. Hitherto the original committee seemed to have been forgotten, but it was contrived that when the council was so divided that the consent of 2/3 could not be obtained, the question should be reserved for the determination of the 3 electors, an artifice by which, under the modest pretense of providing against dissension, they invested themselves with the sovereign authority. By additional enactments it was provided that no foreigner, though he might go or come, or reside peaceably, should be employed under the government, that past offences should be mutually forgiven, that the 2 charters, the provisions made the last year, in consequence of the statutes of Oxford, and all the ancient and laudable customs of the realm should be inviolably observed, and that 3 prelates should be appointed to reform the state of the church, and to procure for the clergy, with the aid of the civil power, if necessary, full compensation for their losses during the late troubles. The Earl was now in reality possessed of more extensive authority than Henry had ever enjoyed, but he soon discovered that to retain the object of his ambition would require the exertion of all his powers. The cause of the captive monarch was ardently espoused by foreign nations and by the sovereign pontiff. Adventurers from every province of France crowded to the royal standard, which Queen Eleanor had erected at Dam in Flanders, and a numerous fleet assembled in the harbor to transport to England the thousands who had sworn to humble the pride of a disloyal and aspiring subject. To oppose them, Leicester had summoned to the camp on Barham Downs not only the king's military tenants, but the whole force of the nation, and, taking on himself the command of the fleet, cruised in the narrow seas to intercept the invaders. But the winds seemed to be leagued with the Earl. The Queen's army was detained for several weeks in the vicinity of Dam, and the mercenaries gradually disbanded themselves when the short period for which they had contracted to serve was expired. At the same time, the pontiff had commissioned Guido, Cardinal Bishop of Sabina, to proceed to England and take Henry under the papal protection, but, deterred by the hint of a conspiracy against his life from crossing the sea, he excommunicated the barons unless before the 1st of September they should restore the king to all his rights, and at the same time summoned 4 of the English prelates to appear before him at Boulogne. After much tergiversation these obeyed, but appealed from his jurisdiction to the equity of the Pope or a general council, and though they consented to bring back a sentence of excommunication against the king's enemies, they willingly suffered it to be taken from them by the officers at Dover. Their appeal was approved by the convocation of the clergy, and Guido, after publishing the excommunication himself at Hesdin, returned to Rome, where he was elevated to the chair of St. Peter by the name of Clement IV. End of section 27.
Section 28 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The Mad Parliament, A.D. 1258, by John Lingard, Part 3. During the summer, Leicester had been harassed with repeated solicitations for the release of the two princes, Edward and Henry. In the winter he pretended to acquiesce, and convoked a parliament to meet after Christmas for the avowed purpose of giving the sanction of the legislature to so important a measure. But the extraordinary manner in which this assembly was constituted provoked a suspicion that his real object was to consolidate and perpetuate his own power. Only those prelates and barons were summoned who were known to be attached to his party, and the deficiency was supplied by representatives from the counties, cities, and boroughs who, as they had been chosen through his influence, proved the obsequious ministers of his will. Several weeks were consumed in private negotiation with Henry and his son. Leicester was aware of the untamable spirit of Edward, nor would he consent that the prince should exchange his confinement for the company of his father on any other terms than that he should still remain under the inspection of his keepers, and evince his gratitude for the indulgence by ceding to the Earl and his heirs the county of Chester, the castle of Peck, and the town of Newcastle under Lyme, in exchange for which he should receive other lands of the same annual value. At length the terms were settled and confirmed by the Parliament, with every additional security which the jealousy of the faction could devise. It was enacted, by common consent of the King, his son Edward, the prelates, earls, barons, and commonalty of the realm, that the charters and the ordinances should be inviolably observed, that neither the king nor the prince should aggrieve the earl or his associates for their past conduct, that if they did, their vassals and subjects should be released from the obligation of fealty till full redress were obtained, and their abettors should be punished with exile and forfeiture, that the barons whom the king had defied before the Battle of Lewes should renew their homage and fealty, but on the express condition that such homage and fealty should be no longer binding if he violated his promise, that the command of the royal castle should be taken from suspected persons and entrusted to officers of approved loyalty, that the prince should not leave the realm for 3 years, under pain of disherison, that he should not choose his advisers and companions himself, but receive them from the Council of State, that with his father's consent he should put into the hands of the barons for 5 years 5 royal castles as securities for his behaviour, and should deliver to Leicester the town and castle of Bristol in pledge till a full and legal transfer should be made of Chester, Peck, and Newcastle, that both Henry and Edward should swear to observe all these articles, and not to solicit any absolution from their oath, nor make any use of such absolution if it were to be pronounced by the Pope, and lastly, that they should cause the present agreement to be confirmed in the best manner that might be devised in Ireland, in Gascony, by the King of Scotland, and in all lands subject to the King of England. These were terms which nothing but necessity could have extorted, and to add to their stability, they were for the most part embodied in the form of a writ, signed by the King and sent to the sheriffs, with orders to publish them in the full court of each county twice every year. It is generally supposed that the project of summoning to Parliament the representatives of the counties, cities, and boroughs grew out of that system of policy which the Earl had long pursued, of flattering the prejudices and attaching to himself the affections of the people. Nor had his efforts proved unsuccessful. Men in the higher ranks of life might penetrate behind the veil with which he sought to conceal his ambition, but by the nation at large he was considered as the reformer of abuses, the protector of the oppressed, and the saviour of his country. Even some of the clergy and several religious bodies, soured by papal and regal exactions, gave him credit for the truth of his pretensions, and preachers were found who, though he had been excommunicated by the legate, made his virtues the theme of their sermons, and exhorted their hearers to stand by the patron of the poor and the avenger of the church. Within the kingdom no man dared to dispute his authority. It was only at the extremities that a faint show of resistance was maintained. The distant disobedience of a few chiefs on the Scottish borders he despised or dissembled, and the open hostilities of the lords in the Welsh marshes were crushed in their birth by his promptitude and decision. He compelled Roger de Mortimer and his associates to throw down their arms, surrender their castles, and abide the judgment of their peers, by whom they were condemned to expatriate themselves, some for 12 months, others for 3 years, and to reside during their exile in Ireland. They pretended to submit, but lingered on the sea coast and amid the mountains of Wales, in the hope that some new event might recall them to draw the sword and fight again in the cause of their sovereign. It had cost Leicester some years and much labour to climb to the summit of his greatness. His descent was rapid beyond the calculation of the most sanguine among his enemies. He had hitherto enjoyed the co-operation of the powerful Earls of Derby and Gloucester, but, if he was too ambitious to admit of an equal, they were too proud to bow to a fellow subject. Frequent altercations betrayed their secret jealousies, and the sudden arrest and imprisonment of Derby, on a charge of corresponding with the Royalists, warned Gloucester of his own danger. He would have shared the captivity of his friends had he assisted at the great tournament at Northampton, but by his absence he disconcerted the plans of his enemy, and, recalling Mortimer and the exiles, unfurled the royal standard in the midst of his tenantry. Leicester immediately hastened to Hereford with the king, the prince, and a numerous body of knights. To prevent the effusion of blood, their common friends intervened. A reconciliation was effected, and 4 umpires undertook the task of reconciling their differences. But under this appearance of friendship, all was hollow and insincere. Leicester sought to circumvent his adversary. Gloucester waited the result of a plan for the liberation of Edward, which had been concerted through the means of Thomas de Clare, brother to the Earl and companion to the Prince. One day after dinner, Edward obtained permission to take the air without the walls of Hereford, attended by his keepers. They rode to Widmarsh. A proposal was made to try the speed of their horses. Several matches were made and run, and the afternoon was passed in a succession of amusements. A little before sunset there appeared on Tullington Hill a person riding on a grey charger and waving his bonnet. The Prince, who knew the signal, bidding adieu to the company, instantly galloped off with his friend, another knight, and 4 esquires. The keepers followed, but in a short time Mortimer, with a band of armed men, issued from a wood, received Edward with acclamations of joy, and conducted him to his castle of Wigmore. The next day the Prince met the Earl of Gloucester at Ludlow. They mutually pledged themselves to forget all former injuries and to unite their efforts for the liberation of the king, on condition that he should govern according to the laws and should exclude foreigners from his councils. When Leicester received the news of Edward's escape, he conceived that the Prince was gone to join the Earl Warenne and William de Valence, who a few days before had landed with 120 knights on the coast of Pembrokeshire. Ignorant, however, of his real motions, he dared not pursue him, but issued writs in the king's name, ordering the military tenants of the crown to assemble at first at Worcester and afterward in Gloucester. To these he added circular letters to the bishops, accusing Edward of rebellion and requesting a sentence of excommunication against all disturbers of the peace, from the highest to the lowest. The royalists had wisely determined to cut off his communication with the rest of the kingdom by securing to themselves the command of the Seven. Worcester readily opened its gates. Gloucester was taken by storm, and the castle, after a siege of 2 weeks, was surrendered on condition that the garrison should not serve again during the next 40 days. Every bridge was now broken down. The small craft on the river was sunk or destroyed, and the fords were either deepened or watched by powerful detachments. Leicester, caught as it were in the toils, remained inactive at Hereford, but he awaited the arrival of the troops whom he had summoned, and concluded with Llewellyn of Wales a treaty of alliance by which, for the pretended payment of 30,000 marks, Henry was made to resign all the advantages which he and his predecessors had wrested from the princes of that country. At last, reinforced by a party of Welshmen, the Earl marched to the south, took and destroyed the castle of Monmouth, and fixed his headquarters at Newport. Here he expected a fleet of transports to convey him to Bristol, but the galleys of the Earl of Gloucester blockaded the mouth of the Avon, and Edward, with the bravest of his knights, made an attempt on the town of Newport itself. The part which lay on the left bank of the Usk was carried, but the destruction of the bridge arrested the progress of the victors, and Leicester, with his dispirited followers, escaped into Wales. Misfortune now pressed on misfortune, and the last anchor of his hope was broken by the defeat of his son, Simon of Montfort. That young nobleman was employed in the siege of Pevensey on the coast of Sussex, when he received the king's writ to repair to Worcester. On his march he sacked the city of Winchester, the gates of which had been shut against him, passed peaceably through Oxford, and reached the castle of Kenilworth, the principal residence of his family. Here he remained for some days in heedless security, awaiting the orders of his father. Margot, a woman who in male attire performed the office of a spy, informed the prince that Simon lay in the priory, and his followers in the neighbouring farmhouses. Edward immediately formed the design of surprising them in their beds, and marching from Worcester in the evening, arrived at Kenilworth about sunrise the next morning. 12 bannerets with all their followers were made prisoners, and their horses and treasures repaid the industry of the captors. Simon alone with his pages escaped naked into the castle. Leicester on the same day had crossed the Severn by a ford, and halted at Kempsey, about 3 miles from Worcester. Happy to find himself at last on the left bank of the river, and ignorant of the fate of his son and the motions of the enemy, he proceeded to Evesham, with the intention of continuing his march the next morning for Kenilworth. The prince had returned with his prisoners to Worcester, but left the city in the evening, and, to mask his real design, took the road which leads to Bridgnorth. He passed the river near Claines, and, wheeling to the right, arrived before sunrise in the neighbourhood of Evesham. He took his station on the summit of a hill in the direction of Kenilworth. 2 other divisions, under the Earl of Gloucester and Roger de Mortimer, occupied the remaining roads. As the Royalists bore the banners of their captives, they were taken by the enemy for the army of Simon de Montfort. But the mistake was soon discovered. Leicester from an eminence surveyed their numbers and disposition, and was heard to exclaim, "The Lord have mercy on our souls, for our bodies are Prince Edward's." According to his custom, he spent some time in prayer and received the sacrament. His first object was to force his way through the division on the hill. Foiled in this attempt, and in danger of being surrounded, he ordered his men to form a circle and oppose on all sides the pressure of the enemy. For a while the courage of despair proved a match for the superiority of numbers. The old king, who had been compelled to appear in the ranks, was slightly wounded, and as he fell from his horse would probably have been killed had he not cried out to his antagonist, "Hold, fellow! I am Harry of Winchester." The prince knew the voice of his father, sprang to his rescue, and conducted him to a place of safety. During his absence, Leicester's horse was killed under him, and, as he fought on foot, he asked if they gave quarter. A voice replied, "There is no quarter for traitors." Henry de Montfort, his eldest son, who would not leave his side, fell at his feet. His dead body was soon covered by that of the father. The Royalists obtained a complete but sanguinary victory. Of Leicester's partisans, all the barons and knights were slain, with the exception of about 10, who were afterward found breathing and were cured of their wounds. The foot soldiers of the royal army, so we are told to save the honour of the leaders, offered to the body of the earl every indignity. His mangled remains were afterward collected by the king's orders and buried in the church of the abbey. By this victory the sceptre was replaced in the hands of Henry. With their leader, the hopes of the barons had been extinguished. They spontaneously set at liberty the prisoners who had been detained since the Battle of Lewes, and anxiously awaited the determination of the Parliament, which had been summoned to meet at Winchester. In that assembly it was enacted that all grants and patents issued under the king's seal during the time of his captivity should be revoked, that the citizens of London, for their obstinacy and excesses, should forfeit their charter, that the Countess of Leicester and her family should quit the kingdom, and that the estates of all who had adhered to the late earl should be confiscated. The rigour of the last article was afterwards softened by a declaration, in which the king granted a free pardon to those who could show that their conduct had not been voluntary, but the effect of compulsion. These measures, however, were not calculated to restore the public tranquillity. The sufferers, prompted by revenge or compelled by want, had again recourse to the sword. The mountains, forests, and morasses furnished them with places of retreat, and the flames of predatory warfare were kindled in most parts of the kingdom. To reduce these partial but successive insurrections occupied Prince Edward the greater part of 2 years. He first compelled Simon de Montfort and his associates, who had sought an asylum in the Isle of Axholme, to submit to the award which should be given by himself and the King of the Romans. He next led his forces against the men of the Cinque Ports, who had long been distinguished by their attachment to Leicester, and who since his fall had, by their piracies, interrupted the commerce of the narrow seas, and made prizes of all ships belonging to the king's subjects. The capture of Winchelsea, which was carried by storm, taught them to respect the authority of the sovereign, and their power by sea made the prince desirous to recall them to their duty and attach them to the crown. They swore fealty to Henry, and in return obtained a full pardon and the confirmation of their privileges. From the Cinque Ports, Edward proceeded to Hampshire, which, with Berkshire and the neighbouring counties, was ravaged by numerous banditti under the command of Adam Gordon, the most athletic man of the age. They were surprised in Alton Wood, in Buckinghamshire. The prince engaged in single combat with their leader, wounded and unhorsed him, and then, in reward of his valour, granted him his pardon. Still the garrison of Kenilworth continued to brave the royal power, and even added contumely to their disobedience. Having in one of their excursions taken a king's messenger, they cut off one of his hands, and sent him back with an insolent message to Henry. To subdue these obstinate rebels, it was necessary to summon the chivalry of the kingdom. but the strength of the place defied all the efforts of the assailants, and the obstinacy of Hastings the governor refused for 6 months every offer which was made to him in the name of his sovereign. There were many, even among the royalists, who disapproved of the indiscriminate severity exercised by the Parliament at Winchester, and a possibility was suggested of granting indulgence to the sufferers, and at the same time satisfying those who had profited by their forfeitures. With this view a committee was appointed of 12 prelates and barons, whose award was confirmed by the King in Parliament, and called the Dictum de Kenilworth. They divided the delinquents into 3 classes. In the first were the Earl of Derby, Hugh de Hastings, who had earned his preeminence by his superior ferocity, and the persons who had so insolently mutilated the King's messenger. The second comprised all who on different occasions had drawn the sword against their sovereign, and in the third were numbered those who, though they had not fought under the banner, had accepted office under the authority of Leicester. To all was given the option of redeeming their estates by the payment to the actual possessors of certain sums of money, to the amount of 7 years' value by delinquents of the first class, of 5 by those of the second, and of 2 years or 1 year by those of the third. By many the boon was accepted with gratitude. It was scornfully refused by the garrison of the castle of Kenilworth, and by the outlaws who had fled to the Isle of Ely. The obstinacy of the former was subdued by famine, and they obtained from the clemency of the King the grant of their lives, limbs, and apparel. The latter, relying on the strength of their asylum, gloried in their rebellion, and occasionally ravaged the neighbouring country. Their impunity was, however, owing to the perfidy of the Earl of Gloucester, who, without the talents, aspired to the fame and preeminence of his deceased rival. He expressed his disapprobation of the award. The factious inhabitants of London chose him for their leader, and his presumption was nourished by the daily accession of outlaws from different parts of the country. Henry summoned his friends to the siege of the capital, and the Earl, when he beheld from the walls the royal army, and reflected on the consequences of a defeat, condemned his own temerity, accepted the mediation of the King of the Romans, and on the condition of receiving a full pardon, gladly returned to his duty, leaving at the same time the citizens to the good pleasure of the King. His submission drew after it the submission of the other insurgents. If Llewellyn remained in arms, it was only with the hope of extorting more favourable terms. The title of Prince of Wales, with a right to the homage of the Welsh chieftains, satisfied his ambition, and he consented to swear fealty to Henry and to pay him the sum of 25,000 marks. The restoration of tranquillity allowed the King to direct his attention to the improvement of his people. He condescended to profit by the labours of his adversaries, and some of the most useful among the provisions of the barons were with other laws enacted by legitimate authority in a parliament at Marlborough. To crown this important work, and to extinguish, if it were possible, the very embers of discontent, the clergy were brought forward with a grant of the 20th of their revenues, as a fund which might enable those who had been prevented by poverty to redeem their estates according to the decision of the arbitrators at Kenilworth. The outlaws in the Isle of Ely were also reduced. The King's poverty had disabled him from undertaking offensive measures against them, but a grant of the 10th part of the church revenues for 3 years, which he had obtained from the Pope, infused new vigour into his counsels. Bridges were thrown over the rivers, roads were constructed across the marshes, and the rebels returned to their obedience on condition that they should enjoy the benefit of the dictum of Kenilworth, which they had so contemptuously and obstinately refused. End of section 28.
Section 29 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 29, Louis IX Leads the Last Crusade, A.D. 1270, by Joseph Francois Michaud. Louis IX, King of France, 1226 to 1270, was at once a monarch of great ability and a man of intense religious spirit. Naturally, in such a time as that of his reign, a man like Louis would be a crusader. His first expedition, called the Seventh Crusade, 1248 to 1254, was directed against Egypt. He captured Damietta in 1249 and pushed into the interior, but was defeated by the Egyptian Sultan and taken prisoner with his entire army. He was liberated on the surrender of Damietta and the payment of a large ransom, and in 1254 he returned to France. The state of Europe, meanwhile, had become unfavorable to further prosecution of the Crusades, and Louis was the only monarch who longer took a serious interest in the fate of the Christian colonies of Asia. He also wished to avenge the honor of the French arms in Egypt, and so at length he planned a new expedition against the Moslems in that country. But he long kept this purpose a secret between God and himself. Louis consulted Pope Clement IV, who at first tried to discourage the perilous enterprise, but finally the pontiff gave his approval, and while admitting no others as yet into his designs, Louis quietly made preparation and awaited the favorable hour. At last, the great Parliament of France being assembled in the hall of the Louvre, the king entered, bearing in his hand the crown of thorns of Christ. At sight of this, the whole assembly became aware of the monarch's intentions, which he now fully made known, exhorting all who heard him to take the cross. A sad surprise fell upon the reluctant Parliament, but Louis was strongly seconded by the Pope's legate, and many of the prelates, nobles, and knights received the cross. Notwithstanding the deep regret which spread among his people, who felt the need of their sovereign's presence for keeping peace and order in the kingdom, and also feared for his own safety, his health being greatly impaired, there was profound respect for the motives of Louis and general acquiescence in his determination. Among many, this resignation gave place to zealous devotion, and the warlike nobility of the kingdom only thought of following their king in an expedition which was already looked upon as unfortunate. Final preparations were accordingly made for Louis's undertaking. While all France was engaged in preparing for the expedition beyond the seas, the crusade was preached in the other countries of Europe. A council was held at Northampton, in England, in which Audubon, the Pope's legate, exhorted the faithful to arm themselves to save the little that remained of the kingdom of Jerusalem. And Prince Edward took the cross to discharge the vow that his father, Henry III, had made when the news reached Europe of the captivity of Louis IX in Egypt. After the example of Edward, his brother, Prince Edmund, with the Earls of Pembroke and Warwick, and many knights and barons, agreed to take arms against the infidels. The same zeal for the deliverance of the holy places was manifested in Scotland, when John Balliol and several nobles enrolled themselves under the banners of the cross. Catalonia and Castile furnished a great number of crusaders. The King of Portugal and James, King of Aragon, took the cross. Dona Sancha, one of the daughters of the Aragonese prince, had made a pilgrimage to Jerusalem, and had died in the hospital of St. John, after devoting many years to the service of pilgrims and the sick. James had several times conquered the Moors, but neither his exploits against the infidels nor the remembrance of a daughter who had fallen a martyr to Christian charity could sustain his piety against the attacks of his earthly passions, and his shameful connection with Berengaria scandalized Christendom. The Pope, to whom he communicated his design of going to the Holy Land, replied that Jesus Christ could not accept the services of a prince who crucified him every day by his sins. The King of Aragon, by a strange combination of opposite sentiments, would neither renounce Berengaria nor give up his project of going to fight against the infidels in the East. He renewed his oath in a great assembly at Toledo, at which the ambassadors of the Khan of Tartary and of the King of Armenia were present. We read in a Spanish dissertation upon the Crusades that Alfonso the Wise, who was not able to go to the East himself, furnished the King of Aragon with 100 men and 100,000 marvedis in gold. The Order of St. James and other orders of knighthood, who had often accompanied the conqueror of the Moors in his battles, supplied him also with men and money. The city of Barcelona offered him 80,000 Barcelonese sols, and Majorca 50,000 silver sols, with 2 equipped vessels. The fleet, composed of 30 large ships and a great number of smaller craft, in which were embarked 800 men-at-arms and 2,000 foot soldiers, set out from Barcelona on the 4th of September, 1268. When they arrived off Majorca, the fleet was dispersed by a tempest. One part of the vessels gained the coasts of Asia, another took shelter in the ports of Sardinia. The vessel that the King of Aragon was on board of was cast upon the coast of Languedoc. The arrival at Ptolemais of the Aragonese Crusaders, commanded by a natural son of James, restored some hopes to the Franks of Palestine. An envoy from the King of Aragon, according to the Oriental Chronicles, repaired to the Khan of the Tartars, to announce to him that the Spanish monarch would soon arrive with his army. But whether he was detained by the charms of Berengaria, or whether the tempest that dispersed his fleet made him believe that heaven was averse to his pilgrimage, James did not arrive. His departure, in which he appeared to despise the counsels of the Holy See, had been severely censured, and his return, which was attributed to his disgraceful passion, met with an equal share of blame. Murmurs likewise arose against the King of Portugal, who had levied the tenths, but did not leave his kingdom. All those who in Europe took an interest in the Crusade had, at this time, their eyes directed toward the kingdom of Naples, where Charles of Anjou was making great preparations to accompany his brother into the East. But this kingdom, recently conquered, was doomed again to be the theater of a war kindled by vengeance and ambition. There fell out in the states of Naples and Sicily, which had so often changed masters, that which almost always takes place after a revolution. Deceived hopes were changed into hatreds, the excesses inseparable from a conquest, the presence of an army proud of its victories, with the too violent government of Charles, animated the people against their new king. Clement IV thought it his duty to give a timely and salutary warning. Your kingdom, he wrote to him, at first exhausted by the agents of your authority, is now torn by your enemies. Thus the caterpillar destroys what has escaped the grasshopper. The kingdom of Sicily and Naples has not been wanting in men to desolate it. Where now are they that will defend it? This letter of the Pope's announced storms ready to break forth. Many of those who had called Charles to the throne regretted the house of Swabia, and directed their new hopes toward Italy, strengthening Conradin, heir of Frederick and of Conrad. This young prince quitted Germany with an army and advanced toward Italy, strengthening himself in his march with the party of the Ghibellines, and with all those whom the domination of Charles had irritated. All Italy was in flames, and the Pope, Charles's protector, retired to Viterbo, had no defense to afford him, except only the thunders of the Church. Charles of Anjou, however, now assembled his troops and marched out to meet his rival. The two armies met in the plain of St. Valentine, near Aquila. The army of Conradin was cut to pieces, and the young prince fell into the power of the conqueror. Posterity cannot pardon Charles for having abused his victory here so far as to condemn and decapitate his disarmed and vanquished enemy. After this execution, Sicily and the country of Naples were given up to all the furies of a jealous, suspicious tyranny, for violence produces violence, and great political crimes never come alone. It was thus that Charles got ready for the Crusade, but, on the other hand, Providence was preparing terrible catastrophes for him. So true it is, says a historian, that God as often gives kingdoms to punish those he elevates as to chastise those whom he brings low. While these bloody scenes were passing in Italy, Louis IX was following up the establishment of public peace and his darling object, the Crusade, at the same time. The Holy Monarch did not forget that the surest manner of softening the evils of war, as well as of his absence, was to make good laws. He therefore issued several ordinances, and each of these ordinances was a monument of his justice. The most celebrated of all is the Pragmatic Sanction, which Bossuet called the firmest support of Gallican liberties. He also employed himself in elevating that monument of legislation which illustrated his reign and which became a light for following ages. The Count of Poitiers, who was to accompany his brother, was in the meantime engaged in pacifying his provinces, and established many regulations for maintaining public order. He, above everything, endeavored to abolish slavery, having for a maxim that men are born free, and it is always wise to bring back things to their origin. This good prince drew upon himself the benedictions of his people, and the love of his vassals assured the duration of the laws he made. We have said that Prince Edward, son of Henry III, had taken the oath to combat the infidels. He had recently displayed a brilliant valor in the civil war that had so long desolated England, and the deliverance of his father and the pacification of the kingdom had been the reward of his exploits. It was his esteem for the character of Louis IX, more than the spirit of devotion, that induced him to set out for the East. The King of France, who himself exhorted him to take the cross, lent him 70 livres tournois for the preparations for his voyage. Edward was to follow Louis as his vassal, and to conduct under his banners the English crusaders, united with those of Guyenne. Gaston de Béarn, to whom the French monarch advanced the sum of 25,000 livres, prepared to follow Prince Edward to the Holy Land. The period fixed upon for the departure of the expedition was drawing near. By order of the legate, the cures in every parish had taken the names of the crusaders in order to oblige them to wear the cross publicly, and all had notice to hold themselves in readiness to embark in the month of May 1270. Louis confided the administration of his kingdom during his absence to Matthew, abbot of St. Denis, and to Simon, Sieur de Nele. He wrote to all the nobles who were to follow him into the Holy Land to recommend them to assemble their knights and men-at-arms. As religious enthusiasm was not sufficiently strong to make men forget their worldly interests, many nobles who had taken the cross entertained great fears of being ruined by the Holy War, and most of them hesitated to set out. Louis undertook to pay all the expenses of their voyage, and to maintain them at his own cost during the war, a thing that had not been done in the Crusades of Louis VII or Philip Augustus, in which the ardor of the Crusaders did not allow them to give a thought to their fortunes or to exercise so much foresight. We have still a valuable monument of this epoch in a charter by which the King of France stipulates how much he is to pay to a great number of barons and knights during the time the war beyond the seas should last. Early in the month of March, Louis repaired to the church of St. Denis, where he received the symbols of the pilgrimage and placed his kingdom under the protection of the apostles of France. Upon the day following this solemn ceremony, a mass for the crusade was celebrated in the church of Notre Dame at Paris. The monarch appeared there, accompanied by his children and the principal nobles of his court. He walked from the palace barefooted, carrying his scrip and staff. The same day he went to sleep at Vincennes, and beheld for the last time the spot on which he had enjoyed so much happiness in administering justice to his people. And it was here, too, that he took leave of Queen Marguerite, whom he had never before quitted, a separation rendered so much the more painful by the sorrowful reflection it recalled of past events and by melancholy presentiments for the future. Both the people and the court were affected by the deepest regret, and that which added to the public anxiety was the circumstance that everyone was ignorant of the point to which the expedition was to be directed. The coast of Africa was only vaguely conjectured. The King of Sicily had taken the cross without having the least inclination to embark for Asia, and when the question was discussed in council, he gave it as his opinion that Tunis should be the object of the first attack. The kingdom of Tunis covered the seas with pirates, who infested all the routes to Palestine. It was, besides, the ally of Egypt, and might, if subdued, be made the readiest road to that country. These were the ostensible reasons put forth. The true ones were that it was of importance to the King of Sicily that the coasts of Africa should be brought under European subjection, and that he did not wish to go too far from Italy. The true reason was St. Louis, and that which, no doubt, determined him was that he believed it possible to convert the King of Tunis, and thus bring a vast kingdom under the Christian banners. The Mussulman prince, whose ambassadors had been several times in France, had himself given birth to this idea, by saying that he asked nothing better than to embrace the religion of Jesus Christ. Thus, that which he had said to turn aside an invasion was precisely the cause of the war being directed against his territories. Louis IX often repeated that he would consent to pass the whole of his life in a dungeon without seeing the sun, if, by such sacrifice, the conversion of the King of Tunis and his nation could be brought about. an expression of ardent proselytism that has been blamed with much bitterness, but which only showed an extreme desire to see Africa delivered from barbarism and marching with Europe in the progress of intelligence and civilization, which are the great blessings of Christianity. As Louis traversed his kingdom on his way to Aigues-Mortes, where the army of the Crusaders was to embark, he was everywhere hailed by the benedictions of his people, and gratified by hearing their ardent prayers for the success of his arms. The clergy and the faithful, assembled in the churches, prayed for the king and his children and all that should follow him. They prayed also for foreign princes and nobles who had taken the cross and promised to go into the East, as if they would, by that means, press them to hasten their departure. Very few, however, responded to this religious appeal. The King of Castile, who had taken the cross, had pretensions to the imperial crown, nor could he forget the death of his brother Frederick, immolated by Charles of Anjou. It was not only that the affairs of the empire detained the German princes and nobles. The death of young Conradin had so shocked and disgusted men's minds in Germany that no one from that country would have consented to fight under the same banners as the King of Sicily. So black a crime, committed amid the preparations for a holy war, appeared to presage great calamities. In the height of their grief or indignation, people might fear that heaven would be angry with the Christians, and that its curse would fall upon the arms of the Crusaders. When Louis arrived at Aigues-Mortes, he found neither the Genoese fleet nor the principal nobles who were to embark with him. The ambassadors of Palaeologus were the only persons who did not cause themselves to be waited for a great dread of the Crusade was entertained at Constantinople, and this fear was more active than the enthusiasm of the Crusaders. Louis might have asked the Greek emperor why, after having promised to send soldiers, he had only sent ambassadors, but Louis, who attached great importance to the conversion of the Greeks, contented himself with removing the apprehensions of the envoys, and, as Clement IV died at that period, he sent them to the conclave of the cardinals to terminate the reunion of the two churches. At length, the unwilling Crusaders, stimulated by repeated exhortations and by the example of Louis, set forward on their march from all the provinces, and directed their course toward the ports of Aigues-Mortes and Marseille. Louis soon welcomed the arrival of the Count of Poitiers with a great number of his vassals. The principal nobles brought with them the most distinguished of their knights and their most brave and hardy soldiers. Many cities likewise contributed their supply of warriors. Each troop had its banner and formed a separate corps, bearing the name of a city or a province. The battalions of Bucar, Carcassonne, Chalon, Perigord, etc., attracted observation in the Christian army. These names, it is true, excited great emulation, but they also gave rise to quarrels, which the wisdom and firmness of Louis had great difficulty in appeasing. Crusaders arrived from Catalonia, Castile, and several other provinces of Spain. 500 warriors from Friesland likewise ranged themselves with full confidence under the standard of such a leader as Louis, saying that their nation had always been proud to obey the kings of France. Before he embarked, the king wrote once more to the regents of the kingdom to recommend them to watch carefully over public morals, to deliver France from corrupt judges, and to render to everybody, particularly the poor, prompt and perfect justice, so that he who judges the judgments of men might have nothing to reproach him with. Such were the last farewells that Louis took of France. The fleet set sail on the 4th of July, 1270, and in a few days arrived in the road of Cagliari. Here the council of the counts and barons was assembled in the king's vessel, to deliberate upon the plan of the crusade. Those who advocated the conquest of Tunis said that by that means the passages of the Mediterranean would be opened, and the power of the Mamelukes would be weakened, and that after that conquest the army would go triumphantly into either Egypt or Palestine. Many of the barons were not of this opinion. They said that, if the Holy Land stood in need of prompt assistance, they ought to afford it without delay. While they were engaged on the coast of Africa, in a country with which they were unacquainted, the Christian cities of Syria might all fall into the hands of the Saracens. The most redoubtable enemy of the Christians was Baibars, the terrible Sultan of Cairo. It was him they ought first to attack. It was into his states, into the bosom of his capital, that the war should be carried, and not to a place 200 leagues from Egypt. They added to this remembrances of the defeats that ought to be avenged upon the very theater of so many disasters. Contemporary history does not say to what extent Louis was struck with the wisdom of these last opinions, but the expedition to Tunis flattered his most cherished hopes. It had been proposed by the King of Sicily, whose concurrence was necessary to the success of the crusade. It was, therefore, decided that the Genoese fleet should direct its course toward Africa, and 2 days after, on the 20th of July, it arrived in sight of Tunis and Carthage. At the sight of the Christian fleet, the inhabitants of the coast of Africa were seized with terror, and all who were upon the Carthage shore took flight toward the mountains or toward Tunis. Some vessels that were in the port were abandoned by their crews. The king ordered Florent de Varenne, who performed the functions of admiral, to get into a boat and reconnoiter the coast. Varenne found nobody in the port or upon the shore. He sent word to the king that there was no time to be lost. He must take immediate advantage of the consternation of the enemy. But it was remembered that in the preceding expedition, the descent upon the coast of Egypt had been too precipitate. In this it was determined to risk nothing. Inexperienced youth had presided over the former war. Now it was directed by old age and ripe manhood, and it was resolved to wait till the morrow. The next day at dawn, the coast appeared covered with Saracens, among whom were many men on horseback. The Crusaders, nevertheless, commenced their preparations for landing. At the approach of the Christians, the multitude of infidels disappeared, which, according to the account of an eyewitness, was a blessing from heaven, for the disorder was so great that 100 men would have been sufficient to stop the disembarkation of the whole army. When the Christian army had landed, it was drawn up in order of battle upon the shore, and, in accordance with the laws of war, Pierre de Condé, almoner to the king, read with a loud voice a proclamation by which the conquerors took possession of the territory. This proclamation, which Louis had drawn up himself, began by these words: I proclaim, in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, and of Louis, King of France, his sergeant, etc. The baggage, provisions, and munitions of war were landed, a vast space was marked out, and the Christian soldiers pitched their tents. While they were digging ditches and raising entrenchments to protect the army from a surprise, they took possession of the tower built on the point of the cape, and on the following day 500 sailors planted the standard of the lilies upon the castle of Carthage. The village of Marsa, which was close to the castle, fell likewise into the hands of the Crusaders. The women and the sick were placed here, while the army remained beneath their tents. Louis still hoped for the conversion of the king of Tunis, but this pious illusion was very quickly dissolved. The Mussulman prince sent messengers to the king to inform him that he would come and meet him at the head of 100,000 men, and would require baptism of him on the field of battle. The Moorish king added that he had caused all the Christians in his dominions to be seized, and that every one of them should be massacred if the Christian army presumed to insult his capital. The menaces and vain bravadoes of the Prince of Tunis effected no change in the plans of the crusade. The Moors, besides, inspired no fear, and they themselves could not conceal the terror which the sight only of the Christians created in them. Not daring to face their enemy, their scattered bands sometimes hovered around the Christian army, seeking to surprise any stragglers from the camp, and at others, uniting together, they poured down toward the advanced posts, launched a few arrows, showed their naked swords, and then depended upon the swiftness of their horses to secure them from the pursuit of the Christians. They not unfrequently had recourse to treachery. 300 of them came into the camp of the Crusaders and said they wished to embrace the Christian faith, and 100 more followed them, announcing the same intention. After being received with open arms, they waited for what they deemed a favorable opportunity, and fell upon a body of the Christians, sword in hand. But being overwhelmed by numbers, most of them were killed, and the rest were allowed to escape. 3 of the principals fell on their knees and implored the compassion of their leaders. The contempt the Franks had for such enemies obtained their pardon, and they were driven out of the camp. At length the Mussulman army, now emboldened by the inaction of the Christians, presented itself several times on the plain. Nothing would have been more easy than to attack and conquer it, but Louis had resolved to act upon the defensive and to await the arrival of the King of Sicily before beginning the war, a fatal resolution which ruined everything. The Sicilian monarch, who had advised this ill-starred expedition, was destined to complete, by his delays, the evil he had begun by his counsels. The Mussulmans flocked from all parts of Africa to defend the cause of Islamism against the Christians. Preparations were carried on in Egypt to meet the invasion of the Franks, and in the month of August, Baibars announced by messengers that he was about to march to the assistance of Tunis. The troops which the Sultan of Cairo maintained in the province of Barca received orders to set forward. Thus the Moorish army was about to become formidable, but it was not this host of Saracens that the Crusaders had most to dread. Other dangers, other misfortunes threatened them. The Christian army wanted water. They had none but salted provisions. The soldiers could not endure the climate of Africa. Winds constantly prevailed, which, coming from the torrid zone, appeared to the Europeans to be the breath of a devouring fire. The Saracens upon the neighboring mountains raised the sand with certain instruments made for the purpose, and the dust was carried by the wind in burning clouds down upon the plain upon which the Christians were encamped. At last, dysentery, that fatal malady of warm climates, began to commit frightful ravages among the troops, and the plague, which appears to be born of itself upon this burning, arid sand, spread its dire contagion through the Christian army. They were obliged to be under arms night and day, not to defend themselves from an enemy that always fled away from them, but to guard against surprise. A vast number of the Crusaders sunk under fatigue, famine, and disease. It became impossible to bury the dead. The ditches of the camp were filled with carcasses, thrown in heaps, which added to the corruption of the air and to the spectacle of the general desolation. In spite of his sufferings, in spite of his griefs, Louis IX was constantly engaged in endeavors to alleviate the situation of his army. He gave orders as long as he had any strength left, dividing his time between the duties of a Christian and those of a monarch. The fever, however, increased. No longer able to attend either to his cares for the army or to exercises of piety, he ordered the cross to be placed before him, and, stretching out his hands, he in silence implored him who had suffered for all men. The whole army was in a state of mourning. The soldiers walked about in tears, demanding of heaven the preservation of so good a prince. Amid the general grief, Louis turned his thoughts toward the accomplishment of the divine laws and the destinies of France. Philip, who was his successor to the throne, was in his tent. He desired him to approach his bed, and in a faltering voice gave him counsels in what manner he should govern the kingdom of his fathers. The instructions he gave him comprised the most noble maxims of religion and loyalty, and that which will render them forever worthy of the respect of posterity is that they had the authority of his example, and only recalled the virtues of his own life. End of section 29. Section 30 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 30, Height of the Mongol Power in China, A.D. 1271, by Marco Polo. The celebrated traveler Marco Polo was born at Venice in 1254 and died there in 1334. His father, a Venetian merchant, had passed many years in Tartary, where he was hospitably treated by Kublai Khan, to whose court, at an early age, Marco was taken, and there was received into the Khan's service. The training he acquired there fitted him to become a professional politician rather than a traveler in the ordinary sense of the word, hence his more intimate acquaintance with the social and political systems which he describes. Possessing in a high degree the versatility and subtlety seen in so many of his nation, and improving his new opportunities, he soon became among the high-class Tartars as one of themselves. He adopted their dress and manners, and learned the 4 languages spoken in the Khan's dominions, of which he left a famous description in his book of travels. The empire seems at this time to have been at the height of its splendor, and historians, as well as students and readers of history, have been fortunate in possessing the shrewd and candid observations of Marco Polo, whose unique narratives still preserve their simple charm, nowise impaired by comparison with our stricter historical methods. It is our desire to treat of the great and admirable achievements of the Grand Khan now reigning, who is styled Kubla Khan, the latter word implying, in our language, Lord of Lords, and with much propriety added to his name, for in respect to number of subjects, extent of territory, and amount of revenue, he surpasses every sovereign that has heretofore been or that now is in the world. Nor has any other been served with such implicit obedience by those whom he governs. Kubla Khan is the lineal and legitimate descendant of Genghis Khan, the first emperor, and the rightful sovereign of the Tartars. He obtained the sovereignty by his consummate valor, his virtues, and his prudence, in opposition to the designs of his brothers, supported by many of the great officers and members of his own family. But the succession appertained to him of right. It is 42 years since he began to reign, and he is fully 85 years of age. Previously to his ascending the throne, he had served as a volunteer in the army and endeavored to take a share in every enterprise. Not only was he brave and daring in action, but in point of judgment and military skill, he was considered to be the most able and successful commander that ever led the Tartars to battle. From that period, however, he ceased to take the field in person and entrusted the conduct of expeditions to his sons and his captains, excepting in one instance, the occasion of which was as follows. A certain chief named Nyan, who, although only 30 years of age, was kinsman to Kubla, had succeeded to the dominion of many cities and provinces, which enabled him to bring into the field an army of 400,000 horse. His predecessors, however, had been vassals of the Grand Khan. Actuated by youthful vanity upon finding himself at the head of so great a force, he formed, in the year 1286, the design of throwing off his allegiance and usurping the sovereignty. With this view he privately dispatched messengers to Kaidu, another powerful chief, whose territories lay toward the greater Turkey, and who, although a nephew of the Grand Khan, was in rebellion against him, and bore him determined ill will, proceeding from the apprehension of punishment for former offenses. To Kaidu, therefore, the propositions made by Nyan were highly satisfactory, and he accordingly promised to bring to his assistance an army of 100,000 horse. Both princes immediately began to assemble their forces, but it could not be effected so secretly as not to come to the knowledge of Kubla, who, upon hearing of their preparations, lost no time in occupying all the passes leading to the countries of Nyan and of Kaidu, in order to prevent them from having any information respecting the measures he was himself taking. He then gave orders for collecting, with the utmost celerity, the whole of the troops stationed within 10 days' march of the city of Kambalu. These amounted to 360,000 horse, to which was added a body of 100,000 foot, consisting of those who were usually about his person, and principally his falconers and domestic servants. In the course of 20 days they were all in readiness. Had he assembled the armies kept up for the constant protection of the different provinces of Cathay, it must necessarily have required 30 or 40 days, in which time the enemy would have gained information of his arrangements, and been enabled to effect their junction, and to occupy such strong positions as would best suit with their designs. His object was, by promptitude, which is ever the companion of victory, to anticipate the preparations of Nyan, and, by falling upon him while single, destroy his power with more certainty and effect than after he should have been joined by Kaidu. In every province of Cathay and of Manji, as well as in other parts of his dominions, there were many disloyal and seditious persons, who at all times were disposed to break out in rebellion against their sovereign, and on this account it became necessary to keep armies in such of the provinces as contained large cities and an extensive population, which are stationed at the distance of 4 or 5 miles from those cities, and can enter them at their pleasure. These armies the Grand Khan makes it a practice to change every 2nd year, and the same with respect to the officers who command them. By means of such precautions, the people are kept in quiet subjection, and no movement nor innovation of any kind can be attempted. The troops are maintained not only from the pay they receive out of the imperial revenues of the province, but also from the cattle and their milk, which belong to them individually, and which they send into the cities for sale, furnishing themselves from thence, in return, with those articles of which they stand in need. In this manner they are distributed over the country in various places to the distance of 30, 40, and even 60 days' journey. If even the half of these corps were to be collected in one place, the statement of their number would appear marvelous and scarcely entitled to belief. Having formed his army in the manner above described, the Grand Khan proceeded toward the territory of Nayan, and by forced marches, continued day and night, he reached it at the expiration of 25 days. So prudently at the same time was the expedition managed, that neither that prince himself nor any of his dependents were aware of it, all the roads being guarded in such a manner that no persons who attempted to pass could escape being made prisoners. Upon arriving at a certain range of hills, on the other side of which was the plain where Nayan's army lay encamped, Kubla halted his troops and allowed them 2 days of rest. During this interval he called upon his astrologers to ascertain, by virtue of their art, and to declare in presence of the whole army to which side the victory would incline. They pronounced that it would fall to the lot of Kubla. It has ever been the practice of the Grand Khans to have recourse to divination for the purpose of inspiriting their men. Confident, therefore, of success, they ascended the hill with alacrity the next morning, and presented themselves before the army of Nayan, which they found negligently posted, without advanced parties or scouts, while the chief himself was asleep in his tent, accompanied by one of his wives. Upon awaking, he hastened to form his troops in the best manner that circumstances would allow, lamenting that his junction with Kaidu had not been sooner effected. Kubla took his station in a large wooden castle, borne on the backs of 4 elephants, whose bodies were protected with coverings of thick leather hardened by fire, over which were housings of cloth of gold. The castle contained many crossbowmen and archers, and on the top of it was hoisted the imperial standard, adorned with representations of the sun and moon. His army, which consisted of 30 battalions of horse, each battalion containing 10,000 men, armed with bows, he disposed in 3 grand divisions, and those which formed the left and right wings he extended in such a manner as to outflank the army of Nayan. In front of each battalion of horse were placed 500 infantry, armed with short lances and swords, who, whenever the cavalry made a show of fight, were practiced to mount behind the riders and accompany them, alighting again when they returned to the charge, and killing with their lances the horses of the enemy. As soon as the order of battle was arranged, an infinite number of wind instruments of various kinds were sounded, and these were succeeded by songs, according to the custom of the Tartars before they engage in fight, which commences upon the signal given by the cymbals and drums. And there was such a beating of the cymbals and drums, and such singing, that it was wonderful to hear. This signal, by the orders of the Grand Khan, was first given to the right and left wings, and then a fierce and bloody conflict began. The air was instantly filled with a cloud of arrows that poured down on every side, and vast numbers of men and horses were seen to fall to the ground. The loud cries and shouts of the men, together with the noise of the horses and the weapons, were such as to inspire terror in those who heard them. When their arrows had been discharged, the hostile parties engaged in close combat with their lances, swords, and maces shod with iron. And such was the slaughter, and so large were the heaps of the carcasses of men, and more especially of horses, on the field, that it became impossible for the one party to advance upon the other. Thus the fortune of the day remained for a long time undecided, and victory wavered between the contending parties from morning until noon, for so zealous was the devotion of Nayan's people to the cause of their master, who was most liberal and indulgent toward them, that they were all ready to meet death rather than turn their backs to the enemy. At length, however, Nayan, perceiving that he was nearly surrounded, attempted to save himself by flight, but was presently made prisoner and conducted to the presence of Kubla, who gave orders for his being put to death. This was carried into execution by enclosing him between 2 carpets, which were violently shaken until the spirit had departed from the body, the motive for this peculiar sentence being that the sun and the air should not witness the shedding of the blood of one who belonged to the imperial family. Those of his troops which survived the battle came to make their submission and swear allegiance to Kubla. Nayan, who had privately undergone the ceremony of baptism, but never made open profession of Christianity, thought proper, on this occasion, to bear the sign of the cross in his banners, and he had in his army a vast number of Christians who were among the slain. When the Jews and the Saracens perceived that the banner of the cross was overthrown, they taunted the Christian inhabitants with it, saying, "Behold the state to which your vaunted banners and those who followed them are reduced." On account of these derisions, the Christians were compelled to lay their complaints before the Grand Khan, who ordered the former to appear before him and sharply rebuked them. If the cross of Christ, he said, has not proved advantageous to the party of Nyan, the effect has been consistent with reason and justice, inasmuch as he was a rebel and a traitor to his Lord, and to such wretches it could not afford his protection. Let none therefore presume to charge with injustice the God of the Christians, who is himself the perfection of goodness and of justice. The Grand Khan, having obtained this signal victory, returned with great pomp and triumph to the capital city of Cambalu. This took place in the month of November, and he continued to reside there during the months of February and March, in which latter was our festival of Easter. Being aware that this was one of our principal solemnities, he commanded all the Christians to attend him, and to bring with them their book, which contains the 4 Gospels of the Evangelists. After causing it to be repeatedly perfumed with incense in a ceremonious manner, he devoutly kissed it, and directed that the same should be done by all his nobles who were present. This was his usual practice upon each of the principal Christian festivals, such as Easter and Christmas, and he observed the same at the festivals of the Saracens, Jews, and idolaters. Upon being asked his motive for this conduct, he said, "There are 4 great prophets who are reverenced and worshipped by the different classes of mankind. The Christians regard Jesus Christ as their divinity, the Saracens Mahomet, the Jews Moses, and the idolaters Sogomamber Khan, the most eminent among their idols. I do honor and show respect to all the 4, and invoke to my aid whichever among them is in truth supreme in heaven." But from the manner in which his Majesty acted toward them, it is evident that he regarded the faith of the Christians as the truest and the best, nothing, as he observed, being enjoined to its professors that was not replete with virtue and holiness. By no means, however, would he permit them to bear the cross before them in their processions, because upon it so exalted a personage as Christ had been scourged and ignominiously put to death. It may perhaps be asked by some why, if he showed such a preference to the faith of Christ, he did not conform to it and become a Christian. His reason for not so doing he assigned, "Wherefore should I become a Christian? The Christians of these countries are ignorant, inefficient persons, who do not possess the faculty of performing anything miraculous, whereas the idolaters can do whatever they will. When I sit at table, the cups that were in the middle of the hall come to me filled with wine and other beverage, spontaneously and without being touched by human hand, and I drink from them. They have the power of controlling bad weather and obliging it to retire to any quarter of the heavens, with many other wonderful gifts of that nature. Their idols have the faculty of speech, and predict to them whatever is required. Should I become a convert to the faith of Christ and profess myself a Christian, the nobles of my court and other persons who do not incline to that religion will ask me what sufficient motives have caused me to receive baptism and to embrace Christianity. What extraordinary powers, they will say, what miracles have been displayed by its ministers, whereas the idolaters declare that what they exhibit is performed through their own sanctity and the influence of their idols. To this I shall not know what answer to make, and I shall be considered by them as laboring under a grievous error, while the idolaters, who by means of their profound art can effect such wonders, may without difficulty compass my death. But let the pontiff send hither 100 persons well skilled in Christian law, who being confronted with the idolaters shall have power to coerce them, and showing that they themselves are endowed with similar art, but which they refrain from exercising because it is derived from the agency of evil spirits, shall compel them to desist from practices of such a nature in their presence. When I am witness of this, I shall place them and their religion under an interdict, and shall allow myself to be baptized. Following my example, all my nobility will then in like manner receive baptism, and this will be imitated by my subjects in general. From this discourse it must be evident that if the Pope had sent out persons duly qualified to preach the gospel, the Grand Khan would have embraced Christianity, for which it is certainly known he had a strong predilection. The Grand Khan appoints 12 of the most intelligent among his nobles, whose duty it is to make themselves acquainted with the conduct of the officers and men of his army, particularly upon expeditions and in battles, and to present their reports to him, and he, upon being apprised of their respective merits, advances them in his service, raising those who commanded 100 men to the command of 1,000, and presenting many with vessels of silver, as well as the customary tablets or warrants of command and of government. The tablets given to those commanding 100 men are of silver, to those commanding 1,000 of gold or of silver gilt, and those who command 10,000 receive tablets of gold, bearing the head of a lion, the former being the weight of 120 sagai, and these with the lion's head 220. At the top of the inscription on the tablet is a sentence to this effect: "By the power and might of the great God, and through the grace which he vouchsafes to our empire, be the name of the Khan blessed, and let all such as disobey what is herein directed suffer death and be utterly destroyed." The officers who hold these tablets have privileges attached to them, and in the inscription is specified what are the duties and the powers of their respective commands. He who is at the head of 100,000 men, or the commander-in-chief of a grand army, has a golden tablet weighing 300 sagai, with the sentence above mentioned, and at the bottom is engraved the figure of a lion, together with representations of the sun and moon. He exercises also the privileges of his high command, as set forth in this magnificent tablet. Whenever he rides in public, an umbrella is carried over his head, denoting the rank and authority he holds, and when he is seated, it is always upon a silver chair. The Grand Khan confers likewise upon certain of his nobles tablets on which are represented figures of the gerfalcon, in virtue of which they are authorized to take with them as their guard of honor the whole army of any great prince. They can also make use of the horses of the imperial stud at their pleasure, and can appropriate the horses of any officers inferior to themselves in rank. Kubla is of the middle stature, that is, neither tall nor short. His limbs are well formed, and in his whole figure there is a just proportion. His complexion is fair, and occasionally suffused with red, like the bright tint of the rose, which adds much grace to his countenance. His eyes are black and handsome, his nose is well shaped and prominent. He has 4 wives of the first rank, who are esteemed legitimate, and the eldest born son of any one of these succeeds to the empire upon the decease of the Grand Khan. They bear equally the title of empress, and have their separate courts. None of them has fewer than 300 young female attendants of great beauty, together with a multitude of youths as pages, and other eunuchs, as well as ladies of the bedchamber, so that the number of persons belonging to each of their respective courts amounts to 10,000. The Grand Khan usually resides during 3 months of the year, December, January, and February, in the great city of Kanbalu, situated toward the northeastern extremity of Cathay. And here, on the southern side of the new city, is the site of his vast palace, in a square enclosed with a wall and deep ditch, each side of the square being 8 miles in length, and having at an equal distance from each extremity an entrance gate. Within this enclosure there is, on the 4 sides, an open space 1 mile in breadth, where the troops are stationed, and this is bounded by a second wall, enclosing a square of 6 miles. The palace contains a number of separate chambers, all highly beautiful, and so admirably disposed that it seems impossible to suggest any improvement to the system of their arrangement. The exterior of the roof is adorned with a variety of colors, red, green, azure, and violet, and the sort of covering is so strong as to last for many years. The glazing of the windows is so well wrought and so delicate as to have the transparency of crystal. In the rear of the body of the palace there are large buildings containing several apartments, where is deposited the private property of the monarch, or his treasure in gold and silver bullion, precious stones and pearls, and also his vessels of gold and silver plate. Here are likewise the apartments of his wives and concubines, and in this retired situation he dispatches business with convenience, being free from every kind of interruption. His Majesty, having imbibed an opinion from the astrologers that the city of Kanbalu was destined to become rebellious to his authority, resolved upon building another capital upon the opposite side of the river, where stand the palaces just described, so that the new and the old cities are separated from each other only by the stream that runs between them. The new-built city received the name of Taidu, and all those of the inhabitants who were natives of Cathay were compelled to evacuate the ancient city and to take up their abode in the new. Some of the inhabitants, however, of whose loyalty he did not entertain suspicion, were suffered to remain, especially because the latter, although of the dimensions that shall presently be described, was not capable of containing the same number as the former, which was of vast extent. This new city is of a form perfectly square, and 24 miles in extent, each of its sides being neither more nor less than 6 miles. It is enclosed with walls of earth that at the base are about 10 paces thick, but gradually diminish to the top, where the thickness is not more than 3 paces. In all parts the battlements are white. The whole plan of the city was regularly laid out by line, and the streets in general are consequently so straight that when a person ascends the wall over one of the gates and looks right forward, he can see the gate opposite to him on the other side of the city. In the public streets there are, on each side, booths and shops of every description. All the allotments of ground upon which the habitations throughout the city were constructed are square and exactly on a line with each other, each allotment being sufficiently spacious for handsome buildings, with corresponding courts and gardens. One of these was assigned to each head of a family. That is to say, such a person of such a tribe had one square allotted to him, and so of the rest. Afterward, the property passed from hand to hand. In this manner, the whole interior of the city is disposed in squares, so as to resemble a chessboard, and planned out with a degree of precision and beauty impossible to describe. The wall of the city has 12 gates, 3 on each side of the square, and over each gate and compartment of the wall there is a handsome building, so that on each side of the square there are 5 such buildings, containing large rooms, in which are disposed the arms of those who form the garrison of the city, every gate being guarded by 1,000 men. It is not to be understood that such a force is stationed there in consequence of the apprehension of danger from any hostile power whatever, but as a guard suitable to the honor and dignity of the sovereign. End of section 30.
Section 31 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in February 2021. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Founding of the House of Habsburg, A.D. 1273, by William Cox, Part 1. The House of Habsburg, also called the House of Austria, owes its origin and firm establishment to the most celebrated of the Habsburgs, a German princely family who derived their name from Habsburg Castle, built about 1020 on the banks of the Haire in Switzerland. This founder of the imperial line was Rudolf, son of Albert IV, Count of Habsburg and Landgrave of Alsace. Rudolf was born in 1218 and died at Gemmersheim, Germany, in 1291. He succeeded his father in Habsburg and Alsace in 1239, and in 1273 was elected German king, as Rudolf I, with the substance, though not the title, of the imperial dignity of the Holy Roman Empire. It is said that the electors desired an emperor, but not the exercise of imperial power, and that in Rudolf they saw a candidate of comparative lowliness, from whom their authority stood in little jeopardy. At the age of 55, the new sovereign assumed his throne in the face of difficulty and danger. He was opposed by the Spanish claimant, Alfonso of Castile, and confronted a formidable rival in Ottokar, King of Bohemia, whose contumacy disturbed the reign of Rudolf from its very beginning. Rudolf's enemies had appealed against him to Pope Gregory X, and Rudolf in turn sought the ratification of the pontiff, to whom, immediately after his election, he sent messengers with a letter imploring papal countenance. From this moment to the day when he finally overcame Ottokar in the field and secured the possessions which became hereditary in the House of Habsburg, the historian narrates the steps whereby Rudolf advanced in his career. Fortunately for the interests of Rudolf and the peace of Germany, Gregory X was prudent, humane, and generous, and from a long experience of worldly affairs had acquired a profound knowledge of men and manners. An ardent zeal for the propagation of the Christian faith was the leading feature of his character, and the object of his greatest ambition was to lead an army of crusaders against the infidels. To the accomplishment of this purpose he directed his aim, and, like a true father of Christendom, was anxious to appease, instead of fomenting the troubles of Europe, and to consolidate the union of the German states, which it had been the policy of his predecessors to divide and disunite. By the most insinuating address he knew how to conciliate the affections of those who approached him, and to bend to his purpose the most steady opposition. And he endeavored to gain by extreme affability and the mildness of his deportment what his predecessors had extorted by the most extravagant pretensions. The ambassadors of Rudolf were received with complacency by the Pope, and obtained his sanction by agreeing, in the name of their master, to the same conditions which Otto IV and Frederick II had sworn to observe, by confirming all the donations of the emperors, his predecessors, to the papal see, by promising to accept no office or dignity in any of the papal territories, particularly in the city of Rome, without the consent of the Pope, by agreeing not to disturb nor permit the house of Anjou to be disturbed in the possession of Naples and Sicily, which they held as fiefs from the Roman see, and by engaging to undertake in person a crusade against the infidels. In consequence of these concessions, Gregory gave the new king of the Romans his most cordial support, refused to listen to the overtures of Ottokar, and, after much difficulty, finally succeeded in persuading Alfonso to renounce his pretensions to the imperial dignity. An interview in October 1275 between Rudolf and Gregory at Lausanne concluded his negotiations with the Roman see, and gave rise to a personal friendship between the heads of the Church and the Empire, who were equally distinguished for their frank and amiable qualities. In this interview, Rudolf publicly ratified the articles which his ambassadors had concluded in his name. The electors and princes who were present followed his example, and Gregory again confirmed the election of Rudolf, on condition that he should repair to Rome the following year to receive the imperial crown. At the conclusion of this ceremony, the new emperor, with his consort and the princes of the empire, assumed the cross, and engaged to undertake a crusade against the infidels. During the negotiations of Rudolf with Gregory X, Ottokar had exerted himself to shake the authority of the new chief of the empire, and to consolidate a confederacy with the German princes. He not only rejected with disdain all the proposals of accommodation made at the instances of Rudolf by the judicious and conciliating pontiff, but prevented the clergy of Bohemia from contributing the tenths of their revenue or preaching the crusade. He endeavored to alarm the princes of the empire by displaying the views of the new sovereign to recover the imperial fiefs which they had appropriated during the interregnum, and by his promises and intrigues succeeded in attaching to his cause the Margrave of Baden and the counts of Freiburg, Neuburg, and Montfort. But he secured a still more powerful partisan in Henry, Duke of Lower Bavaria, by fomenting the disputes between him and his brother, the Count Palatine, and by ceding to him Scherding and other places wrested from Bavaria by the Duke of Austria. When summoned by Rudolf to do homage for his fiefs, according to the custom of the empire, he returned a haughty answer, treating him as Count of Habsburg. A second summons was received with silent contempt. On a third he sent his ambassador, the Bishop of Sekhan, to the Diet of Augsburg, and his example was followed by Henry of Bavaria. These ministers were, however, only deputed to raise a feigned contest relative to the vote of Henry and to protest against the election of Rudolf. The ambassador of Henry urged the protest with moderation and respect,
but the Bishop of Sekan delivered a virulent invective against the chief of the empire in a style conformable to the spirit and character of his powerful and haughty master. He declared that the assembly in which Rudolf had been chosen was illegal, that the arbitration of Louis of Bavaria was unprecedented, that a man excommunicated by the Pope for plundering churches and convents was ineligible to the imperial throne, and that his sovereign, who held his dominions by an indisputable title, owed no homage to the Count of Habsburg. As he spoke in the Latin tongue, the emperor interrupted him with a dignified rebuke. "Bishop," he said, "if you were to harangue in an ecclesiastical consistory, you might use the Latin tongue. But when discoursing upon your rights and the rights of the princes of the empire, why do you employ a language which the greater part of those who are present do not comprehend?" The rebuke of the sovereign justly roused the indignation of the assembly. The princes, and particularly the Elector Palatine, started from their seats, and were scarcely prevented from employing violence, even by the interposition of Rudolf, and the ambassadors, quitting the assembly, retired from Augsburg. The Diet, irritated by this insult, passed a decree asserting the unanimity of Rudolf's election. They declared Ottokar guilty of contumacy, required him to restore Austria, Carinthia, and Carniola, which he had usurped, and to do homage for the remainder of his dominions. In case of refusal, the ban of the empire was denounced against him, and supplies of men and money were voted to support their sovereign, to assert the imperial dignity, and to reduce the rebellious princes to obedience. The Burgrave of Nuremberg and the Bishop of Basel were dispatched to Ottokar in the name of the Diet, to demand his instant acknowledgment of Rudolf as king of the Romans and the restitution of Austria, Styria, Carinthia, and Carniola. They accordingly repaired to Prague and delivered their message. "Tell Rudolf," replied the spirited monarch, "that he may rule over the territories of the empire, but I will not tamely yield those possessions which I have acquired at the expense of so much blood and treasure. They are mine by marriage, by purchase, or by conquest." He then broke out into bitter invectives against Rudolf, and after tauntingly expressing his surprise that a petty Count of Habsburg should have been preferred to so many powerful candidates, dismissed the ambassadors with contempt. In the heat of his resentment, he even violated the laws of nations, and put to death the heralds who announced to him the resolutions of the Diet and delivered the ban of the empire. During this whole transaction, Rudolf acted with becoming prudence and extreme circumspection. He had endeavored by the mildest methods to bring Ottokar to terms of conciliation, and when all his overtures were received with insult and contempt, and hostilities became inevitable, he did not seek a distant war till he had obtained the full confirmation of the Pope, and had re-established the peace of those parts of the empire which bordered on his own dominions. He first attacked the petty adherents of Ottokar, the Margrave of Baden, and the Counts of Freiburg, Montfort, and Neuburg, and, having compelled them to do homage and to restore the fiefs which they had appropriated during the preceding troubles, he prepared to turn his whole force against the King of Bohemia, with a solicitude which the power and talents of his formidable rival naturally inspired. The contest in which Rudolf was about to engage was of a nature to call forth all his resources and talents. Ottokar was a prince of high spirit, great abilities, and distinguished military skill, which had been exercised in constant warfare from his early youth. By hereditary right he succeeded to Bohemia and Moravia, and to these territories he had made continual additions by his crusades against the Prussians, his contests with the kings of Hungary, and still more by his recent acquisition of Austria, Carinthia, and Carniola. In the 10th century, Austria, with both Styria and Carniola, under the title of a Margravate, was governed by Leopold I of the House of Bamberg. It continued in the possession of his family, and in 1156 was erected into an independent duchy by the Emperor Frederick II, and conferred on Henry, fifth in descent from Leopold, as an indivisible and inalienable fief. In failure of male issue, it was made descendable to his eldest daughter, and in failure of female issue, disposable by will. In 1245, Frederick the Warlike, last Duke of the Bamberg line, obtained a confirmation of this decree, but, dying in the ensuing year without issue, and without disposing of his territories by will, a dispute arose relative to his succession. The claimants were his two sisters, Margaret, widow of Henry VII, King of the Romans, and Constantia, wife of Henry the Illustrious, Margrave of Misnia, and his niece Gertrude, daughter of Henry, his elder brother, the wife of Przemyslaus, eldest son of Wenceslaus, King of Bohemia, and brother of Ottokar. But on the plea that neither of the claimants was a daughter of the last duke, the Emperor Frederick II sequestrated these territories as fiefs as cheating to the empire, and transferred the administration to Otto, Count of Werdenberg, who took possession of the country and resided in Vienna. As this event happened during the contest between the See of Rome and the House of Swabia, Innocent IV, who had deposed and excommunicated Frederick, laid Austria under an interdict, and encouraged the kings of Bohemia and Hungary and the Duke of Bavaria to invade the country. The Pope first patronized the claims of Margaret, and urged her to marry a German prince, but on her application to the Emperor to bestow the duchy on her eldest son Frederick, he supported Gertrude, who, after the death of Przemyslaus, had espoused Hehman, Margrave of Baden, nephew of Otto, Duke of Bavaria, and induced their anti-Caesar, William of Holland, to grant him the investiture. On the demise of Frederick II, his son Conrad was too much occupied with the affairs of Italy to attend to those of Germany. The imperial troops quitted Austria, and, Hermann dying, Otto of Bavaria occupied that part of Austria which lies above the Enns. But Wenceslaus of Bohemia, prevailing on the states to choose his eldest surviving son Ottokar as their sovereign, under the condition that he should espouse Margaret, expelled the Bavarians and took possession of the whole country. Gertrude fled to Bela, King of Hungary, whose uncle Rowan, a Russian prince, she married, and ceded to him her pretensions on Styria, on condition that he should assert her right to Austria. A war ensued between Ottokar and the King of Hungary, in which Ottokar, being defeated, was compelled to cede part of Styria to Stephen, son of Bela, and a small district of that country was appropriated for the maintenance of Gertrude. But the Hungarian governors being guilty of the most enormous exactions, the natives of Styria rose and transferred their allegiance to Ottokar, who secured that duchy by defeating Bela at Kressenbrunn, and by the treaty of peace which followed that victory. Ottokar had scarcely obtained possession of Styria before he deprived Gertrude of her small pittance, and the unfortunate princess took refuge from his tyranny in a convent of Misnia. Having thus secured Austria and Styria, and ascended the throne of Bohemia, Ottokar divorced Margaret, who was much older than himself, and to acquire that right of succession of Frederick the Warlike, which he had lost by this separation from his wife, he, in 1262, procured from Richard of Cornwall the investiture of Austria, Styria, and Carniola, as fiefs devolved to the empire. He either promised or gave compensation to Agnes, daughter of Gertrude, by Hermann of Baden, and to Henry, Margrave of Misnia, husband of Constantia. Ottokar next purchased of Ulrich, Duke of Carinthia and Carniola, who had no issue, the right of succeeding to those duchies on his death. In the deed of transfer, instituted December 1268, Ulrich describes himself as without heirs, although his brother Philip, Archbishop of Salzburg, was still living. On the death of Ulrich in 1269 or 1270, Ottokar took possession of those duchies, defeated Philip, who asserted his claims, and forced the natives to submit to his authority. By these accessions of territory, Ottokar became the most powerful prince of Europe, for his dominions extended from the confines of Bavaria to Rab in Hungary, and from the Adriatic to the shores of the Baltic. On the contrary, the hereditary possessions of Rudolf were comparatively inconsiderable, remote from the scene of contest, and scattered at the foot of the Alps and in the mountains of Alsace and Swabia, and though head of the empire, he was seated on a tottering throne, and feebly supported by the princes of Germany, who raised him to that exalted dignity to render him their chief rather in name than in power. Although the princes and states of the empire had voted succors, many had failed in their promised assistance, and, had the war been protracted, those few would have infallibly deserted a cause in which their own interests were not materially concerned. The wise but severe regulations of Rudolf for extirpating the banditti, demolishing the fortresses of the turbulent barons, and recovering the fiefs which several of the princes had unjustly appropriated, excited great discontent. Under these circumstances, the powerful and imperious Ottokar cannot be deemed rash for venturing to contend with a petty Count of Switzerland, whom he compared to those phantoms of sovereignty, William of Holland and Richard of Cornwall, or that he should conclude a king of Bohemia to be more powerful than an emperor. The event, however, showed that he had judged too hastily of his own strength and of Rudolf's comparative weakness, and proved that, when the reins of government were held by an able hand, the resources of the empire were still considerable, and its enmity an object of terror. Rudolf derived considerable support from his sons-in-law, the electors of Palatine and Saxony, and from the elector of Brandenburg, the Burgrave of Nuremberg, the nobles of Alsace and Swabia, and the citizens and mountaineers of Switzerland. Having made the necessary preparations, he, with a judicious policy, turned his attention to those princes who, from the vicinity of their dominions, were in a state of continual enmity or warfare with the King of Bohemia. He concluded a treaty with Ladislaus, King of Hungary, and strengthened the bond of union by betrothing his daughter to Andrew, Duke of Slavonia and brother of Ladislaus. He entered into an alliance with Meinhard, Count of Tyrol, which he cemented by the marriage of his eldest son with Elizabeth, daughter of Meinhard. But his views were still more promoted by the general discontent which pervaded every part of the Austrian dominions, and by the anathemas of Philip, titular Duke of Carinthia and Archbishop of Salzburg, who absolved the people of his diocese from their oath of allegiance, and exhorted them to shake off the yoke of a tyrant and receive the chief of the empire. The prelate made repeated exhortations to Rudolf to hasten his expedition. He drew a hideous picture of Ottokar's oppressions, expatiated on the discontents of the natives and their inveterate hatred to the Bohemians, and used all his eloquence to encourage the king of the Romans to invade the country. "I observe," he says, "the countenances of your adversaries pale with terror, their strength is withered, they fear you unknown, your image is terrible in their imaginations, and they tremble even at the very mention of your name. How will they act, and how will they tremble when they hear the voice of the approaching thunder, when they see the imperial eagles rushing down on them like the flash of the lightning?" The plan formed by Rudolf for the prosecution of the war was calculated to divide the forces and distract the attention of Ottokar. He himself was to penetrate into Bohemia, while his son was to invade Austria, and Meinhard of Tyrol to make a diversion on the side of Styria. To oppose this threatened invasion, Ottokar assembled a considerable army, sent a reinforcement to Henry of Bavaria, augmented the garrison of Klosterneuburg, a fortress deemed impregnable, fortified Vienna, and dispatched a considerable party of his army toward Teppel to secure his frontier. But resigning himself to supineness and careless security, he passed that time, which should have been employed in repressing the discontented by his presence and rousing the courage of his troops, in hunting and courtly diversions. Rudolf, apprised of these dispositions, changed his plan, marched against Henry of Bavaria, and compelled him, by force of arms, to desert the Bohemian alliance. He meditated a reconciliation between the Duke and his brother the Count Palatine, and, to secure his cooperation, gave his daughter Hedwig in marriage to Otto, son of Henry, with the promise of assigning a part of Upper Austria as a pledge of her portion. This success opened to him a way into Austria. Accompanied by Henry with a reinforcement of 1,000 horses, he traversed Lower Bavaria by Ratisbon and Passau, overran that part of Austria which lies to the south of the Danube without resistance, was received with joy by the natives, and rapidly marched toward Vienna. This well-concerted expedition bore rather the appearance of a journey than a conquest, and Ottokar, awakened from his lethargy, received the intelligence with astonishment and terror. He now found even his ally Henry, in whose assistance he had confided, serving with his enemies, his Austrian territories invaded by a powerful army, the people hailing the king of the Romans as their deliverer, and the adversary, whom he had despised and insulted, in the very heart of his dominions. In these circumstances he recalled his army from Teppel, and led them through the woods and mountains of Bohemia to Drosendorf on the frontiers of Austria, with the hope of saving the capital. But his troops being harassed by the fatigues of this long and difficult march, and distressed for want of provisions, he was unable to continue his progress, while Rudolf, advancing along the southern bark of the Danube, made himself master of Klosterneuburg by stratagem, and encamped under the walls of Vienna. Here, being joined by Meinhard of Tyrol, who had overrun Styria and Carinthia, and drawn the natives to his standard, he laid siege to the city. The garrison and people, who were warmly attached to Ottokar, and encouraged with the hopes of speedy relief, held out for 5 weeks. At length the want of provisions and the threats of Rudolf to destroy the vineyards excited a small tumult among the people, and the governor proposed a capitulation. End of section 31. Section 32 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in February 2021. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Founding of the House of Habsburg, A.D. 1273, by William Cox, Part 2. During this time, the discontents in Ottokar's army increased with their increasing distress. He was threatened by the approach of the Hungarians toward the Austrian frontiers. He saw his open troops alarmed, dispirited, and mutinous, and he was aware that on the surrender of the capital, Rudolf had prepared a bridge of boats to cross the Danube and carry the war into Bohemia. In this situation, surrounded by enemies, embarrassed by increasing difficulties, deserted or opposed by his nobles, his haughty spirit was compelled to bend. He sued for peace, and the conditions were arranged by the arbitration of the Bishop of Olmütz, the Elector Palatine, and the Burgrave of Nuremberg. It was agreed on the 22nd of November 1276 that the sentence of excommunication and deprivation which had been pronounced against Ottokar and his adherents should be revoked, that he should renounce all his claims to Austria, Styria, Carinthia, Carniola, and Windisch Mark, that he should take the oath of allegiance, do homage for the remainder of his territories to the head of the empire, and should receive the investiture of Bohemia, Moravia, and his other fiefs. An article was also inserted, by which Ottokar promised to deliver up to Ladislaus, King of Hungary, all the places wrested from him in that kingdom. To cement this union, a double marriage was to be concluded between a son and a daughter of each of the two sovereigns. Rudolf engaged to give a portion of 40,000 marks of silver to his daughter, and, as a pledge for the payment, assigned to Ottokar a part of that district of Austria which lies beyond the Danube. The peace being concluded, the city of Vienna opened its gates and readily acknowledged the new sovereign. Ottokar was obliged to submit to these humiliating conditions, and on the 25th of November, the day appointed for doing homage, crossed the Danube with a large escort of Bohemian nobles to the camp of Rudolf, and was received by the King of the Romans in the presence of several princes of the empire. With a depressed countenance and broken spirit, which he was unable to conceal from the bystanders, he made a formal resignation to his pretensions to Austria, Styria, Carinthia, and Carniola, and, kneeling down, did homage to his rival, and obtained the investiture of Bohemia and Moravia with the accustomed ceremonies. Rudolf, having thus secured these valuable provinces, took possession of them as fiefs reverted to the empire, and issued a decree placing them under the government of Louis of Bavaria as Vicar General to the empire, in case of his death or during an interregnum. He at the same time established his family in the Austrian dominions, by persuading the Archbishop of Salzburg and the bishops of Passau, Freising, and Bamberg to confer on his sons Albert, Hartmann, and Rudolf the ecclesiastical fiefs held by the Dukes of Austria. His next care was to maintain the internal peace of those countries by salutary regulations, and he gained the affection of the nobles by confirming their privileges and permitting them to rebuild the fortresses which Ottokar had demolished. To superintend the execution of these regulations, he fixed his residence at Vienna, where he was joined by his queen and family. In order to reward his retainers, he was, however, compelled to lay considerable impositions on his new subjects, and to obtain free gifts from the bishop and clergy, and the discontents arising from these measures probably induced Ottokar to attempt the recovery of the territories which he had lost. Although the King of Bohemia had taken leave of Rudolf with the strongest professions of friendship, and at different intervals had renewed his assurances of unalterable harmony, yet the humiliating conditions which he had subscribed, and the loss of such valuable provinces, filled him with resentment. His lofty spirit was still further inflamed by his queen Cunegunda, a princess of an imperious temper, who stimulated her husband with continual reproaches. He accordingly raised obstacles to the execution of the treaty, and neglected to comply with many of the conditions to which he had agreed. Rudolf, desirous to avoid a rupture, dispatched his son Albert to Prague. Ottokar received him with affected demonstrations of friendship, and even bound himself by oath to fulfill the articles of the peace. But Albert had scarcely retired from Prague before Ottokar immured in a convent the daughter he had promised to one of the sons of Rudolf, and sent a letter to the King of the Romans, filled with the most violent invectives, and charging him with a perfidious intention of renewing the war. Rudolf returned a dignified answer to these reproaches, and prepared for the renewal of the contest which he saw was inevitable. He instantly reoccupied that part of Austria which he had yielded to Ottokar as a pledge for the portion of his daughter. He also obtained succors from the Archbishop of Salzburg, the bishops of Passau, Ratisbon, and the neighboring prelates and princes, and collected levies from Austria and Styria for the protection of Vienna. In an interview at Hainburg, on the frontiers of Austria, with Ladislaus, King of Hungary, he adopted that prince as his son, and concluded with him an offensive and defensive alliance. Unwilling, however, to trust his hopes and fortune to his new subjects, many of whom were ready to desert him, or to allies whose fidelity and attachment were doubtful, he applied to the princes of the German Empire, but had the mortification to be disappointed in his expectations. He was joined by a few only of the inferior princes, but many who had not taken part in the former war were still less inclined to support him on the present occasion. Several gained by Ottokar either remained neutral or took part against him. Those who expressed an inclination to serve him delayed sending their succors, and he derived no assistance even from his sons-in-law, the electors of Palatine and Saxony. On the other hand, he was threatened with the most imminent danger, for Ottokar, who during the peace had prepared the means of gratifying his vengeance, had formed a league with Henry of Bavaria, had purchased either the neutrality or assistance of many of the German princes, had drawn auxiliaries from the chiefs of Poland, Bulgaria, Pomerania, and Magdeburg, and from the Teutonic hordes on the shores of the Baltic. He had also excited a party among the turbulent nobles of Hungary, and spread disaffection among his former subjects in Austria and Styria. In June he quitted Prague, effected a junction with his allies, directing his march toward the frontiers of Austria, carried Drosendorf, after a short siege, by storm, and, descending along the banks of the Thaya, invested the fortress of La. Rudolf, convinced that his cause would suffer by delay, waited with great impatience the arrival of a body of troops from Alsace under the command of his son Albert. But as these troops did not arrive at the appointed time, he was greatly agitated and disturbed, became pensive and melancholy, and frequently exclaimed that there was not one in whom he could confide, or on whose advice he could depend. His household and attendants partook of his despondency. To use the words of a contemporary chronicle, all the family of King Rudolf ran to confessors, arranged their affairs, forgave their enemies, and received the communion, for a mortal danger seemed to hang over them. The citizens of Vienna caught the contagion and began to be alarmed for their safety. Seeing him almost abandoned by his German allies, and without a sufficient army to oppose his adversaries, they requested his permission to capitulate and choose a new sovereign, that they might not be involved in his ruin. Roused from his despondency by this address, Rudolf prevailed on the citizens not to desert their sovereign. He confirmed their privileges, declared Vienna an imperial city, animated them with new spirit, and obtained from them a promise to defend the ramparts to the last extremity. At this period he was joined by some troops from Alsace and Swabia, and particularly by his confidant and confessor, the Bishop of Basel, at the head of 100 chosen horse and a body of expert slingers. This small but timely reinforcement revived his confidence, and although he was privately informed that his son Albert could not supply him with further succours, and was advised not to hazard an engagement with an enemy so superior in number, he resolved to commit his fortune to the decision of arms. Turning then to the chosen body newly arrived, he addressed them with a spirit which could not fail of inspiring them with courage, and gave at the same time the most flattering testimony to their zeal and fidelity. "Remain," he said, "one day at Vienna, and refresh yourselves after the fatigues of your march, and we will then take the field. You shall be the guard of my person, and I trust that God, who has advanced me to this dignity, will not forsake me in the hour of danger." 3 days after the arrival of the Bishop of Basel, Rudolf quitted Vienna, marched along the southern bank of the Danube to Hainburg, crossed that river, and advanced to Marchek, on the banks of the March or Morava, where he was joined by the Styrians and Carinthians, and the forces led by the King of Hungary. He instantly dispatched 2,000 of his Hungarian auxiliaries to reconnoitre and interrupt the operations of his adversary. They fulfilled their orders with spirit and address, for Ottokar, roused by their insults, broke up his camp and marched to Jedensberg, within a short distance of Weidendorf, whither Rudolf had advanced. While the two armies continued in this situation, some traitors repaired to the camp of Rudolf and proposed to assassinate Ottokar, but Rudolf, with his characteristic magnanimity, rejecting this offer, apprised Ottokar of the danger with which he was threatened, and made overtures of reconciliation. The King of Bohemia, confident in the superiority of his force, deemed the intelligence a fabrication, and the proposals of Rudolf a proof of weakness, and disdainfully refused to listen to any negotiation. Finding all hopes of accommodation frustrated, Rudolf prepared for a conflict, in which, like Caesar, he was not to fight for victory alone, but for life. At the dawn of day, August 26, 1278, his army was drawn up, crossed the rivulet which gives name to Weidendorf, and approached the camp of Ottokar. He ordered his troops to advance in a crescent, and attack at the same time both flanks and the front of the enemy, and then, turning to his soldiers, exhorted them to avenge the violation of the most solemn compacts and the insulted majesty of the empire, and by the efforts of that day to put an end to the tyranny, the horrors, and the massacres to which they had been so long exposed. He had scarcely finished before the troops rushed to the charge, and a bloody conflict ensued, in which both parties fought with all the fury that the presence and exertions of their sovereigns, or the magnitude of the cause in which they were engaged, could inspire. At length the imperial troops gained the advantage, but in the very moment of victory, the life of him on whom all depended was exposed to the most imminent danger. Several knights of superior strength and courage, animated by the rewards and promises of Ottokar, had confederated either to kill or take the king of the Romans. They rushed forward to the place where Rudolf, hiding among the foremost ranks, was encouraging and leading his troops, and Herbert of Fullenstein, a Polish knight, giving spurs to his horse, made the first charge. Rudolf, accustomed to this species of combat, eluded the stroke, and, piercing his antagonist under his beaver, threw him dead to the ground. The rest followed the example of the Polish warrior, but were all slain, except Valens, a Thuringian knight of gigantic stature and strength, who, reaching the person of Rudolf, pierced his horse in the shoulder and threw him wounded to the ground. The helmet of the king was beaten off by the shock, and being unable to rise under the weight of his armor, he covered his head with his shield, till he was rescued by Berthold Capillar, the commander of the corps of reserve, who, cutting his way through the enemy, flew to his assistance. Rudolf mounted another horse, and, heading the corps of reserve, renewed the charge with fresh courage, and his troops, animated by his presence and exertions, completed the victory. Ottokar himself fought with no less intrepidity than his great competitor. On the total rout of his troops he disdained to quit the field, and, after performing incredible feats of valor, was overpowered by numbers, dismounted, and taken prisoner. He was instantly stripped of his armor and killed by some Austrian and Styrian nobles whose relations he had put to death. The discomfited remains of his army, pursued by the victors, were either taken prisoners, cut to pieces, or drowned in their attempts to pass the March, and above 14,000 perished in this decisive engagement. Rudolf continued on the field till the enemy were totally routed and dispersed. He endeavored to restrain the carnage, and sent messengers to save the life of Ottokar, but his orders arrived too late, and when he received an account of his death, he generously lamented his fate. He did ample justice to the valor and spirit of Ottokar. In his letter to the Pope, after having described the contest and the resolution displayed by both parties, either to conquer or die, he adds, "At length our troops prevailing drove the Bohemians into the neighboring river, and almost all were either cut to pieces, drowned, or taken prisoners. Ottokar, however, after seeing his army discomfited and himself left alone, still would not submit to our conquering standards, but, fighting with the strength and spirit of a giant, defended himself with wonderful courage until he was unhorsed and mortally wounded by some of our soldiers. Then that magnanimous monarch lost his life at the same time with the victory, and was overthrown, not by our power and strength, but by the right hand of the Most High. The body of Ottokar, deformed with 17 wounds, was borne to Vienna, and, after being exposed to the people, was embalmed, covered with a purple pall, the gift of the Queen of the Romans, and buried in a Franciscan convent. The plunder of the camp was immense, and Rudolf, apprehensive lest the disputes of the booty and the hope of new spoils should occasion a contest between his followers and the Hungarians, dismissed his warlike but barbarous allies with acknowledgments for their services, and pursued the war with his own forces. He took possession of Moravia without opposition, and advanced into Bohemia as far as Colleen. The recent wars, the total defeat of the army, and the death of Ottokar had rendered that country in a scene of rapine and desolation. Wenceslaus, his only son, was scarcely 8 years of age, and the Queen Kunegunda, a foreign princess, was without influence or power. The turbulent nobles, who had scarcely submitted to the vigorous administration of Ottokar, being without check or control, gave full scope to their licentious spirit. The people were unruly and rebellious, and not a single person in the kingdom possessed sufficient authority to assume and direct the reins of government. In this dreadful situation, Kunegunda appealed to the compassion of Rudolf, and offered to place her infant son and the kingdom under his protection. In the midst of these transactions, Otto, Margrave of Brandenburg and nephew of Ottokar, marched into Bohemia at the head of a considerable army, took charge of the royal treasures, secured the person of Wenceslaus, and advanced against the king of the Romans. Rudolf, weakened by the departure of the Hungarians and thwarted by the princes of the empire, was too prudent to trust his fortune to the chance of war. He listened therefore to overtures of peace, and an accommodation was effected by arbitration. He was to retain possession of the Austrian provinces, and to hold Moravia for 5 years, as an indemnification for the expenses of the war. Wenceslaus was acknowledged King of Bohemia, and during his minority the regency was assigned to Otto. Rudolf, second son of the emperor, was to espouse the Bohemian princess Agnes, and his 2 daughters, Judith and Hedwig, were affianced to the King of Bohemia and to Otto the Less, brother of the Margrave. In consequence of this agreement, Rudolf withdrew from Bohemia, and in 1280 returned to Vienna in triumph. Being delivered from the most powerful of his enemies, and relieved from all further apprehensions by the weak and distracted state of Bohemia, he directed his principal aim to secure the Austrian territories for his own family. With this view, he compelled Henry of Bavaria, under the pretext of punishing his recent connection with Ottokar, to cede Austria above the Enns, and to accept in return the districts of Scherding, Neuburg, and Freistadt as the dowry of his wife. But, though master of all the Austrian territories, he experienced great difficulties in transferring them to his family. Some claimants of the Bamberg line still existed: Agnes, daughter of Gertrude and wife of Ulrich of Hohenburg, and the 2 sons of Constantia by Albert of Misnia. Those provinces were likewise coveted by Louis, Count Palatine of the Rhine, and by his brother Henry of Bavaria, as having belonged to their ancestors, and by Meinhard of Tyrol, from whom he had derived such essential assistance, in virtue of his marriage with Elizabeth, widow of the Emperor Conrad and sister of the Dukes of Bavaria. The Misnian princes, however, having received a compensation from Ottokar, withheld their pretensions, and Rudolf purchased the acquiescence of Agnes and her husband by a sum of money and a small cession of territory. He likewise eluded the demands of the Bavarian princes and of Meinhard by referring them to the decision of the German Diet. In the meantime, he conciliated, by acts of kindness and liberality, his new subjects, and obtained from the states of the duchy a declaration that all the lands possessed by Frederick the Warlike belonged to the emperor, or to whomsoever he should grant them as fiefs, saving the rights of those who within a given time should prosecute their claims. He then entrusted his son Albert with the administration, convoked on August 9, 1281, a diet at Nuremberg, at which he presided in person, and obtained a decree annulling all the acts and deeds of Richard of Cornwall and his predecessors since the deposition of Frederick II, except such as had been approved by a majority of the electors. In consequence of this decree, another was passed, specifically invalidating the investiture of the Austrian provinces, which in 1262 was obtained from Richard of Cornwall by Ottokar. Carinthia having been unjustly occupied by Ottokar, in contradiction to the rights of Philip, Archbishop of Salzburg, brother of Ulrich, the last duke, the claims of Philip were acknowledged by Rudolf, and he took his seat at the Diet of Augsburg as Duke of Carinthia. On the conquest of that duchy he petitioned for the investiture, but Rudolf delayed complying with his request under various pretenses, and, Philip dying without issue in 1279, the duchy escheated to the empire as a vacant fief. Rudolf, being at length in peaceable possession of these territories, gradually obtained the consent of the electors, and at the Diet of Augsburg in December 1282, conferred jointly on his two sons, Albert and Rudolf, Austria, Styria, Carinthia, and Carniola. But at their desire he afterward resumed Carinthia and bestowed it on Meinhard of Tyrol, to whom he had secretly promised a reward for his services, and in 1286 obtained the consent of the electors to this donation. By the request of the States of Austria, 1283, he declared that duchy and Styria an inalienable and indivisible domain to be held on the same terms, and with the same rights and privileges as possessed by the ancient dukes, Leopold and Frederick the Warlike, and vested the sole administration in Albert, assigning a specific revenue to Rudolf and his heirs if he did not obtain another sovereignty within the space of 4 years. End of section 32.
Section 33 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6, Section 33. Edward I conquers Wales, A.D. 1277. Charles H. Pearson. Up to the time of Edward I, Wales, which had been partially subdued by Henry I, was a source of continual disturbance to the English kingdom. Long before the accession of Edward, the greater part of Welsh territory was parceled out into little English principalities. Under John and Henry III, Llewellyn the Great, Prince of Wales, maintained his independence until 1237, 3 years before his death, when he submitted in order to secure the succession of his son David. Upon David's death in 1246, the Principality of Wales was divided between Llewellyn and Owen the Red, sons of Griffith ap Llewellyn, David's illegitimate brother. Civil war soon followed, and in 1224, Llewellyn made himself master of the land. Llewellyn might have reached absolute independence had he not taken part with Simon de Montfort in the Barons' War against Henry III. With the defeat of Montfort at Evesham, 1265, the prospect of a new Welsh sovereignty had vanished. Llewellyn purchased a peace and was recognized by Henry as Prince of Wales, retaining part of his territories. When Llewellyn was summoned as a vassal of the English crown to the coronation of Edward I, 1274, he refused. Twice again was he summoned to do homage to the king, but still evaded the summons. Upon his final refusal to come to the Parliament of 1276, his lands were declared to be forfeited, and in 1277 Edward led an army into Wales. The whole force of the realm was summoned to meet at Worcester in June 1277, and so well was the command obeyed that Edward found himself able to dispose of 3 armies. With the first, he himself operated along the north, opening a safe road through the Cheshire Forest and fortifying Flint and Rhuddlan, while the ships of the Cinque Ports hovered along the coast and ravaged Anglesey. The Corps d'Armée, under the Earl of Lincoln and Roger Mortimer, besieged and reduced Dolverwyn Castle in Montgomeryshire. The third was led into Cardigan by Payne de Chaworth, who ravaged the country with such vigor that the South Welsh, being probably disaffected to a prince not of their own lineage, surrendered the castle of Stradwy and made a general submission. Edward had avoided the fatal errors of previous commanders, who had risked their forces in a barren and difficult country. His blockade was so well sustained that Llewellyn was starved rather than beaten into unconditional submission. With singular moderation, Edward had declined receiving the homage of the southern chiefs. He now granted Llewellyn honorable terms. November 5, 1277. A fine of £50,000 was imposed to mark the greatness of the victory, but remitted next day out of the king's grace. 4 border cantreds, old possessions of the English crown, which Llewellyn had wrested from it in the wars of the late reign, were to be surrendered to the English king, who already occupied them. Prisoners in the English interest were to be set free, and Llewellyn was to come under an honorable, safe conduct to London and perform homage. Edward had promised David half the principality, but with reservation at the time that he might, if he chose, give him compensation elsewhere. He now elected to do this, moved, it would seem, simply by the wish not to dismember Llewellyn's dominions, and David was made governor of Denbigh Castle, married to the Earl of Derby's daughter, and endowed with extensive estates. In every other respect, Llewellyn was tenderly dealt with. The hostages exacted were sent back. The rent of 1,000 marks, stipulated for Anglesey, was remitted. When the Prince of Wales came to London to perform homage, he received the last favour of all, and was married sumptuously at the king's cost to Lady Eleanor de Montfort. There is no reason for supposing that Edward cherished any covert plans of absorbing Wales into England. Having wiped out dishonour of his early years and replaced England in its old position of ascendancy, he had no motive for reviving bitter memories or dispossessing a great noble of his fief. The king's conduct in giving his cousin to one who was only her equal through a usurped royalty, the inquests held in the marches to determine border law, the instructions to royal judges to judge according to local customs, the special commission appointed when Llewellyn thought himself aggrieved, are curious evidence of fair-mindedness in a strong-willed and almost absolute sovereign. But in one respect, Edward was ill-fitted to deal with an uncivilized people. He was over-strict for the times, even in England, where his subjects almost learned, before he died, to regret the anarchy of his father's reign. But his officers were nowhere harsher than in Wales, where the people, unaccustomed to a minute legality, complained that they were worse treated than Saracens or Jews. Old offenses were racked up, wrecking was made punishable, the legal taxes were aggravated by customary payments, and distresses were levied on the first goods that came to hand, whether Llewellyn's or his subjects. The people of the 4 annexed cantreds were soon ripe for rebellion. David was alienated from the English cause by petty quarrels with Reginald Grey, Justice of Chester, who insisted on making him answer before the English courts, hang some of his vassals, and carried a military road through his woods. The Welsh gentlemen complained that they were removed from offices which they had purchased, brought to justice for old offences which ought to have been condoned by the peace, and deprived of their jurisdiction in local courts. For a time, Lady Eleanor tried to mediate between her husband and her cousin, but it was impossible that a stern, just man like Edward, penetrated with the most advanced doctrine of European legalists and deriving his information from English employees, should be able to understand the position of a chief of a semi-barbarous nationality, who thought outrages on law matters to be atoned for by fines, while he brooded with implacable rancor over every slight, real or fancied, to his own position as Prince of Wales, representative of a dynasty that had ruled since the time of Camber the son of Brutus. Moreover, Llewellyn thought, perhaps unreasonably, that he had been betrayed by Edward. He said that on the day of his marriage, the English king had forced him to subscribe a document to the effect that he would never harbor an English exile or maintain forces against Edward's will. There was little in all of this that was not implied in Llewellyn's position as vassal, and he himself did not complain that the conditions had ever been offensively pressed. A king who granted such liberal terms as Edward might perhaps claim, with reason, that his conquered vassal should never threaten him with hostilities. But the offense was none the less deadly that it was justified by the relations of subject and sovereign. A curious superstition precipitated an outbreak. In the time of Henry I, some Norman had fabricated the so-called prophecies of Merlin, which were designed to reconcile the Welsh to the Norman conquest. Henry was designated in them as the Lion of Justice, and it was given as a sign of his reign that the symbol of commerce would be split and the half be round. The prophecy had already been fulfilled by the regulation for breaking coin at the mint and making the halfpenny a round piece by itself. In 1279, Edward issued the farthing as an entire coin. The change recalled the memory of Merlin's prophecy and the vague oracles that had been compiled to describe Henry's dominion over the Saxons were easily interpreted to mean that a Welsh prince should be crowned at London and retrieve what its natives regarded as the lost dominion of the principality. Llewellyn, it is said, consulted a witch, who assured him that he should ride crowned through Westship. But the Prince of Wales also relied on less visionary assurances. The Quo Warranto Commission was prosecuting its labors vigorously and had produced a widespread discontent in England, where men said openly that the king would not suffer them to reap their own corn or mow their own grass. Llewellyn was in correspondence with malcontents and received promises of support. His brother David was easily induced to join the rebellion and began it on Palm Sunday, 1282, by storming the castle of Hawarden and making Roger de Clifford, its lord and Edward's sheriff, his prisoner. Flint and Rhuddlan were next reduced, and the Welsh spread over the marches, waging a war of singular ferocity, slaying and even burning young and old women and sick people in the villages. The rebellion found Edward unprepared, but he met it with equal vigor and efficiency, making Shrewsbury his headquarters and moving the Exchequer and King's Bench to it. He summoned troops not only from England, but from Gascony. It is possible that the foreign recruits were intended to strengthen the king's hand against subjects of doubtful fidelity, but no real embarrassment from the disaffected was sustained. The troops mustered operated in two armies, which started from Rhuddlan and Worcester, and enclosed Llewellyn, as before, from north and south. Meanwhile, the ships of the Cinque Ports reduced Anglesey, the noblest feather in Llewellyn's wing, as Edward joyfully observed. But the king was faithful to his old policy of blockade. A bridge of ships was thrown across the Menai Straits, and the forests between Wales proper and the English border were hewn down by an army of pioneers. The king's banner, the Golden Dragon, showed that quarter would be given. As the war lasted on, negotiations were attempted, and the Archbishop of Canterbury, who had threatened the last sentence of the church against Llewellyn and his adherents, was sent over to Snowdon to hold a conference. Llewellyn had already been warned that it was idle to expect assistance from Rome. He was now summoned to submit at discretion with a hope so expressed as to be a promise that he and the natives of the revolted districts would have mercy shown them. In private he was informed that on condition of surrendering Wales, he should receive a county in England and a pension of £1,000 a year. David was to go to the Holy Land and not return except by the king's permission. These terms were undoubtedly hard, but could not be called unreasonable, as by the subjugation of Anglesey, the principality was reduced to the two modern counties of Merionethshire and Carnarvonshire. Llewellyn and his barons preferred to die fighting sword in hand for position and liberty. The primate excommunicated them and withdrew. About the time of this interview, November 6th, there was a sharp skirmish at Bangor. Some of the Earl of Gloucestershire's troops crossed over before the bridge was completed, except for low water mark, and were surprised and routed, with the loss of their leader and 14 bannerets by the Welsh. This encouraged Llewellyn to resume offensive operations, and he poured troops into Cardigan and ravaged the lands of a Welshman in English interest. The English forces in Radnor marched up along the left flank of the Wye and came in sight of the enemy at Builth, December 10th. Llewellyn was surprised during a reconnaissance and killed by an English knight, Stephen de Frankton. After a short but brilliant encounter, in which the English charged up the brow of a hill and routed the enemy with loss, they examined the dead bodies and for the first time knew that Llewellyn was among the slain. A letter was found on his person, giving a list in false names of the English nobles with whom he was in correspondence, but either the cipher was undiscoverable or the matter was hushed up by the king's discretion. Llewellyn, dying under church ban, was denied sepulture. His head, crowned with a garland of silver ivy leaves, was carried on the point of a lance through London and exposed on the battlements of the Tower. The prophecy that he should ride crowned through London had been fatally fulfilled. With the death of Llewellyn, the Welsh war was virtually at an end. With all his faults of temper and judgment, he had shown himself a man of courage and capacity, who identified his own cause with his people's. But David, though now implicated in the rebellion beyond hope of pardon, had fought under English banner against his countrymen, with the wish to dismember the principality. The Welsh cannot be accused of fickleness if they became languid in a struggle against overwhelming power and a king who had shown them more tenderness than their leader for the time. David's one castle of Birre was starved into surrender by the Earl of Pembroke, and David himself taken in a bog by some Welsh in the English interest. His last remaining adherent, Rhys ap Walwayn, surrendered on hearing of his lord's captivity, and was sent prisoner to the Tower. For David himself, a sadder fate was reserved. His request for a personal interview with his injured sovereign was refused. Edward did not care to speak with a man whom he had not thought of pardoning. He at once summoned a parliament of barons, judges, and burgesses to meet at Shrewsbury, September 29th, and decide on the prisoner's fate. It is evident that Edward was incensed in no common measure against the traitor whom, as he expressed it, he had taken up as an exile, nourished as an orphan, endowed from his own lands, and placed amongst the lords of our palace, and who had repaid these benefits by a sudden and savage war. Nevertheless, the king, from policy or from temperament, resolved to associate the whole nation in a great act of justice on a man of princely lineage. The sentence, which excited no horror at the time, was promptly passed without a dissentient voice. David was sentenced, as a traitor, to be drawn slowly to the gallows, as a murderer, to be hanged, as one who had shed blood during a passion-tide, to be disemboweled after death, and for plotting the king's death, his dismembered limbs were to be sent to Winchester, York, Northampton, and Bristol. Seldom has a shameful and violent death been better merited than by a double-dyed traitor like David, false by turns to his country and his king. Nor could justice be better honored than by making the last penalty of a rebellion fall upon the guilty prince, rather than on his followers. The form of punishment in itself was mitigated from the extreme penalty of the law, which prescribed burning for traitors. Compared with the execution under the Tudors and the Stuarts, or with the prizal taken after Culloden, the single sentence of death carried out on David seems scarcely to challenge criticism. Yet it marks a decline from the almost bloodless policy of former kings. Since the time of William Rufus, no English noble, except under John, had paid the penalty of rebellion with life. In particular, during the late reign, Fawkes de Briot and the adherents of Simon de Montfort had been spared by men flushed with victory and exasperated with long strife. There were some circumstances to palliate David's treachery, if, as is probable, his charges against the English judiciary have any truth. We may well acquit Edward of the vilest infirmity of weakest minds, which confounds strength with ferocity and thinks the foundations of law can be laid in blood. He probably received David's execution as a measure demanded by justice and statesmanship, and in which the whole nation was to be associated with its king. Never was court of justice more formally constituted, but it was a fatal precedent for himself and the weaker, worse men who succeeded him. From that time till within the last century, the axe of the executioner has never been absent from English history. Edward was resolved to incorporate Wales with England. The children of Llewellyn and David were honorably and safely disposed of in monasteries, from which they never seem to have emerged. The great Welsh lords who had joined the rebellion were punished with deprivations of all their lands. Out of the conquered territory, Danebay and Ruthven seem to have been made into March lordships under powerful Englishmen. Anglesey and the land of Snowdon, Llewellyn's territories of Carnarvon and Merionethshire, with Flint, Cardigan, and Carmarthenshire, were kept in the hands of the crown. The Welsh divisions of Commots were retained, and several of these constituted a sheriffdom, which bore pretty much the same relation to an English shire that a territory bears to a state in the American Union. The new districts were also brought more completely under English law than the marches, which retained their privileges and customs. The changes, where we can trace them, seem to have been for the better. The blood feud was abolished. Widows obtained a dower. Bastards were no longer to inherit, and in default of heirs male in the direct line, daughters were allowed to inherit. On the other hand, fines were to be assessed according to local custom. Compurgation was retained for unimportant cases, and inheritances were to remain divisible among all heirs male. The ordinance that contains these dispositions is no parliamentary statute, but seems to have been drawn up by the king in council, March 24, 1284. It was based on the report of a commission which examined 172 witnesses. Soon afterward, an inquest was ordered to ascertain the losses sustained by the Church in Wales, with a view to giving it compensation. Nor did Edward neglect appeals to the national sentiment. The supposed body of Constantine was disinterred at Carnarvon and received honorable burial in a church. The crown of Arthur and a piece of the Holy Cross, once the property of the Welsh princes, were added to the king's regalia. It was probably by design that Queen Eleanor was confined at Carnarvon, April 25, 1284, of a prince whom the Welsh might claim as a countryman. At last, having lingered for more than a year about the principality, Edward celebrated the consummation of his conquests, August 1, 1284, by a splendid tournament at Niven, to which nobles and knights flocked from every part of England and even from Gascony. It was even more a demonstration of strength than a pageant. The cost of the Welsh campaign must have been enormous, and it is difficult to understand how Edward met it. But no sort of expedient was spared. Commissioners were sent through England and Ireland to beg money of clergy and laity. Next, the cities of Guienne and Gascony were applied to them. Then, the money that had been collected for a crusade was taken out of the consecrated places where it was deposited. The treasures put in the Welsh churches were freely confiscated. Nevertheless, the Parliament of Shrewsbury granted the king a 30th, from which, however, the loans previously advanced were deducted. In return for this, the king passed the Statute of Merchants, which made provisions for registration of merchants' debts, their recovery by distraint, and the debtor's imprisonment. The clergy had at first been less compliant when the king applied to them for a 10th. The Convocation of the Province of Canterbury, April 1283, replied that they were impoverished, that they still owed a 15th, and that they expected to be taxed again by the Pope. They also reminded him bitterly of the Statute of Mortmain. Ultimately, the matter was compromised by the grant of the 20th, November 1283. For a few years, Wales was still an insecure portion of the English dominion. In 1287, Rhys ap Meredith, whose services to Edward had been largely rewarded with grants of land and a noble English wife, commenced levying war against the English king's sheriff. His excuse was that his baronial rights had been encroached upon, but as he had once risked forfeiture by preferring a forcible entry to the execution of the king's writ which had been granted him, we may probably assume that he claimed powers inconsistent with English sovereignty. After foiling the Earl of Cornwall in a costly campaign, Rhys, finding himself outlaw, fled by the Earl of Gloucestershire's complicity into Ireland. Some years later, he returned to resume his war with Robert de Tiptoft, but this time was taken prisoner and executed at York by Edward's order, 1292. More dangerous by far was the insurrection of 2 years later, 1294, when the Welsh, irritated by a tax and believing that Edward had sailed for France, rose up throughout the crown lands and slew one of the collectors, Roger de Pulesden. Madog, a kinsman of Llewellyn, was put forward as king, and his troops burned Carnarvon Castle and inflicted a severe defeat on the English forces sent to relieve Dinbay, November 10th. Edward now took the field in person and resumed his old policy of cutting down the forests as he forced his way into the interior. The Welsh fought well, and between disease and fighting the English lost many hundred men. Once the king was surrounded at Conway, his provisions were intercepted, and his road barred by a flood. But his men could not prevail on him to drink out of the one cask of wine that had been saved. "We will all share alike," he said, "and I, who have brought you into this strait, will have no advantage of you in food." The flood soon abated, and reinforcements coming up, the Welsh were dispersed. Faithful to his policy of mercy, the king spared the people everywhere, but hanged 3 of their captains who were taken prisoner. Madog lost heart, made submission, and was admitted to terms. Meanwhile, Morgan, another Welshman of princely blood, had headed a war in the marches against the Earl of Gloucestershire, who was personally unpopular with his vassals. 2 years before, the earldom had been confiscated into the king's hands, and it is some evidence that Edward's rule was not oppressive, by comparison with that of his lords, that the Marchmen now desired to be made vassals of the crown. Morgan is said to have been hunted down by his old confederate Madog, but it seems more probable that he was first to sue for peace. He was pardoned without reserve. As there was then war with Scotland, hostages were taken from the Welsh war chiefs, and were kept in English castles for several years. But the last lesson had proved effectual. The Welsh settled down peaceably on their lands and generally adopted the English customs. Except a few great lords, their gentry were still the representatives of their old families. Only 5 men in all had received the last punishment of the law for sanguinary rebellions extending over 18 years of the king's reign. Of any massacre of the bards, or any measure taken to repress them, history knows nothing. Never was a conquest more merciful than Edward's, and the fault lies with his officers, not the king, if many years still passed before the old quarrels between Wales and England was obliterated from the hearts of the conquered people. End of section 33.
Section 34 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Japanese Repel the Tartars. E.D. 1281 by E.H. Parker. Kublai Khan, the first of the Mongol emperors who reigned at Peking, and Kameyama, the 19th emperor, as reputed of Japan, are supposed to have come to their respective thrones in the same year, 1260. At this period, the Japanese rulers, mikados, were mere puppets in the hands of their shoguns, hereditary commanders-in-chief of the army, and the shoguns themselves were tools of the regents of the Hojo dynasty. Korea had lately been made tributary to the Tartar or Mongol power, when some of the Koreans in the service of Kublai Khan suggested to him that his way was now open to Japan, 1265. Next year, Kublai selected a chief envoy whose name, as Parker says, appears in Chinese characters precisely the same as that of Sir Robert Hart, and whom the author of the narrative immediately following, in order to avoid uncouth names, designates as Hart. By this envoy, Kublai sent a letter to Japan, and this act was the beginning of the execution of his designs against that country, formed upon the advice of the Koreans. In this letter, the Mongol emperor called upon Japan to return to the vassal duty, which for centuries he claimed she had formerly owned to China. Edward Harper Parker. The king of Korea, who had meanwhile been instructed to show the road to the Mongol mission, provided it with 2 high officers as escort. In 1267, however, Hart and his staff returned to Peking from their wanderings, re-injecta, faithfully accompanied by their Korean guides, whose explanation as to why the goal had not been reached were by no means satisfactory to Kublai. The whole party was dispatched once more to Korea, carrying with them to the king positive instructions to succeed better this time. The wily king of Korea now adopted another tack. He pleaded that the sea route was beset with dangers, to which it would be unseemly to expose the person of an imperial envoy, but he accommodatingly sent the emperor's letter on to Japan by an envoy of his own. This Korean envoy was detained half a year by the Japanese, but he had also to return empty-handed. Meanwhile, the king of Korea sent his own brother on a special mission to Kublai, to endeavor to mollify his Tartar majesty. In the autumn of 1268, Hart and his former assistant colleague were sent a third time. As a surveying party had meanwhile been examining the sea route by way of Culpert Island, the mission was enabled to reach the Tsushima Islands this time, but the local authority would not suffer them to land, or at least to stay. Nor were the letters accepted, as in the opinion of the Japanese, the phraseology was not considered sufficiently modest. Once more the unsuccessful mission returned to Peking, but on this occasion it was with 2 Japanese captives, probably spies, for there is plenty of evidence that even then the art was well understood in Japan. In the summer of 1269 it was resolved to utilize these captives as a peg whereupon to hang the conciliatory and virtuous act of returning them. Koreans were entrusted with this mission, but even this letter the Japanese declined to receive, and the envoys were detained a considerable time in the official prisons at Dazaifu, in Xuzhen. Early in the year 1270, a Manchu Tartar and Kublai's envoy, named Doyaoka, who had already been employed as a kind of resident or advisor at the court of the King of Korea, was dispatched on a solemn mission to Japan, having earnestly volunteered for his new service in spite of his gray hairs. The King of Korea was again ordered to assist, and a Korean in Chinese employ named Hung Sak-yo, Marco Polo's von Sanishin, was told to demonstrate with a fleet around the Ludong and Korean peninsulas. The envoy is usually called by his adopted Chinese name of Zhaoling Pi. The mission landed in the spring of 1271 at an island called Golden Ford, which, according to the Chinese characters, ought, I suppose, to be pronounced Kananari in Japanese. Here the strangers met with a very rough reception. The Tartar, however, kept his head well during the various attempts which were made to frighten him. He pointed out the historical precedents to be found in the annals of previous Chinese dynasties and firmly declined to surrender his credentials except at the chief seat of government and to the king or ruler in person. It seems that even the Japanese now began to see that the honest broker, Korea, was playing false to both sides. At all events, they said that Korea had reported the imminence of a Chinese attack, whereas Kublay's language seemed to deprecate war. Officials from headquarters explained that from ancient times till now, no foreign envoy has ever gone east of the Dazai Fu. The reply to this was, "If I cannot see a ruler, you had better take in my head, but you shall not have my documents." The Japanese pleaded that it was too far to the ruler's capital, but that in the meantime they would send officers back with him to China. He was thereupon sent back to await events at Tsushima, and having remained there a year, he arrived back in Peking in the summer of 1273. In escorting him to Tsushima, the Japanese had sent with him a number of secondary officials to have an audience of Kublai. It appears that the Japanese had been alarmed at the establishment of a Mongol garrison at Qingchao, I suppose the one near Port Arthur, then within Korean dominions, and the Tartar envoy, during his stay in Tsushima, was now sent on the Japanese envoys, or spies, in advance, advising Kublai at the same time to humor Japanese susceptibilities by removing the Qingchao garrison. The Cabinet Council suggested to Kublai that it would be a good thing to explain to the Japanese envoys that the occupation of Qingchao was only temporary, and would soon be removed so soon as the operations now in process against Kelpert were at an end. It is related that the Japanese interpreters, which probably means Chinese accompanying the Japanese, explained to Kublai that it was quite unnecessary to go round via Korea, and that with a good wind it was possible to reach Japan in a very short time. Kublai said, "Then I must think it over afresh." Late in the year 1273, the same Tartar envoy was once more sent to Japan, but it is not stated by what route or where he first landed. This time he really reached the Dazai Fu, or capital of Shikuzen. In the same year, and possibly in connection with the above mission, a Chinese general, Lu Dong, with a force of 40,000 men in 900 boats, defeated 100,000 Japanese. It is not stated where. I am inclined to think, from the consonants of the word Liu and the 900 boats, that this must be the affair mentioned lower down. The Manchu Tartar envoy seems to have been a very sensible sort of man, for not only did he bring back with him full details of the names and titles of the Mikado and his ministers, descriptions of the cities and districts, particulars of national customs, local products, etc., but also strongly dissuaded Kublai from engaging in a useless war with Japan. And he also gave some excellent advice to the celebrated Mongol general Bayan, who was just then preparing to finish off the southern provinces of China. It may not be generally known, but it is a fact that Bayan himself, in the late autumn of 1273, had been originally destined for the Japanese expedition, and the prisoners captured at the first attack of Xiangyang Fu, Marco Polo's Saiyan Fu, had already been handed over to him for service in Japan. The Mongol history also gives a full copy of the letter sent to Japan on this occasion. In it, Kublai expresses his surprise at the persistent ignoring by Japan of his successive missions. He charitably suggests that perhaps the fresh troubles and revolutions in Korea, which have now once more been settled, are more to blame than your own deliberate intentions. The menace of war was a little stronger than in the letter of 1266, but was still decently veiled and somewhat guarded. Before starting, the Manchu had requested that the etiquette to be observed at his audience with the ruler might be laid down. The Cabinet Council, to be on the safe side, advised, "As the relative ranks prevailing in the country are unknown to us, we have no definite etiquette to specify." On the other hand, both Kublai and his ministers were much too sharp to believe in the power of the guardhouse west of the Dazai Fu, and they came to the sensible conclusion that the Japanese envoys were simply war spies sent by the supreme Japanese government itself. Chinese history does not explain why, amid the conflicting counsels exposed above and others mentioned in biographical chapters, Kublai decided to attack Japan at the very moment when Bayan was marching upon South China. But anyway, during the year 1274, large numbers of Manchus were raised for service in Japan and placed under General Hung. Sani Chin may perhaps stand for the Chinese word Qing Chung, or general. It appears that toward the end of that year, 15,000 men in 900 ships made a raid upon some point in Japan. But although a victory is claimed, no details whatever are given beyond the facts that our army showed a lack of order. The arrows were exhausted. We achieved nothing beyond plundering. The 3 islands raided were Tsushima, Iki, and one I cannot identify, described in Chinese as Iman. The Japanese annals confirm the attack upon Tsushima and Iki, adding that the enemy slew all the males and carried off all the females in the 2 islands, but were unsuccessful in their advance upon the Dazai Fu. The enemy's general, Lu Fu Heng, was slain. The enemy numbered 30,000. The slain officer was perhaps a relative of Lu Deng, who served again in China. In the year 1275, 2 more envoys bearing Chinese names were sent with letters to Japan, but they also got no reply. The Japanese annals confirm this and add that they came to discuss terms of peace, but their envoy, Du Shicheng, whose name corresponds, was decapitated. This is true, but he was not decapitated until 1280, and, as is well known to competent students, Japanese history is always open to suspicion when it conflicts with Chinese, and too often touches up from Chinese. In 1277, some merchants from Japan appeared in China with a quantity of gold, which they desired to exchange for copper cash. The following year, the coast authorities, probably meaning at Ningpo and Wenchao, where even now, as I found in 1884, immense quantities of old Japanese copper cash are in daily use, were instructed to permit Japanese trade. But preparations for war still went on, and the headquarters of the army were fixed at Liuyang, where General Kuropatkin fixed his more recently. Naval preparations were particularly active during 1279, and Korea was invited to make arrangements for boats to be built in that country, where timber was so plentiful, evidently alluding to the Russian concessions on the Yalu. Large numbers of ships were also constructed in central China. During this year, a defeated Chinese general in Mongol employ, named Fa Wenhu, advised that the war against Japan should be postponed until the result of our mission, accompanied by the Japanese priest carrying our letters, shall be known. When this priest was appointed, by whom and to do what, there is nothing to show. To a certain extent, this enigmatical sentence is supported by the Japanese annals, which announce that in the summer of 1279, the Mongol generals Hie and Fan Wenhu came and sent aides de camp to Dazai Fu to discuss peace, but Tokimuni, the regent, had them decapitated at Hakata and Shikuzen. Hie was certainly another defeated Chinese general, but I do not think he ever went to Japan. It is in the spring of 1280 that the Chinese record the execution by the Japanese of Tsuchishung, etc., but it is quite evident that Fang Wenhu cannot possibly have been executed in 1279, for later on, in 1280, after Hung Sai-kyu and others had been appointed to the Japanese expedition, it was decided to wait a little, and Fan Wenhu was consulted as to the best means of attack. Meanwhile, prisoners of war, criminals, Mussulmans, etc., were enlisted and volunteers were called for. It is difficult to account for Mussulmans in such company, for the villainous Saracen Ahmad was just then at the height of his power. The King of Korea, meanwhile, personally paid a visit to Peking, and gave the assurance that he was raising 30,000 extra soldiers to serve in the Japan War. Fan Wenhu was now placed in supreme command of 100,000 men. The King of Korea, with 10,000 soldiers, 15,000 seamen, 900 warships, and 110,000 hundredweight of grain, proceeded against Japan. Sung Tsai-kyu and his colleagues were provided with weapons, Korean armor, jackets, etc. The troops were given strict instructions not to harass the inhabitants of Korea. Korean generals received high rank, and the king was given extra honors. In 1281, the generals Hung Tsak-kyu and Hintu, a Uyghur Turk, went in command of a naval force of 40,000 men via Kinchun, Korea. Another force of 100,000 men was sent across the sea from modern Ningpo and Qinghai, the two forces arranging to meet at the islands of Iki and Hirado. Aluan, a Mongol, and Fan Wenhu received in anticipation the honorary titles of left and right governors of Japan Province. And when they and the other generals took leave of Kublai, the emperor said, "As they had sent us envoys first, we also sent envoys thither. But then they kept our envoys and would not let them go. Hence I send you, gentlemen, on this errand. I understand the Chinese say that when you take another people's country, you need to get both the people and the land. If you go and slay all the people and only secure the land, what use is that? There is another matter upon which I feel truly anxious. That is, I fear want of harmony among you, gentlemen. If the natives of that country come to discuss any matter with you, gentlemen, you should join your minds for one common plan, and reply as though one mouth only had to speak." When the army, after a week's sail from Qinghai, reached the islands of Kutsi, off Masanpo and Tsushima, some Japanese stranded fishermen were caught and forced to sketch a map of the localities. And meanwhile it had been agreed that the island of Iki was a better rendezvous than Kinchu in Korea, on account of the then prevailing winds. From the Japanese sailor's sketch, it appeared that a little west of the Dazaifu was the island of Hirado, which, being surrounded on all sides with plenty of water, afforded a good anchorage for the ships. It was decided, subject apparently to Kublai's approval, to occupy Hirado first, and then summon General Hung, etc., from Iki to join in general attack. Kublai replied by the messenger in effect, "I cannot judge here of the situation there. I presume Aluan and his colleagues ought to know, and they must decide for themselves." Meanwhile, Alohan, written also Alahan, had fallen sick and died at Ningpo, and another Mongol named Atahai, written also Antahai, was sent to replace him. Now comes the sudden collapse of the whole expedition, recorded, unfortunately, in most laconic and unsatisfactory terms. I give the various extracts in extenso. 1. Chapter on Japan, 8th moon. The generals, having before coming in sight of the enemy, lost their entire force, got back. They said that having reached Japan, they wished to attack Dazaifu, but that a violent wind smashed the ships. That they were still bent on discussing operations when 3 of their commanders, Chinese names, declined to accept their orders any more and made off. The provincial staff conveyed the rest of the army to Hopu, probably Masanpo, whence they were dismissed back to their homes. But one of the defeated soldiers who succeeded in escaping home gave the following account. The imperial armies in the 6th moon put to sea. In the 7th moon they reached Hirado Island, and then moved to 5 Dragon Mountains. The Japanese pronunciation would be Goryushima, or Yama, and perhaps it means the Goto Islands. On the 1st of the 8th moon the wind smashed the ships. On the 5th day, Fan Wenhu and the other generals each made a selection of the soundest and best boats, and got into them, and abandoned the soldiers to the number of over 100,000 at the foot of the hills. The soldiers then agreed to select the centurion Chang as general in command, and styled him General Chang, submitting themselves to his orders. They were just engaged in cutting down trees to make boats to come back in when, on the 7th day, the Japanese came and gave battle. All were killed except 20,000 or 30,000 who were carried off prisoners. On the 9th day, these got to the 8 Horne Islands. The Japanese pronunciation would be Hakakushima, where all the Mongols, Koreans, and men of Han, North China, were massacred. It was understood that the newly recruited army consisted of men of Tang, Cantonese, etc. They were not killed, but turned into slaves, of whom deponent was one. The trouble arose from want of harmony and subordination in the general staff, in consequence of which they abandoned the troops and returned. After some time, 2 other stragglers got back. That is, out of a host of 100,000, only 3 ever returned. 2. Chapter on the Uyghur General, Xiang Wei. In 1281, the sea force of 100,000 men under Fan Wenhu, etc., took 7 days and nights to reach Bamboo Island. The Japanese pronunciation would be Shikishima, perhaps is another form of Tsushima, where they effected a junction with the forces of the provincial staff from Laoyang. It was the intention to first attack the Dazaifu, but there was vacillation and indecision. And on the first day of the 8th moon, a great typhoon raged, and 60 or 70% of the army perished. The emperor was furious, etc. 3. Chapter on Li Ding, a Shandong man who was on Fan Wenhu's staff. In 1281, the army encamped on Bamboo Island, but a storm arising, the vessels were all smashed. Li Ding escaped ashore in a piece of wreckage, collected the remains of the host, and returned via Korea to Peking. Only 10 to 20% of the soldiers escaped alive, apparently referring to the 40,000, not to the 100,000. 4. Chapter on the Shili Man Changhe. He accompanied Fan Wenhu and Li Ding with the naval force which crossed the sea against Japan. Changhe, on arrival, at once left his boats and set to work entrenching on the island of Hirado. He also kept his warships at anchor at a cable's length from each other, so as to avoid the destructive action of wind and waves. When the great typhoon arose in the 8th moon, the galleons of Fan and Li were all smashed. Only Changhe's escaped uninjured. When Fan Wenhu, etc., suggested going back, Changhe said, "Half the soldiers are drowned, but those who have escaped death are all sturdy troops. Surely it is better for us to take advantage of this moment before they have begun to think regretfully of home, to live on the enemy's country in advance." Fan Wenhu, etc., would not agree to this, and said, "When we see the emperor, we will bear all the blame. You have no share in it." Changhe gave them a number of his boats. At that instant there were 4,000 soldiers encamped on Hirado Island without any boats. Changhe said, "How can I bear to leave them?" And then he jettisoned all the 70 horses in the boats in order to enable them to get back. When they got to Peking, Fan Wenhu, etc., were all disgraced. Only Changhe escaped punishment. 5. Chapter on Chu Ting, an Anhui man. He was with Fan Wuhen's force when the sudden storm arose. His craft was smashed, but Chu Ding got hold of a piece of wreckage and drifted about for 3 days and 3 nights until he fell in with Fan Wenhu's ship at a certain island and thus was able to get to Kincho in Korea. The soldiers encamped in the Hokpu Bay also drifted in and were collected and taken home by him. Chapter on Hong Tsuki, alias Hung Tsakyu, in Korean of ancient Chinese descent. After recounting how Kublai placed him in charge of the well-disposed Korean troops, how he served in the Korean and Kelpart campaigns, and against Japan in 1274 and 1277, the Mongol history goes on. In 1281, in company with Hintu, a Uyghur, he led a naval force of 40,000 men via Kinchu and Hoppu in Korea to join the 100,000 men coming by sea from Ningpo under Fan Wenhu. Forces were joined at the Iki, Hirado, and other islands of Japan, but before the hostile forces were encountered, in the 8th month, a storm smashed the ships and he returned. Extract from Japanese Ryokuji, or Historical Handbook. In the 5th moon of 1281, the Mongols raided us on a wholesale scale. Our troops were unsuccessful in resisting them at Iki and Tsushima. The enemy advanced and occupied 5 dragon mountains in Hisen. The Hojo Tandai led the troops bravely to the fight. The enemy retired upon Takashima. In the intercalary 7th moon, a great wind blew. The enemy's warships were all broken to pieces. Our troops energetically attacked and cut them up, the sea being covered with prostrate corpses. Of the Mongol army of 100,000, only 3 men got back alive. Henceforward, the Mongols were unable to pry about our coasts again. End of section 34.
Section 35 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Japanese repels the Tartars, AD 1281, by Marco Polo. Of so great celebrity was the wealth of Cipango, Japan, that a desire was excited in the breast of the Grand Khan Kubla, now reigning, to make the conquest of it and to annex it to his dominions. In order to effect this, he fitted out a numerous fleet and embarked a large body of troops under the command of 2 of his principal officers, one of whom was named Abba Katan and the other von Sansin. The expedition sailed from the ports of Zaitung and Kinsai, and, crossing the intermediate sea, reached the island in safety. But in consequence of a jealousy that arose between the 2 commanders, one of whom treated the plans of the other with contempt and resisted the execution of his orders, they were unable to gain possession of any city or fortified place, with the exception of one only, which was carried by assault, the garrison having refused to surrender. Directions were given for putting the whole to the sword, and in obedience thereto the heads of all were cut off, excepting of 8 persons who, by the efficacy of a diabolical charm, consisting of a jewel or amulet introduced into the right arm between the skin and the flesh, were rendered secure from the effects of iron, either to kill or wound. Upon this discovery being made, they were beaten with a heavy wooden club, and presently died. It happened, after some time, that a north wind began to blow with great force, and the ships of the Tartars, which lay near the shore of the island, were driven foul of each other. It was determined thereupon, in a council of the officers on board, that they ought to disengage themselves from the land. And accordingly, as soon as the troops were re-embarked, they stood out to sea. The gale, however, increased to so violent a degree that a number of the vessels foundered. The people belonging to them, by floating upon pieces of the wreck, saved themselves upon an island lying about 4 miles from the coast of Cipango. Other ships, which, not being so near to the land, did not suffer from the storm, and in which the 2 chiefs were embarked, together with the principal officers, or those whose rank entitled them to command 100,000 or 10,000 men, directed their course homeward and returned to the Great Khan. Those of the Tartars who remained upon the island where they were wrecked, and who amounted to about 30,000 men, finding themselves left without shipping, abandoned by their leaders, and having neither arms nor provisions, expected nothing less than to become captives or to perish, especially as the island afforded no habitations where they could take shelter and refresh themselves. As soon as the gale ceased and the sea became smooth and calm, the people from the main island of Cipango came over with a large force, in numerous boats, in order to make prisoners of those shipwrecked Tartars, and, having landed, proceeded in search of them, but in a straggling, disorderly manner. The Tartars, on their part, acted with prudent circumspection, and, being concealed from view by some high land in the centre of the island, while the enemy were hurrying in pursuit of them by one road, made a circuit of the coast by another, which brought them to the place where the fleet of boats was at anchor. Finding these all abandoned, but with their colours flying, they instantly seized them, and pushing off from the island, stood for the principal city of Cipango, into which, from the appearance of the colours, they were suffered to enter unmolested. Here they found few of the inhabitants besides women, whom they retained for their own use, and drove out all others. When the king was apprised of what had taken place, he was much afflicted, and immediately gave directions for a strict blockade of the city, which was so effectual that not any person was suffered to enter or to escape from it during 6 months that the siege continued. At the expiration of this time, the Tartars, despairing of succour, surrendered upon the condition of their lives being spared. These events took place in the course of the year 1264. The Grand Khan, having learned some years after that the unfortunate issue of the expedition was to be attributed to the dissension between the two commanders, caused the head of one of them to be cut off, the other he sent to the savage island of Zorza, where it is the custom to execute criminals in the following manner. They are wrapped around both arms in the hide of a buffalo, fresh taken from the beast, which is sewed tight. As this dries, it compresses the body to such a degree that the sufferer is incapable of moving or in any manner helping himself, and thus miserably perishes. End of section 35. Recording by Alan Mapstone.